Welcome to the Will and English Invitational.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Overwatch IVitational, brought to you by Project Gap, Opera GX, and we will have some stats along the way for you from Elo Hell. Joining me are some absolute mad lads for our EU competition. Group A is starting today. How are you feeling, lads?
Not too bad.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm very excited.
Alright, so let's get into talking about the Overwatch Invitational. Obviously, we have had two previous Overwatch Invitationals. The first one, I think it was all the way back in January, and we only had North America. Then, for Overwatch Invitational 2, we got an awesome event. We had an EU event with Shoes Money Crew taking it all the way. We have some contenders teams later on down the line in our knockout stages. But first, we got some group stages to go through. Group A is today. And this is going to be an interesting thought process. How are you guys feeling about casting the Invitational? Obviously, this is our third season. We have a lot more EU teams this time around. We had 8 last time, and we have 9 teams, and plus we have like 22 teams this time around. So tell me already. How are you feeling about this event? How do you feel about the Invitational going forward? We'll start off with user intel.
Man, I've got to say that I'm incredibly excited because of the fact that we have so many teams. That means the talent pool right now is completely drenched in kind of upstardom. People who are coming here to kind of show off what talent they have. People, especially from contenders or kind of contender trials, wanting to make a name for themselves or at least show off the potential that they have. And that gets my blood pumping to be able to see kind of this new breed of what we're going to be of like players.
And JS, what are your kind of opinions on the Overwatch Invitational, especially now that we're going to see Overwatch 2 in the future? Some of the bigger orgs might be looking at some of these players and watching this event going, oh yeah, maybe you pick up that player, maybe you start a project with this player, they're really mechanically skilled. So what's your opinion on how important it is for now players to actually start making a name?
Yeah, absolutely. I think to continue with the Aqua analogies, we've got a monsoon of talent. I managed to dip my toe in the North American qualification games last week into the collegiate scene, but now I'm back comfortably in sort of the higher ends of Open Division in the Invitational here. It is so important that I think players make a name. We've seen it happen. Mind Goblins popped off big in the last OD, so they're going to be a team that I'm going to keep an eye on. Personal interest in, know some of their players. But for now, we've got some excellent teams that we'll reveal later down the line. Mind Goblins being one of them, and then we get all the way into the big boys for contenders. Overwatch 2 will be a completely different game. There will be way more emphasis on mechanics, at least in my opinion, from looking and reading and analysing and theorising so far. So there is every reason, as you said, Ocean, teams will be looking at this. So, hey, you got to pop off, you got to show up big, and you never know where you could go from there. Might catapult yourself into a contenders team or even more because of it.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And this is actually an interesting topic. This is probably one of our last, maybe we might have one more Invitational in Overwatch 1. Of course, I think we've just had our last contender season of Overwatch 1, and of course our last Overwatch League season of Overwatch 1. Tell me personally, how are you two feeling about Overwatch 2? I'm optimistic, but a little bit concerned at some like balance changes. We did see some gameplay recently. Talk me through it. We'll start with you, Jace, this time around.
Overwatch 2 is, I think it's such a hot mess right now. I think personally it would be, you don't have to put the Duma cap on, okay guys? There's no reason to crawl into the trenches and cry and miss your 6v6 yet, because it could be better, who knows. And I think most importantly, tanks have been historically misunderstood by not only the player base, but the balance team as well, in my opinion. Tanks have been the enigma code of Overwatch 1 so far. And I think by removing one, it just means that there's less mistakes for Blizzard to make. I'm quite a pessimist myself when it comes to balance, but yeah, that's the biggest thing that I'm looking for, to see how tanks will evolve into Overwatch 2. That's the key factor.
I agree with that a lot. I think a lot of journalists actually said that to me when I was crying a little bit about Overwatch 2 on Twitter. We were losing my off tank role. I was a little bit upset. All right,
true.
So the journalists that I know were messaging me like, yeah, you know what? It's a little bit commercially better for the game if we get the balance right, because tanks are kind of the fundamental process of Overwatch 1. Like, they're so important. Anyways, user, tell me your thoughts on Overwatch 2 so far.
I'm not gonna lie to you. When I saw the stream and everything, I got to sit there during the Overwatch League. I got my juice. I'm like so excited to be able to see it. And I gotta say, a lot of what we were being shown was kind of a honeymoon phase, and the more like I've been able to reflect and think about it, I'm very scared with kind of the idea and what it's going to be able to bring. I think it changes Overwatch entirely in the way that you look at the game, and maybe I think some people would say like it kind of changes the core aspects and kind of how you want to think. So I think at least for me, I love the new ideas. I love how shiny everything looks, and kind of I'm very much in a honeymoon phase, but I'm more scared of the possibilities of what it can bring.
Yeah, absolutely. And just last thing on the topic, we got hero redesigns, not necessarily the reworks, but the redesigns of the heroes. Tell me, because I personally really like the Mercy redesign. I'm vibing with it. What do you guys think of maybe like the Bash with the cap and stuff like that? Well, what characters do you like, User?
I gotta say, Monkey looking a little more cybernetic, but for me, 10 out of 10, it's got to be either. It's got to be either the kind of the new May outfit, got her now stylized, or the Reinhardt with how like fresh his shape up be.
Jace?
Yeah, I think they missed an insight not to put devil horns on May moving into Overwatch 2. I think that would have been more appropriate because she has been a she banshee, especially once we got into 222. God, May was everywhere. She still is everywhere. But I think they did some cool things. They gave Genji a hoodie.
That was weird.
Could be the buff he needs. And they gave Bastion a cap and an AC 130. And I think he just needed both of them, Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I think there's a mystic analogy right there. All the Genji boys, right? They're giving their hoodie to like their Gilgeros. I don't know. There's something there, right? Are we ready to look at groups? Because we've got a fantastic group. We've already talked about one of the teams in our group today, Mind Goblin. We won't see them until later on, so we're just going to talk about some groups. We're going to talk about who is in this group today. You're each going to give me one team that you're excited for. We'll start off with User Intel.
One team that I'm excited for in this group.
You only get one.
Just one.
Ooh, I've got to say, there's a lot of like talent in here, and I've got to say, at least for me, it's going to be most likely Meteor Game.
Okay, interesting. Any particular reason? It's because they're one of the lower teams, and maybe you want to see them try to cause an upset?
Yeah, honestly, I definitely agree, because I wouldn't say that they have like the brightest names or some of the brightest players, but it's that fact that kind of draws me, and I'm very much someone who always looks at the kind of lower teams, because that means they have a pool of players that we have not been able to kind of compare them to. So when we get to see them play, this is where we're going to be like, this is the true potential of what they're capable of, and we might see them go far. And, I want to be able to say I was one of their first people that supported them. I get that vouch very early on.
All right, Jess, tell me, who are you looking forward to? Because I know you like some juicy tier 3 talent.
Yeah, exactly. I'll give a quick shout out before I give them an honorary mention to Crimson Ruby. I think one of the lower SR teams in the tournament, but good friend Ludwig plays on off tank there. He's crazy on the Diva. Maze and their Blizzards beware, because the defense matrix of Ludwig will gulp them up. But I said it in the pre-show, I said it in the intro, Mind Goblin. They've got talent from UK Collegiate, EU, all over the way. SXJ, Strebor in particular, just insane, crazy gamers. I have no idea. I've seen them clutch out 2v4s. Strebor main support, absolutely insane Lucio player, and SXJ just on the May, as I've mentioned. A bit too much for this intro already. We are crazy flex DPS, so if we get a chance to see Mind Goblins on stream today, then really excited to see how they do.
Well, if we do get a chance to see Mind Goblin on stream later on, it'll possibly be against the new 5D roster. I'm interested in that because I am extremely excited about their Tracer player. Mr. Dragonlaw is on that roster. He used to play on one of my rosters, and I tell you what, like, I would look away in scrims, like, sometimes I'll come and watch scrims, and, like, I'd look away and he would just have a 2k bonus bomb. That man is mad at Tracer. I want to see him on Tracer later on today. So that's going to be exciting for Group A. We might actually see them play Mind Goblin later on. That would be like an awesome game to have in the winners bracket. So next, I believe we have just kind of a rundown of who's in what our first game is, I believe. So let's have a look at that. Oh, it's just me. Oh, that's me. Hello. Just a nice close up of my face.
Honestly,
Right, okay, so let's talk about our first game, because that's what we're going to be doing now. I thought we were at a schedule page, but we got my face. We're going to be talking about OT, Pog, and Granite Gaming, two of the other bigger teams that we didn't mention, and we didn't do it on purpose, because guess what? They're our first game, and we're going to highlight them now. Granite Gaming and OT, Pog. Granite Gaming have a couple of players to note. Let's talk about their main tank, Crocs, who's been previously on Angry Titans and Contenders, and they've also got Braven on their roster. A really good Tracer player previously in Contenders Trials with 4th Dimension. Talk to us about Granite, and we'll start with Jay's. Just tell me your thoughts, your base thoughts on this team.
Yeah, I feels like I've casted Granite for centuries now. They are just top OD, low trial stalwarts. Can't quite call Crocs an OAP, but if you did, then the O definitely stood for overpowered. This guy is a stat check for anyone. He's the Elo Guardian of top OD. Such a veteran main tank. Is Crocs, as you said, been on orgs like Angry Titans. Just looking across the Granite roster, they've got Fall, they've got Dunhyun, they've got Braven, they've got Crocs and Shred and Lootstar, and no slouches as well. So Granite Gaming, they just feel like a stat check, such a solid roster, and it's going to be a good test of how experienced they are and how much they keep that experience as they're going up against our opponents today in OT Pod, because if they've got the macro, if they've got that experience, then I think they should be able to win out.
Right, talking about OT Pog, right? You know, they're one of like our signature OTP teams that we have in Europe. Of course, OTP teams have had a lot of success in Europe recently with Oh Yeah and O1 Esports continuing their rivalry in Contenders. Now, user intel, you're a platinum player. Tell me what you think of some Wrecking Ball gameplay.
Now, honestly, coming from the plat mindset, the Wrecking Ball composition is absolutely terrified, not only to play against, but to play in, because it's very complex. It's I think it's like fundamentally, you know, it's like playing pool. If you're not aiming right, you're never gonna hit, and if you hit the black ball, then it's obviously gone, because the Wrecking Ball obviously has the mobility to be able to dive, but the team can't always dive with it. Sometimes you've got to CC, sometimes you've got to run around in the DPS if they can't get anything, and it just feels like you have no role as a support player, because obviously you're rocking with the Brig Zen, and that's my most hated support line besides from you. It very much scares me a lot. Especially when you're playing against it, because teams that know how to play it are terrifying. They just dominantly, as we've seen from like Shanghai Dragons, they understand how their win conditions work, their dives, and somehow they can just walk into a brawl, get stunned 3 times by a Brig, Kree, May, Reinhardt charge, whatever, and still walk out alive, and it's terrifying.
Right, and I want to highlight a key player in this matchup, and that's Braven, right? Braven, we've already talked about Mr. Dragonlaw's Tracer, but Braven and Mr. Dragonlaw have played the best 2 Tracers in this group, and when you're playing against an OTP team, you kind of need a player, or at least one of your DPS heroes to have a little mobility. Braven will probably play the Tracer or Sombra, and I'm excited to see what they can do in this matchup in particular, and maybe if we can see a Tracer duel between Braven and Mr. Dragonlaw later on, that would be awesome. Anyways, are there any final thoughts on this series from you guys before we take it to a quick break?
I just think that OT Pod are going to be sort of a stat check for these teams, as I said. Not kind of a one-trick team. Obviously, they'll have their set plays that will be going towards more Wrecking Ball dominated comps. We've seen it work at the high level. We know it's chaos, and we know it can be pandemonium. So really interested to see how Granite Gaming, who've been together for a while, I believe, do in this matchup. It feels like this is a game that I could cast 1,000,000 times, and the results would be different each time. So yeah, really excited, really interested to see how this develops, particularly across the maps as we get into them.
Well, this is interesting because this is our winners bracket, right? First off, we're going to see 2 of the bigger teams in this group. 2 of the teams that we expect to get out of Group A will be playing immediately. One of these Titans will fall to the losers bracket. But before we see any action, we're going to cut to a short break.
Jason, want me to bring it back in?
Yeah, go for it. Right, nice. Job, Russian. So good. Bye-bye. First map.
Welcome to the Will and English Invitational.
Welcome back, everyone. That little short break was short because we are here just to give you the content that you've been waiting for the however long you've been keeping up to date. Right now, we are rocking with OT Pog versus Granite Gaming. I will be your play-by-play caster username _Intel here, joined by Jace. And honestly, we're rocking with two top teams that could possibly win in any type of scenario. And Jace, you've obviously had some experience. We get to talk about it before really we get into the deep meat of everything. So how are you feeling about all this?
I'm feeling good. Both of these teams, as you said, are considered titans. I think one of them going to the lower bracket would be an upset, and there's potential for them to sort of hit it with the salty run back going through the lower bracket. I think any team that's in any bracket would be terrified of both of them because of either the just the experience, as I've mentioned too many times already, that Granite bring, or because of the unpredictability and just the off-meta nature of OT Pod. Both of these teams, I think, match up quite well into each other, and both of them should be very confident. I don't think we're quite going to have a look at the map pool yet, but one thing I do want to bring up nice and early is that the first map is going to be Busan, a map that OT Pod have played time and time again. They will obviously, I predict, struggle on a map like Mecha Base, but they've pulled it out in the past. We actually are going to get a map selection here now, so the first map will be Busan. Two of these maps, though, Downtown and Sanctuary, I think is the name of the Bongo map. It's a cyclical nature. The map is essentially a big extended circle. That is perfect for the ball compositions that OT Pod like to play, and I'm sure you'll agree.
Oh, I definitely have to. And Busan itself is a very interesting map because we have downtown, which is obviously the more city area with the big train. That's pretty the noticeable part. Sanctuary, which you pretty much were correct, which does have the big bongo in the middle. It's a very nice kind of area. And then Mecha Base, which is specifically my favorite spot because it favors Doomfist and like rush ideas like that, which is more of that. But I feel it's very terrifying, because we are rocking here with a team that very is comfortable on one composition, and then a team who has a lot of kind of untapped talent. We have, I think, more specifically, a team that has came from the gauntlet before and very much won it, and then we have a team that comes out here with a bunch of old contenders and trials players. So when they're looking to kind of play this, I think we're going to be looking at a lot of excellency. It's going to be a lot of one fight scenarios where if you make the smallest mistake, it really is going to cost you. And on a map like Busan, where it's pretty much a flip of a coin to see which one you get onto, I think that matters the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing as well is we were talking about Overwatch 2 on the pre-show, and I think we're not going to get a slight preview. I can't really call it a preview, but often what happens against teams when you play teams like OT Pog or and some of these one-trick teams is that fights often devolve because of the nature of the compositions that they play. Teams will play 3-3, they will play ball sig, and what ends up happening is these one-trick teams like to scatter the map, and they like to sort of turn it into little 1v1, 2v2 skirmishes. And it really is a mechanics, and it's a synergy check for any teams going against them. And I think the way that Overwatch 2 looks like it's going, what we've seen so far, this sort of deathmatchy 1v1 little matchup nature, almost equivalent to a MOBA, something like that, almost like a laning phase where players are going 1v1 against each other in your leagues and your Dota, something like that, in these small areas of the map. And OT Pod, I think, will for sure look to do that because they've got individually, mechanically, very, very good players. So if they can sort of divide and conquer Granite Gaming, then that's something that absolutely I think they will look to do, and I think that's something they can do. And it is going to be a best of 5, so will they be able to do it for 3 maps? I am not sure, but if they can, it's definitely a key to victory for them.
Yeah, I think when we kind of get into controls in Busan, this is where we'll get the idea of how they work. I think very much Control is a warm-up map. That's what I like to call it, because teams can bring it back in a snap of the finger. And we're rocking with 2 top-tier titans, two big foreheads. So they're going to be clashing together, just trying to get an idea. And while I do think the Wrecking Ball composition works really well on here, so they may have an advantage going out, I really feel Granite just kind of adapting quickly, because that's a point that in a lot of Overwatch players, especially at this elo, kind of are starting to perfect. They're starting to get the idea of it, because that's what you play against the Wrecking Ball, is you just adapt, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just about knowing the tendencies. Granite Gaming's biggest test today is undoubtedly how they deal with the diversion and attention to resources. Attention itself is a resource. If you can understand the engage timings of the Wrecking Ball, and you can understand when you have avenues to move forward, take space, put your Tracer on the off angle, set up a Sombra in the backline, rotate your supports, etc., to get them into advantageous and high ground positions, most importantly, then you can start to slowly chip away at OT Pod. It's sort of just like pulling a ton of bricks down, a wall of bricks down with a bunch of strings. You need to sort of put the hooks in and then pull one by one. You're not going to beat them in one fell swoop, in one big heave. But as I said, it's a lot of little 1v1s. It's a lot of little tasks. It feels like a bunch of side quests beating these OTP teams at some points. But if they can do that, then absolutely that's going to be the win condition for Granite Gaming.
Yeah, honestly, I think Granite Gaming, the thing they should rely on most is just running it down main, just 4 ahead going out. You're just trying to run as fast as possible. Hey, I'm a plat player, so that's how the things work. Because I just feel like you could just run it down, and I feel like at least for Gambit, every one of these maps is a bit more favorable, kind of because they have the flexibility to be able to play into it. Because let's kind of talk about more specifically these maps and the possibilities of what we can get onto. Because downtown, obviously, big open spot. It's open to snipers, but it's open to quick dives. You often see the double bubble bee run on it, and that's kind of a big spot to where the wrecking ball can work. But I feel like if the rush can take proper rotations and kind of play their own line of sight, that's where it works. Like, do you feel like it kind of anything can really beat the wrecking ball on that type of point where it's so open?
On a map like Downtown, I think health pack control is really important. Everyone knows that health packs are fundamental for ball sustain, especially when you play Briggs as a backline. So if they can play a Sombra, if they can discover the Sombra hero, who's not quite overpowered just yet, but still pretty good, that hack is going to do a really good job if they can land it. And if not, if they can even just land one onto a health pack, that's going to not quite disable the wrecking ball, but it will delay the wrecking ball. It will keep the wrecking ball out of bait and off your backline for an extra 10 to 15 seconds. And that just means more time. More times mean you can be more patient, and ultimately control is you are on a clock. If you give up the point first as a wrecking ball team, which you should in theory, it means that you are then on a time limit because that counter is going to be ticking up slowly. And every second on control, I always say, is valuable. We've seen it historically, teams like the London Spitfire in Season 1, when they had a good roster, when they had that Korean roster, struggled on control because of the time and the patience they needed to set up the dive. They would often give up that first cap. And then by the time they'd actually found the dive and completed and won that all-important first team fight, they'd already given up like 20, 35%. And that just meant that for the team coming back, hey, that's basically a free fight won. So it made them so much easier, and it just made them a lot harder. It made them a lot easier to beat on control, and I think the same is going to happen for OT Pod here. So what am I saying really? So fundamentally, what I'm saying is that OT Pod need to be clean on these engages on this control map. They cannot wait around, they cannot delay time, and if they do delay time, they need to make sure that once they've found that engage, once they have found that go button, it needs to be absolutely spot on, and they need the pincer to come through from both DPS and the ball on those off angles together. They need to do it clean, precise, and as quickly as they can.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a kind of a really good sentiment for Downtown, because I think that entirety of what you said very much works not only with Sanctuary, but with Mecha Base. It's a lot with what it works on. Although I kind of, the idea of Mecha Base, I feel like it's going to be more of a struggle for them, because a lot of what you said, it kind of gets flipped on its head when you go to Mecha Base, because it's so closed in and you don't have that space for to be able to kind of move around and set things up. It's where kind of a lot of control and compositions that focus on CC work well.
Yeah, exactly. I think if you lose first fight on Mecha Base as a ball composition, I think it's very hard to retake. There's 3 choke points. There's a door on the top left, there's a door on the top right, and then there's a door underneath. And all of them are perfect length to get a May ward. And to just fire a Junkrat trap down or anything, any sort of spam, even a Zen right click as well, it is perfect. It's almost impossible to miss a wrecking ball through that choke, and I think it really is just the win condition for Granite. OT Pod are going to have to take, as I said, care in these neutral fights because of it. But if they can stave off, if they can get lucky and they don't have to roll Mecha Base, if they can just play Downtown and Sanctuary and 2-0 there, then I think they're going to be very confident going into these series, because when we get into the Escort or the Hybrid maps, it's going to open up a bit more. It's going to be less objective base. It's going to be less objective control, and that means they can fight in places that aren't choke points, and then the ball composition really comes to fruition there.
Honestly, I definitely agree, and especially when we get into the map, that's going to be a lot to be able to look at and kind of focus on. I think paying attention is going to matter, but we are going to be going to a quick ad and then the map. All right.
Okay. Woo. Stall okay. Fine.
Oh,
Punch.
Where are you
We'll be fine. Alright.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hey, look at this. Starting right out onto Sanctuary. And this is a map that we didn't really get the time to kind of discuss and talk about, but already look how these compositions are walking out. OT Pog looking like they want to run that wrecking ball, but I'm more interested in how Gambit are already trying, Granite are trying to play around this.
Yeah, it's all right. It's early in the morning for you over there in your mighty North America, so we'll give you a pass. Intel, that's okay. OT Pod's going to be locking in the compositions any second now, and it looks like Andrew, the known ball player, is going to be playing the Cowboy. So, interesting. OT Pod doing potentially a little bit of tomfoolery here in the neutral, but for Granite Gaming, it's just also a bit of a troll composition as well. Okay, I have no idea what these teams are playing, but, you know, best of luck with this play-by-play, Intel. Off you go.
Hey, I've got to say, the people we mostly want to be looking at is the Doomfist, because look at that, the hook manages to find out Tricky, and the Doomfist is not going to be there for the setup. But this is kind of what we are focused on, because look at this, Granite with that first initial pick, they're now able to kind of overstay their welcome. They're able to take out Obi, and then Pendrix, who uses the hook first. That's kind of how you lose the Hog 1v1. So already, Granite have somehow taken control over the point, and are starting to get the capture.
Yeah, both teams effectively mirroring, but they just managed to walk onto the objective. The Hogs are going to be so important as this map develops. Just if you can land a Hog hook from either Pendrix or Carnation, then it's going to be so good. You can one-shot effectively almost anyone on these teams that isn't a tank or a Torbjorn. And we have a DC.
Oh, that's not going to be looking good, especially because we're going to be going to a quick pause. Yeah, just a second. But I do agree with that sentiment. Also, we did see Obi switch over to the Brigade last second, kind of before all that happened, which I think is a really good swap, because Roadhog is such an annoying hero, especially when you manage to get that quick hook in, the quick bash. If you can deny value, then you're pretty much winning.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I am 99% certain that both of those teams had off-rolls there. I do not think Crocs and Andrew will be playing DPS as this series develops, ladies and gentlemen. So we will keep you informed. Who knows? Both teams could be doing a little bit of trolling in the winners bracket. I wouldn't recommend it. However, who knows? So we will get back into it any second now. We could get a map restart. We could not. Who knows? We will bring you that information as soon as we are ready. But for now, it is going to be first point over to Granite Gaming, assuming that this map does continue. And again, as you said, the ball retake for OT Pod, it's going to get more difficult now. They've got that Torbjorn. If they can set the Torbjorn of Crocs, of all things, which still feels weird to say, if they can set up that Swedish small man on the off angle, then that turret is going to do a really good job of denying and poking both of these tanks, the ball and the Hog. Yes, they have personal sustained resources, but it's just, you know, it's a fly in the back of your neck. It's almost a mosquito, that Torbjorn turret. It's just going to chip away at them, and it's going to delay time. They have to get rid of that Torbjorn turret before they can get onto the backline, that Lucio Zen of Granite Gaming. So if they can do that, then hey, absolutely they're going to find themselves a way back in. But for now, Who knows? I don't really want to speculate and analyze too much because honestly, anything could happen. I have no idea.
Yeah, also, we don't really have to worry about it too much just because we're going to have a quick reset on that. So that means we possibly have an opportunity to be able to switch up maps or maybe see these players kind of go on what they're meant to be playing, which is understandable and all that. But I think Torbjorn is such a... you don't understand how much I love Torbjorn, especially when it comes to the Wrecking Ball competition. Do you know how annoying he is as a hero?
Oh, Torbjorn is one of the better heroes against Wrecking Ball because what you need against those competitions is you need to survive burst damage. And Torbjorn's Overload is excellent. You can gain yourself, I think, 75 to 100 armor, and then just scurry those little Swedish legs away. You just run away like a little mouse that's gotten the cheese and then gotten out of there. Because if you can deny the engage from the hamster, then the Wrecking Ball is useless. So he has to wait for that pile drive cooldown, for that grappling hook cooldown for the next 5, 6, 7 seconds, and it almost syncs up perfectly with your Overload. And that just leaves a great window for that anti-Wrecking Ball composition to move in and to operate. So we are going to get a restart. I think a little bit unfortunate if you are OT Pod because Sanctuary would have been a perfect opening. Such a good map for that Wrecking Ball composition because there's easy access around these flanks, around this backline for that hamster and those dive DPS to get in. But nonetheless, as we're going to be getting into the restart here, we shall see what we open with. I think you're praying if you're OT Pod that we do not go to Mecha Base.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. And also, to your rat analogy of Torbjorn, I like to call him the Stuart Little of Overwatch because everybody hates Stuart Little.
Do they?
What is good about Stuart Little? He was a mouse in an adoption center and got picked up over a real life kid. Somebody looked at the mouse and said, "I want to adopt that as my legal child."
Yeah, that's fair enough. Stuart Little clearly giving them the big, the metaphorical middle finger to the adoption center and to the orphanages. You really hate to see it. I'm not quite ready to bring out the tier list in terms of mouses in the cinematic in-game universe, but you know what? You've made a solid pitch, so I'm quite ready to move Stuart Little down to D tier there, just on that pure basis. Yeah, I can see it. Peepo G.
Yeah, it's the same idea with Torbjorn. Nobody likes seeing... Nobody wants to pick the Torbjorn except those very few people who really like playing Torbjorn, which is fully understandable and such. But it very much is a reason why I love to see him inside those Wrecking Ball competitions, or more specifically, going against it. I feel if you can play a lot of things that are just really annoying characters and you can kind of shut it down more often than not, especially if there's something like a Roadhog or a Tracer / Sombra who want to be able to move in without getting picked, and they're just being able to... Yeah, like, you're playing the Sombra, you're going invis, you're trying to want to poke them, but then the turret manages to see you, pew pew, and you're like, really?
Torbjorn is a hero. Interesting to see how he develops as we move into something like Overwatch 2. But I think let's just have a quick discussion about OT Pod. I think we know what heroes they're going to pick. They're going to play Ball. They're going to play Sigma or Hog as that other tank. They're going to play Tracer. They're going to play Echo. But if you're Granite Gaming here, we know that Crux is very good, very comfortable on that Reinhardt. But we can just have a quick discussion here, Intel. As Ocean joked about and teased you for being a Platinum player, what do you think? What heroes would you expect? And then I will come back in and sort of give my own analysis. As I'm quite washed now myself, but I would at least hope my macro is fundamentally solid as a color caster at least. But so what heroes would you want to see if you knew that the enemy were going to be locking in this Wrecking Ball 3-3 sort of split based composition? Your backline, their backline will be, let's just call it here, let's predict it fully, Sigma, Brigitte, and Zenyatta, and your front line you'll be going up against that big main diving three, the ones that will be engaging into your team. Will be Wrecking Ball, will be Tracer, and it will be Echo. So what are you looking to counterpick here?
All right. Personally, I always think about this. I try to think of like varying opportunities. Like if A doesn't work, we run B. So at least for me, the most comfortable thing that I like to think of is walking out with an Orisa, and you can either switch up your off tank with a Sigma or Diva, because I feel like eating up damage and just that extra shield is absolutely amazing. Either one works. It depends how you kind of feel. And then for DPS, you specifically, I always say that Torbjorn. You run that Torbjorn, maybe a Dave, maybe an Ashe, something that can be able to kind of hit these flankers and make them struggle a lot more. And then supports, obviously, you want that Baptiste and Brig, very defensive abilities. But when going into this map, I don't really think you get to worry about what they kind of get to run, because it is the one pick that you really wished it wasn't.
It is Mecha Base. There we go. This has been quite a Ryan Kingdom, quite a Brawl Kingdom. You can play Double Shield on it. I think Double Shield is very, very strong here because you've almost got 2 high grounds, 2 walkways above the objective, which teams will funnel towards. And that means that, hey, you put them like fish in a barrel, and then you just you cock it, lock it, and you shock it. And Double Shield does so much damage with the unfair amount of sustain that they have. For Granite Gaming, it looks like they've got a base composition locked in here, and I like it. The Reaper and the Mei with that speed boost that can come in from Donghun are going to give them from a big speed boost. They're going to be able to hyper accelerate in towards OT Pod, and I think it would absolutely be a mistake if you allowed the backline of OT Pod to live for long. And if Granite Gaming, this composition, it looks like they're going to be looking to go towards and rush anything down. If they cannot rush the ball down, then maybe they can find the backline of Werfos and Obi. So if they go with either of one of those, absolutely, I think it's the way to go.
Yeah, I really like this kind of sentiment and idea of especially if they want to try to run with the Winston. I just think it's a really nice idea to be able to place those bubbles. You stop them from having CC, but that's why they run out with the D.Va, to be able to eat up that damage. Tricky's just going to have a terrible day trying to play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. This HUD should just get ran on, frozen, and 2-shot by this Reaper. It's all about how Granite play this neutral fight. It looks like perfect pick for them.
Yeah, look at that. Able to start walking in. They managed to immediately take out the Junkrat, and everybody else on the side of OT Pog, well, they're going to be struggling to try to move in. We already see Granite being able to make that beautiful rotation. This is where they want to be able to take out the Roadhog. They want to get this mega advantage, and now the Junkrat, who just came back, immediately is going to be spawn camp. They do give up that point initially, but I don't think you can really touch that if you're OT Pog.
I think that all right. The Granite Gaming are just going to collect themselves on the objective, flip it through, and now they've got so many options on the table. Do they go for the ball? Do they go back on the backline? Do they just chill and look back? But the looks of it, Crocs has gone for a charge aggressively, and they found the Brigitte. So where are Granite going to go from here? They're circling. They're like vultures to a corpse. They're looking for these picks. They've got their eyes set on the wrecking ball, and that's going to have to force a retreat from Andrew as he goes underneath to collect that mega health back.
Honestly, the rotations have really been the shining point so far, because look, that Coalescence gets used as an engagement. They have a beautiful Mei wall, so Tricky's going to be frozen and found out. The Junkrat doesn't even have room to start playing the game, and while the Wrecking Ball is trying to get that back cap, the D.Va's doing an amazing job of peeling back in and rotating perfectly. So this is how we're seeing them win the fight so early.
Yeah, well, you need a pen and paper, ladies and gentlemen. Take notes, because Granite Gaming are giving us a masterclass on how to beat this composition. That's a Death Blossom to take 2 down. AGD and the Tire as well. That Junkrat of OT Pod falls with their ultimate gone too, and that would have been a big factor for OT Pod to get back into the race. Oh, he shots the shot! That's so big from Crocs.
Don't respect you. You killed the Genji who just popped out the blade. You shut down the Coalescence that was trying to happen. You even get some boot kills in a window spot that I didn't know exist.
Oh, and they take it down. It's such a big slam. Crocs finds 2 ultimates with 1 Earth Shatter. One of the least valuable Qs in the entire game, and Crocs gets the blade from Pendrix, and they get the Coalescence from Werfos. That's maybe the best shatter I've seen this side of 2021 in Intel. That was so big from Crocs.
But hey, they use that mines early. The Reinhardt charge is going to be stuck, but that bomb is absolutely beautiful as it stops anyone from trying to push in. They do have the Doomfist, and it manages to take out 7, who has that Coalescence, and so now
can they touch?
Granite are going to be punished for their over-aggressive play. The Wrecking Ball is going to be the one who manages to sustain and kind of start getting the capture, while the rest of the Brawl wants to be able to move forward. And they are being able to get a lot of value, but this is why you see Pendrix going onto the flank. However, with 7's return, using that Coalescence is the true MVP, as not only you are sustaining, but you're putting in that damage. Now they have to kind of easily rotate, and it's going to be difficult to kind of survive in this scenario. You want your team to be able to come back. You want to be able to try to survive, and there's really no one who has the opportunity to come back, because 7's fighting off where, and look at that, we're going to be seeing Gannett just be able to kind of win off that first initial point.
Granite win it early, and they win it with good fundamental play. The aggression from Granite is gorgeous. It's so good. You do not want to let this Wrecking Ball composition engage onto you. Granite said, listen, you guys have to come out of spawn doors. That's a choke point. We're going to abuse that choke point till its last breath, and that's exactly what they did. They held them so well. Anytime a tanker and a mobile carry from OT Pod dared to walk even an inch too far, Granite were on them like white on rice, and they rolled it all the way through. They put them in the metaphorical sieve. They poked them, they boiled them, and they took the first map because of it. So now Granite on map point for this, but this all-important, this all-scary map of Sanctuary has now emerged its ugly face, and now OT Pod need to kick back with this ball sig composition.
I'm loving their idea here. They're going with the natural cover, so they're not taking a lot of damage or poke when moving in. We already see them walking onto OT Pog, and they're focusing down the Torbjorn, who just doesn't even have a second. Although they do have to sacrifice 7, and they just don't have the ability to kind of eat up this raw damage that's hitting them. Still somewhat of an even fight. However, OT Pog, they're going to be coming back faster, especially with the fact that Granite are inside their spawn room. They even get that point capture, so honestly Granite are going to be struggling to try to reset, try to find this back, and yet they managed to find out the Moira, so maybe they have some opportunity to kind of take this capture. Maybe OT Pog want to take a second to breathe. However, it looks like they want to rush to the point. They want to be able to stall this out. They managed to find out Obi, which is absolutely massive, and now the fact that they're stacked together, they're being able to find out OT Pog, who are struggling to be able to play on this point. They want to be able to stall this out for as long as possible, but that's what the Brawl wants you to do.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a back cap for OT Pod, so they buy themselves potentially a precious 22% to start here on Sanctuary, but control goes over to Granite Gaming, and look at this war chest of ultimates that are coming up online for Granite. They've got Death Blossom, they've got Blizzard, they've got Beat, and they've got Coalescence. They need to win maybe 3 or 4 fights here. This is the perfect open for them. Just go with this Coalescence, see what you can get. Okay, so it doesn't find anything. They do not generate kills off of this Coalescence. They cannot trade that ultimate into eliminations, but from here they just buy time, and time for this Brawl composition is so important. When OT Pod have to go onto this objective, they're going to have to go into the Blizzard from Loot Star.
Yep, the Sound Barrier is going to be looking to counter out that Blade. However, the Anti is going to be able to hit out that Mei. But the Blossoms, what you want to be able to look Carnation out for, because Carnation does an amazing job going into the back, managing to find them out. So even with the fact that OT Paul get a couple of picks, that completely saves the fight. Although they did have to kind of just pop out some ultimates.
I'm really shocked to use that intel. Not going to lie, Chief, the way at which these fights are becoming split, we saw Carnation there, the 1v2 with the Death Blossom. I pointed it out before the map. These little 1v1, 2v2 death matches should be beneficial for OT Pod, but they're losing them right now. The 1v1 potential of the Mei and Reaper, clearly for Granite Gaming, providing them so much value, not to mention the Diva as well. Tread, Loot Star, and Carnation popping off so harder in these little micro 1v1s, and it's being carried in the 6v6s by 7 as well. So Granite Gaming looking very strong here, as we sort of just not even get a fight here. It's like a half fight, as OT Pod have to retreat now with 80% on the board.
There's just nothing you can do. The Molten was on the point as a good kind of way to kind of force them off. And we do see Granite kind of take this aggression where they want to be able to go after for any stagger. Stop OT Pod from having a chance to be able to touch this point, especially when you have the Arista. That's why you see them moving forward and then immediately retreating. But look, the Gravitic Flux is up. It manages to catch out 3, but they're slightly able to escape it. The issue is that the Wrecking Ball just barely has to be able to touch, and even then they're kind of having to struggle to be able to get on. They do manage to get the first 2 initial picks, and they're forcing the rest of Granite off. So this is now where they're going to be able to feel proud and kind of start getting the momentum back inside their favor, as the rest of Granite just aren't kind of having the ability to be able to have that sustain or be able to recontest this.
Yeah, it's a long breath and a sigh of relief for OT Pod. They stay alive in this map, and now that they've got this capture point control, that means they're going to be able to set up Agtimator on this Torbjorn. That's a really bad name to pronounce. Apologies, Mr. Torbjorn, for OT Pod. But now that they've got that Torbjorn to set up, it means that Granite have to walk into them, and now the Ball and the Sigma can really get to work. As they say that, there we go, that Mei goes down, and this should just be the ST for Granite Gaming, as OT Pod get a little bit more time, a little bit more space to build up these ultimates, this rally, this minefield, and most importantly, I think that they need to race towards this Gravitic Flux from Tricky Turtle. It's going to be so good at mitigating this rush rotation that could come in from Granite Gaming any second.
Yeah, it is going to be really hard to kind of eat or kind of cancel out this Blizzard. That's why you see them popping out the Blade the moment the Coalescence comes out, but it manages to hit, although they are going to be losing the majority of their team. And honestly, that Blade did its job. Consistent damage eventually shuts down that Moira, but you trade out.
Yeah, OT Pod win the fight, and they're going to be ticking up towards 99, but they throw the bloody Book of Law at them. Look at how much they invested now. Only got 2 ultimates. However, on the flip side for OT-Pog, they've got 2 really good zoning ultimates. Granite have to race towards this objective. Yes, they're going to have a sound barrier to do it, but going into mines and that hot fudge, that molten core for AGD AD, there we go. Adadad's going to put that molten core down. It's just going to zone. Look at the zoning potential here that OT-Pog have got as they start off the fight by killing Crocs.
Yeah, but it's already a massive disadvantage for Granite. The amount of ultimates that they popped out and the fact that the Molten Core was just able to kind of hit the consistency of them. They're forced to use that sound barrier early, and it's a team kill. They can't even touch. OT-Pog managed to bring it back off the brink, and now we're going to kind of the last point of Busan.
Yep, and it was just a really good molten core from Agitator. This name's it just doesn't sit well with me, unfortunately. Apologies. Adad, there we go. I'm going to have to abbreviate that. I do apologize profusely to everyone watching and, of course, the player themselves. Little bit of a tongue twister for me. I'm not quite sure why, but who knows. But more importantly, back to Overwatch that matters. OT-Pod stay alive, and now it's match point, and they go to downtown, and I think this just might be OT-Pod's best map for this composition. Brawl has historically struggled here. Could Granite swap to the 6-man if they lose this first neutral fight? I don't know, but I think this is something that they should consider. But for now, OT-Pod going to be pulling out all sorts of tomfoolery. The Genji is going to be sticking for Pendrix, and it looks like Granite start off well. They're going to take this Brawl and go straight to it. Oh, good pick found onto Adad.
You call it traditionally weak, I call it a strategical advantage. Because a Torbjorn can't even walk out without getting killed. And look at that, you already see Mater having to switch off. And they're making these nice rotations. They are going to have full control over the point, and they get these quick initial staggers. So OT-Pog, if they even decide to take this fight, they're at a massive disadvantage as it is.
Absolutely, and I think they're just starting to chill for now. Granite Gaming can't really do much in terms of the poke, so that means they're not going to be bleeding ult charge in this poke stage, in this pre-engage stage of the fight. Granite just looking to save rest resources. Crocs has to keep that shield, has to keep that HP very, very high, so when they go into OT-Pod, they've got a lot of HP. And I'm going to swap over here to the Junkrat. That's going to be so good at displacing, but oh, they found the Sigma of Tricky. He goes down, Pendrix falls as well.
Yeah, just look, they're able to kind of overstay their welcome. The moment OT-Pog try to play any type of game, this is where you see Granite just able to kind of immediately hit that W with the speed boost and shut them down.
Yeah, and it's really good engage timing for Granite. They are circling like sharks to a lonely fish, to a isolated fish. They are looking for that engage time. Luxar's going to go over to the Sombra now to make things even better against this Wrecking Ball and this Pharmacy that Pendrix has elected to counter swap to. Look how early they're there. They're just going to go with the Coal and, as you said in the pregame, run it down mid.
Hey, it's a beautiful sense. They're using that Coalescence as an engagement, and it helps take out the Farm Mercy. Now with the rest of the side of OT-Pog just wanting to do as much as they can, the only person left there is a Sigma who's consistently just being meleeed to death.
Yep, they go down, and all of these late picks are just going to buy time for Granite Gaming. The last fights for this composition, absolutely the better, because it is Brawl, you know, they run out, they fall off when they don't have the Coalescence or the EMP. They are fundamentally weak as a composition, but off the angle, Carnation, he's done it again. This Reaper has been so electric.
Oh,
So good finding these early picks at this fight. Is we're going to get a little bit of a pause chant, but once this fight resumes, perfect pick for Granite Gaming. That Junkrat is gone.
I'm not gonna lie to you, you know, Carnation, what in tarnation are you doing sitting up there? That was a beautiful spot to be able to find the Junkrat out of position, just kind of trying to take some poke, and it set them up for a really good and quick engagement. Honestly, the big issue that's happening for the side of OT-Pog is that they're not being able to play the game. They're not having room to set up. That's beautiful. That's immediately how you need to kind of take it out and be able to shut them down, because we don't really see the Wrecking Ball composition or the Sigma at all being able to sit there and take those angles. I don't even think they're being able to really consistently build up ult charge. They're just being kind of melted down immediately.
Yeah, the Wrecking Ball just hasn't been fundamentally able to do what it wants to, which is displace this Brawl composition. The Sigma in this comp, in this selection of heroes, is to help walk forward. Once that Wrecking Ball has gone in, you displace, you scatter that broad composition, and then the Sigma comes in with the backline to help clean up and provide support to that front three. But I think you've agreed so far in these maps where Granite Gaming have looked good on this one and on Mecha Base, Andrew on this Wrecking Ball he just hasn't been able to play the game.
Yeah, truly where it matters to play against it, because I think a lot of teams, you either don't play against the Wrecking Ball and you lose because of scrims, or you've practiced this, you've analyzed it, and you're ready. And honestly, whatever Granite have decided to kind of play, kind of practice, they're doing well. Now they have a good setup to play against it, especially with this Shatter as an amazing setup.
Yeah, the Shatter's going to be so good because, hey, if you can shatter the Sigma, then you run them and you take them down. But Pendrix has found Carnation, so that's a lot of damage with this composition. Now, as the Reaper, he fell 3% away from Death Blossom. Can they punish it?
Yeah, they are looking to melt down the Wrecking Ball, who is just barely able to escape. The Sound Barrier does kind of save them from this initial gravitic flux, but the Riptire is able to kind of slowly melt them down. Granite are now struggling to kind of have some form of semblance to regroup, but they're slowly being staggered out, just not going to be able to kind of beat against this Pharah's burst damage.
And there we go. They managed to sweep it up. They found the pick on the Reaper as they get Carnation late again in that fight, and they snowball it through. OTPOG, they're going to once again breathe a sigh of relief now. We saw what happened on Sanctuary, and they were able to pin it all the way back. They've got Barrage, and they've got Valkyrie for this next fight. Granite Gaming's win condition here absolutely is the EMP as Crocs goes over to this Wrecking Ball. If they can stave off this EMP that comes in from Granite, then it's going to be looking very, very juicy for them. They elect to go with the bomb early to group them together for the oncoming EMP from Lutestar. Let's see All Eyes on the Sombra, but they don't even need it. They get 2 picks already.
The beautiful part is that they did the majority of damage to Tricky, and that EMP
EMP
shuts
barrage
down the moment the barrage comes out. And I mean, you didn't necessarily need it, but I've got to say it was a dirty reason to be able to use it, because now you put yourself into 99%, you're going to be able to shut them down and nobody can touch. Granite Gaming managing to win out Busan, I've got to say it's pretty impressively so far.
Ooh, Granite Gaming read OTPOG like a book. They were ready for that ball composition. They made the perfect swaps at the perfect time. It just felt like, even though we get to see this play of the game here from Admator, it's just this Riptire was, you know, it was a drop. It was a drop of blood in the absolute vast ocean that was Granite Gaming there. OTPOG never able to find a foothold. They were falling down what felt like Mount Everest for them. They just couldn't get into this series. And I think that's just great credit to Granite Gaming to be able to grab a foothold, grab them by the neck, grab them by the arms, throw OTPOG around and just make sure that they could never quite climb back into it. And that's what they needed to do. They needed to play fast. They needed to play up with this tempo, with this coalescence, with this EMP, because you cannot give a ball composition any inch back into a series, because they will take with it and they will run it into a full mile.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to adaptation and how to play against it, I definitely think Granite Gaming, they've written out kind of the rule book of how you're supposed to play against it. And now OTPOG, they're going to have a bigger issue trying to continuously try it out, because now they know, well, we can't run this because Granite already understand their win condition. They already know what to do and how to be able to play against it, and I think that's going to be an amazing point. However, they still have a lot of opportunity to kind of set things up and prepare. Do you have any lasting kind of thoughts?
Absolutely. We are going to throw it to a break any second now, just before we get into map 2, something a little bit unconventional, but we'll throw it to a break now before we get into map 2. Granite Gaming strike first. They go up 1-0 against OTPOG. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are sitting here still kind of very early on, but still a break nonetheless, as OT Pog, they're going to have to think of something very big brain if they want to be able to break Granite Gaming's own aggression that have shut them down throughout the entirety of Busan.
I would be worried. We said this, if you're just joining us here, it's Granite Gaming 1, OT Pod 0 in the upper bracket of the Will English IVitational EU. It is nice and, well, not early, it's just gone 12 o'clock here in the UK, so it'll be 1 in the Central European and who knows anywhere else as well. So nice in the middle of the day, and Granite Gaming, most importantly, scored themselves a 1-0 map as we're going to be moving in. I think it was really important Intel, I'm sure you will agree that Granite Gaming got themselves that win on Control, because that is a very volatile game mode. OT Pod's wrecking ball composition, and we know what they like to play. I think it's the most destructive on a map like that because of the cyclical nature of the maps that are often designed. So Granite, I think, coming out with a huge boon to start this map and this series.
Yeah, honestly, I definitely agree, because we're going to be going into the map like immediately in. It's so intense that we really don't have a second to really discuss or really think about what's going to be happening. But I think Granite Gaming have set themselves up to have a nice 3-0 if they want it, because that's kind of one of the conditions that you need, is just to win off that control. But being here onto Numbani, what are your feelings? Kind of how likely do you think it might be?
So again, Numbani's a composition I think is good for OT Pod. It's going to be probably one of the better maps themselves that they want to go to if they need to get back into the series. We're going to be starting out here with Granite Gaming on the defense. They're going to be going with a very solid sort of bunker composition. Hey, they said from that first map, they saw the code on Mecha Base. They think they've cracked the Enigma code. That is OT Pod to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So starting out on the defense here, there we go. We've got Carnation back on that Reaper that they popped off. Dunhyun probably going to be locking in that Lucio and speeding back. Tread did a perfect job, provided so much coverage on the defense matrix, and we get a little bit of a DC, so we should get a pause any second now before the map loads up.
I've got to say the biggest thing that's trolling in this game is not the team compositions, rather the players. As we get a quick second, technical difficulties or something. But you called it. If it doesn't work, if it's not broken, don't fix it. I would prefer to go with a little Far Cry reference of they work in the definition of insanity. Do you know what the definition of insanity lies? Yeah. So for a team, obviously, kind of in this tier and all that, I think while it is somewhat of insanity, I think they are definitely going to be looking to kind of work around it. And I think Nepal is one of those maps to kind of be able to break through it, more specifically, since just you have the opportunity to be able to kind of dive and play around. Honestly, definitely kind of get that sentiment and all that. But I'm more worried to see how they're going to be able to kind of break through it because it's Numbani is such a weird map the longer you go on because it starts off high ground reliant and then you kind of continue going in and you're managing to be able to kind of play on the high ground, and then as you continue going forward, you're just playing on the low ground. It's kind of weird. And then third point, it's just a full out, hey, if you're not playing Reinhardt, how are you going to be able to push through that choke, the initial kind of movement? It's going to be a big struggle, honestly. Yep. Oh, yeah, don't worry. You still can't be here, Jace. For anyone listening in, Jace is still having some technical issues. We're sitting there. I'm sitting here. Don't even worry about it, guys. So I'm gonna be your Jace for a little bit, and I'm gonna give you the analytical type of idea because we did. He was at least talking to me about kind of the defensive compositions and ideas that they have the opportunity to run. And I think that's a very good sentiment. Thank you, me. No problem, me. Because you have the opportunity to be able to kind of play different compositions and set things up just because I think playing against the Wrecking Ball composition is a more like you want to be going out with the defensive stuff. Obviously, we might see them try and walk out back with the Brawl. Maybe they want to use his Roadhog for the CC, but I think a Sombra might be really nice. And you guys are getting this from a plat perspective. So Jace is going to come back. Jace is going to be telling you, why I'm wrong, but don't even worry about it. But the more than likely, I feel like when Numbani's high grounds are so split and vast, this is where maybe a double shield would work. You can play very split, and you may want to be able to focus off their attention. Don't let the team play the way they want to be able to play, and I think that's always kind of what Overwatch is very focused on. If you allow the team to have setup and engagement, that's where they're going to be struggling on. And similarly to how that's what happened on Busan, they didn't give them a chance to set up, but when they did, we saw them work, and honestly, it was a big issue going on. So as you see Jace slowly appear back, we are going to be trying to hear him out. Mr. Jace?
Hello. Are we good?
Oh, we're rocking party hard, I do believe. So you heard everything I said. You heard the kind of ideas. Give me your sentiment.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I was trying to struggle with this. Yeah, I am getting rolled today, as I said. A little bit tilted, but nonetheless, we move. Ball competitions as a hero, you just need to really just deal with it in stages. It's all about the little things. It is a big test of macro, and I think it's a big credit to Granite Gaming that they were able to keep tight as a unit and keep tight as a core going in. And now for OT Pod, I think we didn't really discuss the win conditions or the ways that they can get back into it or how they can function on this map. I think I'll be able to run you down 10-15 seconds as we go into Numbani here. OT Pod on the attack here are going to be really good with the Wrecking Ball. Andrew's going to be able to displace them off the high ground. This composition from Granite is good, but it looks to brawl and looks to fundamentally run on. OT Pod, if they can split them up again, they can take these high grounds and they're going to be able to do it. But so far, I think I'm not quite ready to pull out the Among Us meme and call imposters, but honestly, I'm questioning some of the picks that OT Pod are playing. They're lacking a Zenyatta, they're not playing Zen, they're not, their DPS line, Genji Torb. There's a reason that it's basically never seen because I just think it's bad. Especially when the amount of sustain that this Granite Gaming composition has. If OT Pod stay on this composition, they're going to need basically both of these support ultimates, I think, to be able to even do any damage to Granite Gaming in a long fight, which they're going to have to take. But look at Granite, though, going straight for them. They find the Torbjorn, and they send him back to the spawn door.
It's incredibly dirty as you see them moving forward, and Pendrix just doesn't have any room to kind of find anyone out. The Wrecking Ball competition doesn't even really kind of walk out spawn until they get punished, but they've overstayed their welcome. And this is where you start seeing OT Pogs getting their value, getting their picks. They have a faster respawn. I don't really think you kind of have the opportunity to lose characters like that.
No, you definitely need to stay as a 6 because when it gets into the 3v3s, the composition from OT Pod really comes to shine and fruition. Granite Gaming need everyone, particularly they need the Lucio and they need the Moira, as Donhun is just going full Eurobeat onto the backline, has to just back out.
Hey, I do respect they build up that bongo, now they can move forward. They're not even going to let them breathe. especially after using the ability. Look at this pool, it's allowing them to move forward. They're going to be using the Maywater to kind of close the distance. OT-Pog haven't had one clean fight. They haven't had the opportunity to take one.
They've not even been able to build up these ultimates. Look at how much damage they're taking. But look at the support ultimates for OT-Pod. Werthos, 66% on a Coalescence. It's one of the fastest charging ones in the game. But the entire team have just been 100 to 0'd, which means, hey, if you're dead, you can't heal a corpse, ladies and gentlemen. So Werthos being really denied that Coalescence is going to be a primary engage tool. But luckily for OT-Pod, they've just got a window as Andrew's minefield here. It's going to zone them off, but it's going to force Granite into them. And what do? They just keep running at them and they wipe them off the face of the map. Yes, Donghun goes down, but Granite take another fight.
Yeah, the better point was the mines were trying to stop anyone from coming back, and they really only get Donghun. The more important thing is that we saw Tried being able to rotate onto the point, fly over them, and the diversity of their composition is exactly what I was talking about, and how well it works against the Wrecking Ball.
Absolutely. Obi's nano here is going to be so important. They need this nano blade. It's all eyes on Pendrix. Pendrix has to feel like the anime protagonist here. Here we go. It's blade or nothing for OT-Pod.
It's more depressing to be able to see this Death Blossom managing to find out too. But look at that. Pendrix making it even, managing to find some out. However, they're struggling to have any type of sustain on this point. They are going to be able to find out this tick and then switch sides. But that bomb is one big Hail Mary. Able to find out Pendrix, who just would not hide underneath. But still, they get that second tick. They're just moving forward, and they're getting a lot more out of this fight than they really could have.
Yeah, it looks like the Sword of the Sacred Samurai put successive second slices through Granite Gaming, but unfortunately the sustain was way too much from Granite Gaming, was just too overwhelming. Pendrix's Nanoblade was so good it found two people, but Carnation with one Death Blossom says, hey, anything you can do, I can do even. Found two himself with that spin to win, that special move, my favourite ultimate from my favourite character, the Reaper guy. In Granite Gaming now, 55 seconds left. They found the Roadhog. Can they kill the Roadhog? If they can, it puts them in a perfect position. Ooh, almost just falls to the C9.
Just barely, and they use that Maywall to stop the turret from getting any value. This is still very much Granite's fight, as they're not really too worried, but they're playing somewhat kind of aggressive to the point where OT-Pogs are trying to abuse it by backcapping. But honestly, I think they're having good rotations, although losing that Orisa is going to hurt so much.
This late stagger onto the ball, though, could actually be just fight winning. There's going to be a cheeky backcap. Let's see if they notice it. There we do. Tread is eager to the call. This Genji should get swatted back to spawn like an insect any second now. But it's 15 seconds left for OT-Pog. They have to go, and they have to go now until. Can they do it? I don't think so.
Yeah, but this is going to be a bigger issue. They have to not only touch, but Granite has to try to contest this out. They are going to be kind of split, trying to work as a team. The Mines and the Bongo are looking to kind of play against each other, but it seems that Granite are doing an amazing job of playing against it. With the Reaper coming back, they're able to kind of hit down main, but they are getting slept before anything can happen, yet Carnation doesn't really need an ability to be able to take out the Moira. Combined with the Coalescence, they're able to overstay their welcome and start finding out targets as we see them now moving on to the point. OT-Pog still having the full advantage as they have the majority of people alive. Their aggression being punished, and plus the blade. How do you get picked out from that? That's not going to be looking good. Although it does seem that Torbjorn's going to be the MVP, stopping this from becoming a full hold.
Yeah, a huge pair from Obi to flip that fight. I thought for sure that Granite were going to get full held, but once again, OT-Pod just scrape themselves across the finish line and they unlock the payload. They will fight another day on Numbani. Now they've got 2 minutes to roll it through streets as they're going to make a couple of swaps. Pendrix. Actually, no swaps are going to be made. Granite Gaming as well. Also, now that they've lost the point, they are going to have high ground advantage here and tempo advantage with the beat that can come through from Donghun. So OT-Pod's going to accept that they might get rolled a couple of fights, but hey, if they can find a fight and a lost ult advantage, it's going to be so big for them.
Yep, they sit there and they say, let's just press it down main as the Monkor tries to kind of slow them down, go against them. And the Mines are going to be stopping them from kind of moving in directly into point. It's still really nobody's favor until OT-Pog's turret is just able to kind of be the low-key MVP and start fighting them out. And honestly, they're just melting them down slowly. Granite taking so much damage that they practically have won the Streets phase.
And there we go. It was a really good Molten Core, and that is absolutely going to unlock Streets. You are right. Intel. I think big credits. I cannot say your name, Agdmator, but your Torbjorn ultimates, that hot fudge has been so good at stopping the W key that's come out from Granite Gaming. Look how passive and more indecisive Granite have been on the map since the Torbjorn has come through. They are terrified. They're not as aggressive, not as willing to run onto Tricky Turtle and Obi on this Ana and the Sigma so far. Pendrix falls early though, so they have to give the Nano onto the Wrecking Ball of Andrew.
Yep, looking to try to take anyone out, they managed to find out the Moira, while the Blizzard is looking to play an aggressive pick, but that ante was somewhat massive. They were too scared to fully try to commit with them being so low. So now this is where we're going to see OT Pog try to find some struggle to break through it. They do have the Blade as a good engagement, and Andrew's going to be enabling it. Gets the first one, gets the reset, but then it's going to be found out. Luckily, that's enough space and room for the team to be able to move in against this Coalescence. Not much to worry about. However,
the pool bomb
does get the pool bomb. It doesn't manage to help out much, and now Granite are struggling to figure out what they want to do. They've now lost their Rissa before the Bongo could be dropped, so they're at a massive disadvantage here, especially with this Gravitic Flux build. We're going to see them kind of struggle, slowly trying to find out Tricky, but then not get much. It's going to be Carnation, who's actually the one in the back line, manages to get 3 and shuts down OT Pog's chances of really bringing this back.
Yeah, as good as this fight goes late for OT Pog, they've got the Coalescence, they've got the Flux, they've got Sigma, they've got Torbjorn, the Reaper guy from Granite Gaming. Carnation doing so much work. These fights are being contested in very small ranges in choke points, and it is absolutely perfect for Soldier 24 here up on that high ground there. Found a trio to end that fight, and OT Pod should be very scared of this Reaper as they go into this next fight. Luchstar already building up towards the Blizzard that he used at the start of this next fight, and hey, guess what? A Bonjo is going to mean he charges it up even quicker. Carnation fall. Ooh, just gets saved by the beat. Really nice from Donhyun.
Oh, but it was beautiful. They enable Carnation to use that Reaper Blossom, manages to find out 2 with it, and now the team can kind of push forward. Unfortunately, though, you do lose your tank land in the majority of your team, as your Gravitic Flux was more than enough to get them down to half health, and then the Slam somewhat finished them off, so we do at least see Granite have the ability to take one more fight in this, but they really need to bring something out.
Yeah, Granite Gaming do have really good ults for the recontest. As I said, they have to stack around this objective to push it in, and there's a May ult that could be coming their way because of it. They're going to have to scramble to the payload. However, OT Pod have only got the nano boost left to go. They're not coming up on anything else. So it's final fight territory here. OT Pod looking very shaky. That May ult, just doesn't manage to find the Sigma, but it zones off everyone else.
It's still what they needed. Look at that, stopping the point before it can be fully captured. The Sigma even trying to make that rotation, you can't even touch. It's just a bit of an unfortunate fact as we see Granite Gaming managing to stop them from 3rd point. But honestly, OT Pogs, they built up that momentum after the first point capture and then just continued moving further than I ever could have expected them.
Absolutely, considering how disastrous and how doomsday their first capture point was. They got it just in overtime by the skin of their teeth. I believe there was only 2 people left on the point for OT Pod that could actually cap it. They managed to roll all the way through, and they pulled it 68 meters to the 3rd point. So if you're OT Pod, I think, yeah, you're going to be disappointed by that first cap, but you're not going to be unhappy with where the payload ended up. Very holdable. Now that OT Pod have got the defensive high ground control, and it means that for these starts fight, Granite Gaming have to walk into them. Hey, let's see it. We've not seen it so far from Andrew. We know he is a very good Wrecking Ball player, but the displacement hasn't been able to come through, and if it has come through, the follow-up from the DPS of OT Pod, Pendrix, and Mater have not been there. They've had to rely on a lot of individual plays, particularly from Pendrix with that Blade. The fluxes from Tricky have been kind of tricky, but most importantly, I think Werfos and Obi have been so good on this odd Moira Ana-based composition. Don't think I would be casting a Moira and an Ana at this elo, but nonetheless, they're doing really well with it. The tempo ultimates of the Nano and the Coalescence are keeping them alive in fights that they really shouldn't be. So I'm very curious to see how this composition from OT Pod does on the defense, because I think if Granite Gaming pass this right, if they go under or top left, I don't think OT Pod have the damage to kill them.
Yeah, and look at this. They want to be able to kind of run it down main, as I love to so happily say. But the Junkrat's there to kind of put that burst.
Carnation.
This is where the D.Va is trying to be shutting them down, and everybody's trying to contest them on the point. Carnation is finding so much value that I truly never expect them to find as they're managing to get this tick. Nobody on the side of OT Pog wants to even try to touch the point in fear of being found out. And look at this, the moment that they leave to go find out this Moira, the Genji goes on, and then they turn around, manage to find out the Sigma, who won't be able to do anything. And the rest of OT Pog, they've got to figure out a better way to kind of execute their dives.
How on earth did Carnation get away with that? Carnation by name, Carnation by nature. Could change his name to Reincarnation, because he looks like the reincarnation of Striker on this Reaper. He's been so good this series. He TP'd up to that high ground where Meta was on that Junkrat with about 40, 50 HP, and he managed to two-tap him with those Hellfire shotguns, put one in the body and then one in the skull to headshot him, and that ended up snowballing the fight massively. As I said, OT Pod don't have a lot of damage. Most of their damage does come from this Junkrat of Meta, so if he falls, it's really dicey for OT Pod. And once again, the tempo from Granite Gaming, now they're looking really confident as they get into this Streets phase. Oh, cursed it by Carnation.
Ooh, now the Riptide is going to be popped out. That was more of a zoning coalescence, and look at them already take this massive rotation out, although it does manage to find out 7, so this is going to take them longer to be able to reset and try to take a fight, which is in the favor of OT Pod.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, it's just going to buy OT Pod ultimates. They need these ultimates to win these fights. But if you're Granite Gaming, you're okay. You say to OT Pod, hey, invest the ultimates because then you've got less likely to snowball, less likely. OT Pod do not, I think, win these neutral fights. They're so reliant on ultimates like Nanoblade, like Coalescence, like Flux. Yes, they've got a bunch of them now, but eventually they will dry out, and Granite Gaming really need to force them. But it looks like for now, OT Pod just get to hold them for another fight. So that's a valuable 30, 40 seconds for them.
I think more importantly, look at the amount of ultimates and the kind of usage that they build up. Pendrix also just barely survives. They managed to build up this Nanoblade, and I think we both can agree Nanoblade is the biggest win condition because it can melt through a sound barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. The Nanoblade is going to be so crucial because it can just one-shot someone, and even if it doesn't one-shot someone, it forces so many cooldowns from Granite that OT Pod should have just enough time and space to be able to pick them apart afterwards. Nanoblade, probably the expected hit. Here we go, Pendrix. What do you have?
Oh, you don't even get to set it out. That Nano misses, but you didn't really need it to hit because you managed to find out the Lucio. Honestly, I agree. Slows them down, but look at this. We're seeing that come out, but the shatter is just so beautiful. And even then, Tricky is there is saying, no, you're not gonna kill my team. They even get a small stagger onto the baby Diva.
Okay, so let's just recap this fight, ladies and gentlemen. Nanoblade is pulled out. It finds 1. Pendrix then dies to the Blizzard. Crocs then puts 4 on the floor. Granite Gaming lose the fight. Yes, they've got ult advantage here now, but that May ultimate should have been the nail in the coffin, but OT Pod survive and hang on. Here's the Flux that comes in from Tricky, though. This is so big.
Yeah, but they're using that bomb to try to find anyone out. Now the coalescence is really what you should be looking out for. Because look, the Riptide is going to be trying to do anything. It manages to find out too! And that's absolutely beautiful. Now nobody can really move on the side of Granite. You even see them trying to just find any picks to save the fight as the Genji's going down dangerously low. And this kind of can help them move a bit forward, especially because their respawns are so close. But they don't have any control to move against the team. Especially with Tricky just getting so much value on the Sigma.
Yeah, Tricky's doing so much work here on this off angle. Great conk mine as Carnation goes for a bit of a YOLO Death Blossom ult there. I'm sure he'll want that one back now. But what was once 4 minutes for Granite Gaming here, and it looked like for certain they were going to snowball, it has turned into 2. OT Pod are doing the miracle run. They're holding them on Streets of Numbani. OT Pod have had so many ultimates, so much ult advantage. But they've just thrown it all away. Granite Gaming here looking very dicey. Almost walking into the traps that OT Pod is setting them time and time again. I don't quite know if they can do it. This is going to be a good start on the rotation though. Yep, there we go. They get the Junkrat yet again. An
amazing hack shutting down the Junkrat before they can escape it. The mines are focused on the high ground. Nobody's even up there, and everybody's too scared to walk down on the Sombra, who's managing to hack up the Genji before the Blade can be hit. So the Nano's there, but now they're all stuck in this small room. The Blade is now being able to kind of pop out, combined with Coalescence. You're just really trying to focus anyone down that you can find, and it's being a major struggle. We don't even manage to find out the Reaper before Carnation manages to send you back to the Shadow Realm, and they're slowly managing to win out this fight, just barely on the grips. And honestly, the Sombra change was absolutely amazing. They have built this EMP off one fight.
The Sombra swap from Loot Star was genius. The hack onto the Genji was inspirational, and the fact that they've charged an EMP in one fight is just downright astonishing. Big props to Loot Star on the Sombra there, solo carrying the team. You would think it wasn't that important. Yeah, they just hacked the Genji once, but hacked the Genji before they pull Blade, effectively denying 2 ultimates on their own with 1 hatch cooldown. So much value, and here he goes into the EMP, finds 4. Granite can keep on rolling. That's 2 on the floor from Crocs, and they fall to the German Hammer.
They have set themselves up for glory, because this is now where OT Pog, they're basically going to start walking out, hitting Q, wanting to slow this down as much as possible, because they basically are controlling the streets phase.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to be a prayer and a tire from Meta here from OT Pog. They need to find something, because if not, it's going to be 2-0. It's going to be a Flux engage there, so Flux tire potential combo maybe, but Shred finds 2 with the Diva Bomb.
It's going to be well worth it, because look, the hack manages to hit out Andrew. The Wrecking Ball now can't even play Wrecking Ball, and as long as they're properly brawling, as you see them doing, they're getting a lot of value from it. Although 7 is running low on resources, and they're just kind of being able to keep it up. Andrew pops out the mines. That's going to take over the majority of the point and a little bit of spin to win. Tried is not going to be able to go get healing. Has to rotate without their mech, while the rest of OT Pog are going to be able to reset as a team. That was a little bit lucky, but this is already where the fight's immediately going to kind of take a second fight, and 7 now has the Coalescence. But look, Luke Star does get hit kind of with the sleep dart, and then they get antsy, so they're being patient.
It's going to be a race of time. You've got 1 minute left. OT Pod need to build up this Nano Blade. 7 has this Coalescence, so it's a race against the stopwatch for both of these teams. Can they go before the other one sets their main win condition, their early win condition, into motion? Granite have got 52 seconds left, so they shouldn't rush, but I think they have to go now. Here's an element. Oh, again! Luke Star's hacked him again!
Yeah, but you're not taking out Pendrix, who has the blades, going to be able to go into your support line and then finish off your Lucio. Although this seems to be just more of a kind of dry fight, even if you use that Coalescence, because you get that big ultimate out.
Yeah, they get the Nano Blade out, so they're not going to be too unhappy about that. The Coalescence from the Nano Blade trade is Wall Street's level of economic, ladies and gentlemen. It is so good for Granite Gaming. 21 seconds left to go, though. They've got both DPS ultimates on the board. They have to stack round this payload once again. It is all on Loot Star. If they can find a good EMP, Carnation will press Q, that Reaper will come out, and he will end this map. So big pressure on the DPS of Granite Gaming. That's a good 2-man EMP though.
It's better than you could have expected, because combined with the Death Blossom, they're able to get a lot of value. I mean, eventually Carnation is going to be found out, but nobody is built to brawl on this point. Even the Shatter is used to kind of split up the mines and slow them down. Combined with the bomb, you can't even touch. The Moira is doing their best, but it's dangerously low. It's going to be hit by that Fire Strike. And look at this. Granite Gaming, once again, just barely managing to bring it out of somewhere, finishing off Numbani and taking the victory, putting themselves kind of at a match point.
Granite left it a little bit late, but thanks to some honestly amazing hero plays from Loot Star and Carnation, they roll this map. OT Pod made it difficult for them though, so they are not ready to go out. That was a really clean animation cancel from Pendrix, but while this Nano Blade is going on, Carnation was just in his backline pressing Q. So seeing these DPS plays going up against each other has been so fun so far. It does feel like a teaser for Overwatch 2. Both of these DPS lines have been playing different styles, but they've been popping off nonetheless, and thanks to honestly some of the great supports play that we've seen as well. Did not think I would be casting Moira Anna, did not think it would be effective, but I think to OT Pod have to be very thankful to Werfos and Obi, because they are keeping them in this series. Yes, they're down 2-0, so it is match point for Granite Gaming, but OT Pod 2-0 down, and they have to go. They have to go flawless. OT Pod have to reverse sweep. I think it's unlikely, because they must get one of these maps, surely, considering one of them probably will be controlled, where we saw Granite Gaming look so good. If we just get the replays through here, all these fights that Granite Gaming were good. They looked aggressive, they played high tempo, they were playing Sombra Reaper, they were running it down, and they were forcing OT Pod to take the fight before they were ready. They need these setups, does this board composition, and they just weren't able to get them, Intel.
Honestly, I agree. And I think this is kind of a sentiment to show how close and even these teams are, even if OT Pog are basically running the same composition over and over again, and granted are now figuring out how to play against it. OT Pog is still putting up one heck of a fight to where it's literally down to overtime to see if these teams can be able to bring it. So while I get your hesitation, OT Pogs are definitely struggling when it comes to finishing these maps out. I definitely think they still have the opportunity because it comes from the fact that they are slowly getting better and better at these engagements. While granted, they're taking a little too long at time to kind of make those adaptations and swaps. We obviously saw the Sombra. It took them a couple fights until they felt confident to try to switch it out, and that was right after they used a Death Blossom.
Yeah, but they were all, I think you'll agree, they were rolled once that Sombra got going, though. Looped off on so many big hats onto the Genji. I'm just going to say this. I think OT Pod, one-trick teams, they often like to surprise and sort of confuse the enemy, and they like to play a little bit of the mental game historically. So the fact that they've not been able to cheese the first map or cheese the second map, as the series goes on, Granite get more time to solve the puzzle. And I think, to be honest, they're slowly getting towards it now as we get into what could potentially be match point and a clean 3-0 sweep. I think if you're a fan of OT Pog, I wouldn't be confident. I don't know the map. Once I do, I will be able to potentially change my mind there. But OT Pog, there's only a few maps in the game. I think Junkertown would be one of them where you could really go to. Dorado could be one of them as well. Havana potentially, but the full hold from Granite on Broad could be very, very good. I would say for OT Pog, it's not quite the writing on the wall, but Granite Gaming have got the pen and they're staring at it for sure. They got the markers ready.
Yeah, I think whatever map comes up next is truly going to define the way kind of the map flow works. I think all that we need for the Wrecking Ball composition to kind of work is you win one map. You win that one map, momentum's going to build for you. OT Pog, they're going to be able to say, hey, this works. We continue to move forward, and we're going to be able to win it out. And I think it's really at this point just a mental game rather than just... I mean, obviously, yes, mechanical. You need to be able to play the game correctly if you want to be able to win. But I think if they can keep their head calm, they can stay focused, they definitely can bring this out in the bag. Overwatch is not something to where you can go in kind of really angry and aggressive on because you're just going to get blindsided.
Yeah, it's not a game that you can play with your heart. You got to play it with your head, that's for sure. And I think OT Pod might be playing it with their heart a little bit now, but we're going to throw it to a break. Granite Gaming 2-0 in the series against OT Pod. They're on match point to progress through and send OT Pod down to the lower bracket of the Will English IVitational. Don't go anywhere. We could be on match point as we get back. See you soon.
welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hello, and welcome back to what could potentially be the final map in our first series of the day of the Will English Invitational, brought to you in association with everyone you can see on the bottom of your screen. Stats brought to you by Elohal, Opera GX in association with Project Gap as well. We are back. We've got our confirmation for the next map. If you're just tuning in, my name is Jace. On the left, my play-by-play user Intel. We're going to be getting into Junkertown. OT Pod, the One Trick team, the Wrecking Ball team, find themselves 2-0 down against a very solid Granite Gaming composition. So far, the experience of Granite definitely catapulting them to this 2-0 lead and putting them on a match point. But as we go into Junkertown, Carnation Incarnate could be upon us. We could see the reckoning, the ruination. Who knows? Intel, what do you think about this map? Is this the perfect map for OT Pod to get themselves back into this series?
Well, listen here, all right? I don't think you got to be an analyst to understand how much Junkertown is loved by people who not only like to play snipers, but people who like to play a Roadhog or any type of Wrecking Ball composition, because it's so open and split. You even see Granite forced to kind of have to mirror and play against it, and I don't think you've ever tried to play a one trick against their own comp. They are definitely going to be strong on it, but I think once it gets to second to third point, it's going to start slowing down for OT Pog, but it's all about momentum and seeing how fast they can kind of sweep things up.
Yeah, absolutely. But the ego from Granite Gaming here must be an all-time high to mirror the composition of the One Trick team with 2-0 up and with their tournament on the line. The mental is absolutely insane. Luke Star's going to be pulling out the Genji versus Pendrix as well. We're going to have Carnation on the all-important blue hitstand lady going up against Agmator on the Torb. Werthos and Obi sticking on the backline for OT Pod, though, on this infamous Moira Anna composition. So let's see how it matches up. But 7 on the last scene. Anna falls Pendrix early.
I don't think you're a respectful person to be able to spawn kill a Genji as an Ana. You know, I think that you've really got to just wake up with something. You've got to wake up with anger. There's just a demon inside of you to be able to get such a clean kill now. And look, the Roadhog is pushing out. Isn't going to really be punished too much because that's what you're really supposed to do. However, they want to be trying to kind of win this corner control. They take a lot of initial damage, and it looks like Granite are still perfectly fine. While Tricky is going to be trying to kind of move in, find someone with the hook, they're still struggling to really isolate a target out or really kind of focus down. I think it's truly moving down to the kind of 1v1 type of scenario, especially with the Sigma split off. Going to be anti and eventually melted down as we see OT Pog. They're able to kind of win this fight out.
There we go. I was questioning Andrew in the engage timings in these last 2 maps, but he's been perfect so far in this minute of Junkertown. So, you know, I can't quite ready to praise him to all high hills just yet, but look at the aggression. Andrew's coming with a purpose there, just manages to get out. But that displacement from the top high ground where we're seeing Pendrix hover now, which is where Granite Gaming set up on that ball Sigma composition, was perfect, getting both the Sigma and everyone in that backline as well off onto the high ground, and they were collected nicely on cart by Agmator and Tricky Turtle on those respective picks. Really good displacement from Andrew. It's exactly what he needs to do on the Wrecking Ball to give his team a chance in this series. But Granite Gaming, they've had enough tomfoolery. They're just going to swap to Brawl and run to the payload.
Yep, look at this. They're already brawling out. They immediately just want to walk onto the point, but OT Pog were somewhat prepared against it. And they give the Nano to the Lucio. Johnny Cruz is sitting happy inside of his house right now as he's seeing the Frog be able to walk around. But the mines do their job. They shut people down who try to over-contest it, and they just don't really have the opportunity to hold. I think Granite needs to be playing a lot more together if they want to be able to kind of break through it.
I think they can play together, but most importantly, Intel, I think they need to track the ultimates. The 2 ones they have to worry about, well, I guess 3 technically. OT Pod have technically 4 defensive ults with this composition. The Torbjorn ult, the Mines, the Whole Hog, and the beat that's now going to be generated from Obi. OT Pod have so much potential to kite and hold Granite Gaming away from them, hold them outside of Crux's Reinhardt effective swing range. But as they snowball it, Pendrix has found the perfect pick. The Reaper falls. And it's a little bit of over-investment from OT Pod, but I'm sure they won't mind as they are racing through Junkertown. They look so much more comfortable here in Australia.
I don't think it really matters when you're kind of over-investing on the composition OT Pogs are running. Solely just because you're going to build it up fast. I think it's really nice to have these rotations out. I mean, you do have a 5-minute time bank, so I don't think that's really your biggest worry. But Granite Gaming, they're struggling to kind of play against this. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see them rock out with a Sombra when they start getting frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be a case of when and not if for Granite Gaming. But I like this strategy. They're just going to have to keep bombing the payload and living on it for as much as possible. But as they do, they just get taken apart one by one. Crotch, though, finds 2 with the hammer swings.
Yep, look at them already brawling out. They want to be able to play in the stairs. They want to try to take out Tricky, but somehow they're just barely able to survive. This is where the Blossom gets committed. It is going to be hooked and shut down as we see the hammer kill kind of pop out inside the corner. OT Pogs aren't even struggling or putting out a sweat, but this Blizzard may be an issue for the future.
It's going to have to be, but OT Pod are fine to just push the payload after the fight. They are scattering themselves to all corners of the earth, and these 1v1s and these small skirmishes that OT Pod need are going so much better on Junkertown. This is probably the best map for a one-trick team in the game, particularly a ball team. They just love the chaos and the payload. It's going to be an early ultimate, but they find the main.
Yeah, but they have to switch up focus. They need to take control over the point and get picks with the Shatter, but they don't have really the resources in team to be able to do so. Luckily, they just barely managed to find it out. I think that Blizzard was a big factor, especially when slowing them down to be able to kind of peel in.
Okay, so finally, the snowball from OT Pod runs out, and here, the real test for them goes in. Granite Gaming have parked this payload in a very particular spot. They've got so many accesses to choke points and access onto the backline of OT Pod should they go for it. They've 5-stacked on this high ground here, which they're going to be able to rotate away from. But as they've done it, they potentially left the payload vulnerable. They might have to scramble back to it as the Nano Blade is pulled from Pendrix.
Yeah, what can you really do against a Genji besides use your own hammer to shut it down? The bomb is good as it shuts down the entirety of the mines, and Crocs is just able to kind of walk directly into them, and they just kind of want to clean up the rest of the fight. But this is seeming where OT Pog, they're just building an ult economy rather than trying to truly win out the fight.
Tread letting the Torbjorn know how he feels about the hero, and honestly, understandable as a Diva player. It's very annoying to deal with. Granite, though, have to back off here just momentarily, as they do not have any main ultimate resources to go with. They don't have any ultimates to contest, which means they can't really run on them. Crox's shield is so low, so they have to go. The time is now. They found the froze onto the Roadhog, though, so that's a beautiful first pick.
Yeah, but there's a C9 going on inside the back. They aren't really contesting. This is where you see Crocs and the rest of the team have to put all their resources into immediately rotating, but they're now struggling to kind of stay alive as we see Pendrix just being able to get the slashes through. Now, sure, Crocs and the Reaper are there, but honestly, they've been punished for their over-aggressiveness. They don't manage to kind of stay alive and sustain themselves. And look at this, OT Pog managed to cap the point with 2 minutes and 18 seconds.
Granite flew just a little bit too close to that burning, that heating, that beating Australian sun. And like the wings of Icarus, they fell all the way down. They got so aggressive. Yeah, they found the freeze and the pick on Roadhog, but the rest of OT Pod slipped underneath them, used that bypass to get to the payload, and then forced Granite to rotate into them, and they had no resources left to do so. They had to walk through the hot fudge of Meta, and it just meant that the fight was done and dusted before it even happened. So a little bit of over-aggression from Granite. They managed to shave some time off the bank, so I don't think they're too upset with how they managed to shave off the time, but 2 minutes 18 left on Junkertown is an electric time bank. An OT Pod looking revitalized for the rest of this series. Junkertown, I think, should be theirs, and they've definitely got priority so far.
I definitely see what you mean. But honestly, when you're looking at Granite, I think there is a lot of kind of core issues that they're struggling to play against when it comes to OT Pog and their composition. And when I think beforehand they were playing really well against it, they're now having a lot of issues. And what is OT Pog really doing differently?
I think it's kind of the map pick, and I think it's just kind of the way that they're engaging. Andrew looks a lot more comfortable and familiar with these Wrecking Ball engages, and it just feels like a sense of familiarity. OT Pod are definitely more comfortable on Junkertown than running this composition on the other maps. It's almost like their comfort, their home stadium, and it just means that they're making less errors, they're forcing less, and they're understanding their engage timings a lot better, because they are now picking apart this composition of Granite Gaming. They're using the full width of the map and extending it and allowing these flanks to come through. That's a beautiful hook to start off, and OT Pod slowly but surely, they're not doing anything too stupid there. They're playing simple and they're keeping control of these high grounds. But as I say that, the Wrecking Ball of Andrew could fall. They get Pendrix instead.
I'm more impressed that the Wrecking Ball was able to escape that, especially after being frozen and Maywalled off. You've got to give that determination from Andrew just to be able to move forward, but you lose your Genji in that. Not the biggest issue, but honestly, you kind of prefer to be 6, especially when your Ana's being focused, fired down, and now you don't really have that Genji to kind of go inside the enemy's backline. And look at this, we already see Granite just being able to move forward. They do manage to get the DMAC out, but they're not really being able to do more than that. They also almost find out Pendrix, but this is where they're trying to focus anyone out with major value.
So good.
That's why you see the Torbjorn get melted down. This is why you see the Coalescence come out, and they're finally going to be able to push forward with the confidence of 1,000 Lions. Look at that, just not going to be able to really do much, OT Pog. They'll have to think of a plan B.
Yeah, the confidence of 1,000 Lions and the heat of 1,000 Suns. They just keep scorching OT Pog here on the scorched earth of Australia and of Junkatown. They're going to unlock the gate. We're going to get a voice from the Junker Queen any second. Please add her as a hero, Blizzard. I would love to see it. But now, as they unlock it, look how deep Granite Gaming have gone. They've gone all the way to the second spawn to find that Roadhog, and hopefully now that means they're going to back up and establish themselves on this high ground. They've gotten past the difficult part, and OT Pod really need these high grounds to be able to function, to be able to safely stage themselves. But Granite Gaming understand and they realise that, and they're taking them away so well. And hey, if OT Pod want to run into them, the Blizzard from Luke Star is ready to go any second.
This is what I call a setup. Look at that. They even used the Molten Core to try to force them off the high ground, but they're basically being able to LOS these ultimates very perfectly. Although they use the Sound Barrier as a way to move in, they want to be able to take out the Roadhog and Ana, who just don't have any ability to stay alive. The Mines are able to kind of find out the Reinhardt and poke people down slowly, but the Coalescence is going to be your tank line right now, as it not only be able to heal, but it pushes them forward much farther than you truly expect. The Moira really being the last person on the point who can truly contest, and the Reinhardt's going to be able to come back fast, but OT Pog have set themselves up for at least one more fight.
Absolutely, but with the way that OT Pog have been wasting ultimates, it feels so bad. Granite Gaming, they haven't quite been as frugal themselves, but they've been valuable with the investments that they're getting. OT Pod are just throwing things to the wind, like the Coalescence, like the Torbjorn ultimate, and getting no value, which means they have to pray. They have to rely on nanoblades like this from Pendrix.
Yeah, but hey, I already hear like the anime intro music popping off as Pendrix is able to try and do something to get that Blade Mansion to find out too. And the Blizzard is mostly focused down to take out the tank line, more specifically that Roadhog. But in the end, you don't have your team to follow up on it, so it hurts more to use it then than kind of beforehand.
Absolutely, it does feel a little bit like Pendrix and Obi here are on the My Hero sort of anime arc. They definitely need to clutch these Dragon Blades. Every time Pendrix has got it available, it feels like it's a do or die situation for his team, and he's luckily come up big again and again and again. Carnation finds Meta on the other DPS though, as I'm not quite sure what Tricky Turtle's doing all the way back here, but he kills Crocs for it, and Crocs himself, this fight's all over the place.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I just saw a Death Blossom try to take out a Reaper ult and fail, and now they start coming back where the Mines are forcing them off the point. That was a really confusing, not only coming out of Granite Gaming, but how OT Paul kind of responded to it.
Yeah, Granite Gaming here, I feel like they're playing GeoGuessr instead of Overwatch. They're in random locations. Crocs was randomly in the spawn room. I mean, hey, if there's people there, that's where you should be, but the rest of OT Pod were behind him. They were on the payload, and they were killing the rest of his team because of it. Now, yet again, this Nanoblade is getting ready, so OT Pod doing an excellent job of draining the clock of Granite Gaming. If they can get the DMEC, yes, they do. It's going to be more time gone. So with 2 minutes left, Granite Gaming, could they lose it? Could they potentially throw it? They're getting really shaky here. They started off so well, but for now, any second, each second is so valuable for this defensive composition, because as I said, it just means Pendrix can build up a Nanoblade.
The fact that OT have control of the high ground means they basically have control over the entire fight. Look how the Blade just walks into them and they're getting so much value. I mean, you really only managed to find out the main tank, but everyone else on your team is going to peel in and say, hey, don't worry, we're going to enable you a tiny bit more. And they still have the Molten Core to kind of set up for the next fight.
Yeah, the Molten Core, it's not going to be as impactful as a Nanoblade for sure, right? But it's still going to be effective. The Molten Core has to be clean, and as I said, I've been critical of the ultimates that haven't been the Nano Blade from OTPod. Mate has been kind of wasteful with these sometimes, but have they gotten themselves into an unfamiliar territory here? These are two really difficult ultimates to sync together, the Tourbillon ultimate and the Coalescence, especially into this Blizzard of Granite Gaming from the Loot Star. This May ultimate, if it's big, it could potentially be in a fight, but Pendrix has found 7, so that's going to be so much healing already. Cut out the fight as 7 falls.
Yep, it seems that they want to use that sound barrier just to be able to stay alive. However, not having 7 is going to be a big issue. They don't have the ability to push in without their Moira's Coalescence. And look at that, Kronx immediately gets melted the moment they try to say, hey, maybe we should try to push this, and they get punished for it. Now we see OTPog, they have the Minds and Coalescence of their own. I think they have a pretty substantial hold ability.
I think they do. 30 seconds left. So good from OTPod, by the way, to drain this clock. They don't quite have the Nano Blade, but if it goes late, they are going to. I'm sure Pendrix and OB will build these up lightning quick. They're going to have minefields to open as well, but for Granite Gaming, it's do or die. Loot Star and Carnation have been unlikely quiet, awfully quiet this map, but if there was ever a time for them to show up, this time is now. 7 goes in with the coal, the Blizzard comes down. This has to be big for Granite.
Unfortunately, the Blizzard was
Coldest.
focused down to get tricky, and it seems they're able to escape. 7 gets split off, isn't able to kind of help with the team, and now they've lost out their Lucia, while Kronx is looking to just get a good shatter out here. We see the Blade manage to double jump in the air, dodge out of it, but the Death Blossom is going to be absolutely perfect! It manages not only to find out the Blading Genji, but the Wrecking Ball, who has a good stall-up capability. So now, granted, this is possible. They're not going to have a better time bank compared to OTPog, but they have the room to be able to cap 3rd point.
When it matters most, Carnation shows up big there, finds 2 with the Death Blossom, but it was such an important 2. I questioned him pre-fight, and the Reaper was a little quiet this map. And I think is most likely just a litmus check for the lack of aggression. We've not been able to speed the Reaper in, but good players find good plays when it matters most. And Carnation absolutely did that. Basically saves Granite Gaming on the rest of this map and gives them even a chance of drawing or winning this map. 60 seconds left. That's an early May wall. This Tourbillon ultimate is going to keep them off this high ground momentarily, but they're not done.
Yeah, it's just... The Molten Core on the Fidget Spinner is just going to be able to kind of slowly melt them down. I mean, they take out Andrew, but Andrew's going to be coming back faster than the Flash, and the rest of their team haven't died just yet. They seem very confident in trying to win this out, and I mean, hey, I've seen more stubborn people, alright? I've talked to my mom before.
You really do hate to see it, don't you, if you're Granite Gaming. That was the perfect chance for them to snowball, and now, final fight territory. It's not all... gloom and doom if they lose this map, but OTPod, all they need is a window, all they need is a map to snowball it through. Yes, this is Junkertown, and it would be unlikely if Granite win this, but hey, I'm sure they would be happy with the 3-0. It's going to be a barrage of ultimates here, though. This is going to get really messy. Pendrix, can they kill him before the Nano Blade?
No, it's just not enough. He gets to feel the moment that it's about to happen and see look, the moment that they try to use that blade. Immediate shutdown. This is now where the snowball finally can start to happen as the rest of OTPog. They don't really have any ultimates but the Molten Core, but I feel that may be just enough.
Pendrix is going to be kicking himself in the spawn room. That was it. That was it for OTPod. They had the Nano Blade. They kept him alive, but it's such a good pin from Crocs. I'm sure he's hit that 1,000 times. The veteranship of that French main tank on the Reinhardt, ultimately winning them that fight there and keeping the payload going. And they're snowballing. They keep going. They find Tricky Turtle and they find Pendrix as well. So that's the Genji done. 2 fights in a row.
They're looking to just use their ultimates to shut down the fight before it can escalate in a bad favor. These ultimates are being used for solo kills, and they're absolutely valid because they stop anyone from OTPog from even being able to contest, and they get that capture on the point. They have a minute compared to 3 minutes and 18 seconds. It's 100% winnable, but it's a scary type of winnable.
They do face a Herculean time bank, and OTPod were rewarded for their excellent attack run, but Granite Gaming off the back of Crocs' shoulders grabs the rest of his team and says, no, we are at least carrying this map forward. Get on my back, gamers, and let's push this payload in to it. It was so good from Crocs. 2 fights in a row. They shattered to find 3. They found the picks onto Genji. Carnation once again found that pick. He did it on the 2nd point to unlock 3rd, and he did it in the final fight on third as well. Finding that Roadhog means there's no instant pick potential really that can come down from OT Pod, and they can turn their attention to Andrew or to Meta on that Torbjorn, which they did, and Meta received an Earth Shatter at the hands of Croc, said, "Hey buddy, hold this for me." Down he went onto the cold floor of the Junkertown garage, and it meant that Granite Gaming were just able to roll it in. We're going to get into overtime though, so time is absolutely of the essence. OT Pod, such a superior time bank, means that they are able to chill. They don't need to rush. There is no, I urge patience from this OT Pod composition. And when this fight goes late, if they can drain the time bank of the minute, I think for OT Pod here, the win condition, Intel absolutely is the Nanoblade of Pendrix. Build that up, drain as many resources as you can beforehand, and send the Cyberweeb in to do the job.
Yeah, I think we are going to be seeing Granite struggle a lot more to kind of push this through, because this is where OT Pog, they're not going to be making the same mistakes as they did before, especially when it comes to this first phase. Look at that, the Genji's not even going to give them a second. Use that dash to escape, and they find out the Lucio. Now without that Lucio to be able to speed boost you around, you're basically a walking target, as the Roadhog's just able to heal out, slowly escape, and even live with 1 HP. Now it's only less than 20 seconds on the clock, and they are going to be struggling to make anything happen.
Yeah, losing Donghun early is so crucial, because it means that Granite have to commit. They were down so many resources, which meant that they couldn't commit. They just had to essentially roll over and die. OT Pod have struck crucially first here in the final fight, as Granite have got no ultimates going onto this payload. That anti, though, could potentially leave a window of opportunity. Pendrix falling. Ooh, I don't know which way this one could go. Intel taking down the Nanoblade is actually, it's so big here.
It is absolutely beautiful, but it's a really big ultimate to kind of have to play against, and they are going up against this poke. Look how split OT Pog. They're letting them get some space, but so they can push in, and the Ana's gone. That's absolutely beautiful. They have now set themselves up, as we see Carnage being able to take out the Molten Core before it even builds. It seems that Granite are feeling that momentum. They have now set themselves, but OT Pogs, they can basically just hit Q.
They really can. They've got basically 6 ultimates ready to go. Nanoblade as well, the deadly combo, and it's been a thorn in the side of Granite Gaming. Losing 7, though, that's the Coalescence, that's the Moira, that's all your sustain gone. Do OT Pod decide to press the trigger? It looks like, here we go, Nanoblade call. Can it be big?
Oh, it needs to be, because look, you find out Luke Star and you're able to just barely survive to find out the main tank. Now this payload can't even move in. The Molten Core is LOSing them perfectly, even if the Coalescence gives them a bit more healing.
Carnation though.
Blossom wants to try to do the best, but it gets deflected. The mine shuts you down. And I mean, your bomb's nice, but the remake is much better. It does more damage than anything. And look at them, they're still trying to take this out. They are fighting tooth and nail to keep it alive, but they've lost their mech. The Wrecking Ball is behind them freely. Luke Star does go onto the Tracer trying to help them out, but looks like they're not going to be having enough healing. They use the Sound Barrier as a bit more sustained, and they find out the Torbjorn. There's really only 2 people that can really be of a big issue. That's the Moira and Roadhog, as they're going to be able to kind of heal and stagger themselves on the point.
Luke Star's found 3.
Is going to be able, the new SBB of this game, as they're slowly melting it down and have saved this fight from a scary faction.
Whoa. Okay, Luke Star, all right, buddy. Okay, that was crazy. Found 3 on the Tracer there. Basically 3 solo kills for that Tracer there. Kept Granite Gaming alive and pushing this payload, and this part of the map is going to be so good for the broad composition. I think OT Pod, they layered their ultimates a bit too much there, which meant that once Granite Gaming got the respawns, OT Pod had no damage to kill the comp. Donghun's beat was also perfect. He got picked off in the first fight, but absolutely flawless here. This stick isn't going to find anyone, but Carnation, though, once again shows up in overtime and takes down the Torbjorn. Granite Gaming are winning this, I think, Intel.
Yeah, but look at that. They are using the whole hog, trying to move them around, but they're not being able to focus anyone out. The Mind is pretty good, as they need to force the tanks to be able to touch, and if they get off for a second, it's game over. While the Wrecking Ball is looking to spin to win, maybe try to do something. They managed to get out that mech, and everybody else on the side of Granite, they're able to push this payload. They have pushed this to second point just barely. Even if the Wrecking Ball tries to do their best to stall it out, even with the Nano, they're slowly being melted down. The Torbjorn's going to be killed. The Ana's going to be found out, but this is where the Wrecking Ball's feeling proud. Plus with the Blade, this may have been the savior that they've been waiting for, because the Blade, it's just not going to be able to melt through the Coalescence as they're looking. They don't really have the majority of their damage, and they're able to take out the Wrecking Ball, but look, they're able to get the dash cancel out, and the really only person who's kind of contesting this right now is the Moira. However, the Wrecking Ball is I mean, the Roadhog is your saving grace. I don't think there's anything two supports can do against this big hulking meat of a man. And look at this. The rest of them come on. The Reaper
Great
just
hook.
barely manages to survive from that. And Luke starts the sound barrier. It's going to be absolutely critical, because look, now everyone else on the side of OT Buck, they're being frustrated. They almost had it, but the Death Blossom manages to save this out, even if the mine, you're gonna wish you had that later on.
Yeah, you do. The Coalescence, I was about to almost throw my head into a brick wall because Seven had Coalescence as his team were dying around him. Very, very greedy from that Moira, but nonetheless, Granite Gaming, they did it again. It wasn't Loot Star this time, it was Carnation on the cleanup, but the DPS from Granite Gaming, Loot Star and Carnation, as I said, have been so good at clutching these fights. Yeah, these DPS are designed to be big in the 1v1s, but they need them to do so. And big they have been. They've had, remember, Granite Gaming, 1 minute left on the time bank. They've rolled it all the way through, 37 meters all the way, and they've unlocked third point here, Intel, and they're still going. Yes, they lose Carnation, but they get Pendrix.
I'm incredibly impressed. They are somehow rotating perfectly to stay on this point, even with the Molten Core out. The D.Va staying on while we see the hammer kill come out to kill Krogs, but you're gonna wish you killed them faster because the team has now come to peel in. They're gonna finish you off. It's really just a tank fight on the side of OT Pog who are doing the best that they can. They have the whole hog, but you're gonna die before you can even use it. This payload, how is it still being moved?
It's only 2 though. It's 2 against the world. It's the D.Va and the Lucio, but it looks like the Trace is going to back up, but OT Pod are doing a really good job of almost using Crocs as bait. They're dogpiling onto that main tank, that French on the German main tank. That is Crocs, but Granite Gaming are just picking off everyone else around them because of it. It almost feels like they're getting put like fish in a barrel. They're snowballing, they're tunneling on Crocs, and there we go. Finally, they go for someone that isn't the main tank, but they ignore the main tank, and he puts 3 on the floor.
Yep, unfortunately though, this Nano Blade is built up. They're going to be able to pop it, looking to make something shiny happen. They do get hacked because the Sombra's able to come back, but honestly, you've ran your luck. You have run out of too many saving graces, and you're finally going to be shut down. But if you're Granite Gaming, how do you manage to bring that out? What did you puff out your chest? What did you do? That was an absolutely beautiful performance.
Granite Gaming have, ironically, I think the lore of this map is you're technically trying to steal something and transport it away, because what a heist from that attack payload push from Granite Gaming, and it goes off the back of, again, Loot Star and Carnation. Yes, the DPS players are appearing in the kill feed, obviously, but they've done so much work individually. Loot Star's clutch on that overtime fight, just as we see this payload here on this left corner that we can see for this takeaway sign. And ooh, I'm so hungry, by the way. So anti-observers made me nice and starving because of that. But nonetheless, something that I'm full of, but I could eat all day, is clips from Loot Star on that Tracer. That was a 3k on that payload, basically by himself. Found the Tourbillon, found the Moira, basically put 3 clips and a pulse bomb into Tricky Turtle on that Roadhog. They needed someone to do it. It felt so unwinnable. It was so unwinnable, but the Tracer just did so much work, and I really liked this from Granite Gaming. You know you're at an inferior time bank, so what do? You go to the spawn door and you just play for time. There's no counter guessing on what comp OT Pod play. So for Granite Gaming, it's all about this broad composition versus the stopwatch.
Yep, I definitely agree. Now, this is where OT Pog don't really get the room to make those mistakes anymore, because this is looking like a basically spawn hold. They take out the Roadhog, who is the big issue next to the Junkrat, because that burst damage is absolutely critical. Look, but the Moira is somehow keeping up with it until that Anti's going to be able to hit your Lucio and D.Va, so you're not going to be able to save your mech. This is why you see them retreating just quickly. Okay. Hey, don't even worry about it. Kronks is working well, alright? There is no lever to pull here.
I thought Crocs was gonna run off the map there. I was very nervous, but looks like Crocs has been practicing the Tokyo Drift in prep for Overwatch 2, so you love to see it. But nonetheless, 30 seconds left on for Granite Gaming. Now they've got a Coalescence, they can be aggressive, and they do. They find the Moira, but the tire is equally as quick.
Yeah, honestly, I think the Coalescence, it was a really good use, but you cannot beat just the raw damage and output of a Junkrat. At this moment, they're looking to stall this out as fast as possible. That's why you don't see them dying, and they've given OT Pog room to set up, but they can still take another fight. Yeah, but the Nano Blade just trying to find anything, but the Sound Barrier was able to sustain through it. It seems Granite are being able to focus them down as they have to play together. They're trying to do as much. OT Pog, they're not going to be able to play the way they want to play under this type of pressure. I definitely agree. The Blizzard is going to land directly on this point. It focuses down on the Junkrat, but the rest of the team is alive to help out. Unfortunately, though, the Maywo blocks their own shatter! The Diva Bomb has to be the saving grace, able to get the Moira. The Coalescence helps them out, but the Mines are going to be stopping them from being able to touch this. So where you see Krunks having to be the main tank, having to sit there and try to stall it out. So getting that charge is going Hail Mary, but the Death Blossom is absolutely beautiful. They're going to be able to manage to just barely save it out. Honestly, it's just not enough. Also, what'd you say? Uh-oh. Oh, but that was absolutely insane. Apologies, having to be making weird. But that was such a crazy fight. It is now in the last territory, and they find out the Junkrat. I cannot believe what's going to be happening as we see them having to just set up, having to just quickly do this. It's 10 seconds on the clock, and we're going to have to see them try to do as best they can. The Riptide is built, and they're going to have to use it from spawn, but the Wrecking Ball,
it's got to be big.
It's going to be found out. They managed to find someone out, and it looks like they're getting the majority of the picks when it comes to this. There is no Reinhardt to be able to kind of move in forward with, especially without the rest of your team. They have just barely brought this back, especially with Andrew's 4K. Wrecking Ball getting some love, but this is last fight territory.
Yeah, it absolutely is. This overtime wick is burning, but OT Pod, they got it, but it's not a very advantageous position here. There's going to be choke points that OT Pod has to go through. Granite Gaming, such a stalwart hold on the first point. They really threw everything at them. They are bone dry on ultimates. So OT Pod, once again, we've been here before, guys. It's the slices of the samurai versus the world. Pendrix has to be big with this Nano Blade. All eyes on him for this upcoming fight, because if he can't do it, OT Pod are going down to the lower bracket of the Wilderness IVitational. It's a disastrous start. Pendrix.
No, wait, they don't touch!
No!
No!
Oh, they got off the payload.
The first game of the EU division
Oh, no.
ends in a C9!
Oh, you can't do it. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, it's egregious. It's disastrous. They had the Nano Blade. It could have been big. Yes, they lost.
Gambit Gaming.
Later, they lost the Junkrat, but they got off the payload. Oh.
Gambit Gaming. Well, I'm sorry. Granite Gaming finishes the series in a 3-0. And I can't believe to see such a tiered team. It doesn't matter where you go. It follows you. It haunts you.
Give me a second. Oh, no, it's so green. It's the worst. Oh.
You take your moment.
C9's happen, I know, but you can't. It's an overtime fight. The wick is burning so fast. It was like 15, 20 seconds. You know, if you get off cart for half a second, just tell someone to get on it. Just keep those calls up in the chat. You had Nano Blade for sake. For sake.
They had it, Chase. They had
it. They did. They were going to win the fight. Absolutely going to win the fight. It was like 2 dash resets from Pendrix. He's done it like 4 times. He's done it 4 times this map already.
They had Molten Core. They were set up. No, not Molten Core, but they had ultimates. They had the mines. They were set up.
Yes. I'm absolutely... Even if they could have thrown everything in the kitchen sink at it, right? They still could have won that fight. The respawn from Meta would have been so close. It wouldn't have been that fine. The Nano Blade would have allowed them to stall out the fight to take maybe a 5v5 or a 4v4 once Meta got back. Pendrix just needed to trade 2-for-1. Apologies, guys. I flipped my camera up there in Tilton in Moors. But we're reset now. Oh...
Okay.
Granite Gaming, though, they deserve a bit of luck, and all credit to them, because 3-0 against OT Pod. Granite absolutely deserved that. It's just such a shame the way the series had to end.
Yeah, I think, at least for Granite Gaming, they are now a team to be paying attention for, because they managed to bring that back off the brink, and their adaptations and kind of flexibility to play against the Wrecking Ball composition worked to near perfection. Sure, we did see OT kind of bring it close sometimes. But honestly, Granite had what it took, and I think longevity is going to help them more into the future. But OT Pog, you're now moving down to the losers bracket, which is going to hurt a tiny bit.
OT Pod aren't going to be. They're not going to be too upset because they're not out the tournament. They're not out the Invitational just yet, but they're going to have to go down to the losers bracket. And in that sort of manner, I think is going to be really disheartening and really sort of dampening overall. But that is it. Granite Gaming, congratulations to them. They wrap it up 3-0. That's a statement win on stream, by the way. I just say thank you so much to Intel. I was getting absolutely rolled by VMix and by my own illness. I've just come off COVID, so I was getting what felt like a small breakout again there. But I will say, honestly, I had issues myself today, and that's unfortunate. But Intel, everyone in the chat, give them a round of applause. You did so well solo casting at times. That's going to be it from us. You can follow our socials if you link below. Go and give Intel a follow. Absolutely deserves it. One more time, Granite Gaming 3-0. They advance through the winners bracket of the Will English Invitational. We're going to throw it to a break. We'll be back for map 2. We'll be back for match 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome back to the EU Will English Invitational. My name is Warren Jugglegod Hammond, and today I am joined by Soav Danim. How are you doing today?
Glad to be here with you, Juggle God. It's a good day for some great Overwatch, and we've seen some incredible stuff already, right? That last match, we were discussing it coming in. That was just insane. But we've got a good match coming up here. These are two teams coming in Lootbox and Crimson Ruby that are really looking to make a statement. They're not the known entities at this event, right? They're new to Will English. They're new to a lot of this, and they really need to make their presence known. And this is their chance to. This is a fair fight for them. And if they're going to go on and play someone like Useless next, they need to put up a good showing, because that could be the team they end up playing for if they show off well enough here.
Yeah, that is very true. This is going to be a bit of a warm-up round for them in some cases. The winner, at least, for sure, getting them prepared for whoever they come up against next. And yeah, it is going to be an exciting match. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. I mean, like you said, that last match that we just saw, that ending on Junkertown was really something else. So if that is any indication of what we have to come, this is going to be an absolutely phenomenal day of Overwatch.
I agree with you completely. It's just going to be... that set the bar high, and I expect it only to just get higher. And especially speaking of getting higher, since we're going up to Lijiang Tower, where there's going to be just heights for days, right? There's going to be all kinds
Nepal,
of Lucio
actually.
spots. I'm sorry, it's Nepal. Sorry, I saw your Lijiang Tower. I wanted to go there.
Everybody
wants
Tower
to play
background.
there.
I'm throwing you off.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, everybody wants to go there, but we are in Nepal. But that said, there's still a lot of highs and lows. There's the Death Pit, as we all know. There's a lot of big outside spaces. You can bring a Pharah in to keep and cover those high grounds. So there's a lot of different options we could see here. And now that we've got some teams that are probably going to be a little bit more flexible on screen, I think today,
right,
we'll have to see what they bring to this, because there's a lot you can do, and it's going to depend a lot on the individual team's play style.
Yeah, I think that this is really going to be a good litmus test for the rest of the series as well, because, you know, each of the sub maps of Nepal has a lot of interesting possibilities. You know, you go to Village, that's a very rush centric map. You go to Sanctum, you can do rush there as well, but of course you can run Hog. You know, you can run anything with boops as well. And then you go to Temple, and that's just a completely different matter as well. It's the the point on top of the hill, right? There's such high ground advantage there that you can run all sorts of different things. So it is going to be a very interesting map to start out on.
I agree. And I think the one thing we can both probably likely agree that we'll probably see those Symmetras come out for those early teleporters, whether people stay on it, because that Sim May kind of a comp in the rush in these types of maps tend to hold pretty well, just given the kind of staying power they have and the ability. It's just so important to get there first, right? Like you have to, really the more likely you are to get there, the more important it is. Like if you get there first, you're more likely to get it and hold it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like it's especially important when you go to Village. That one is crucial to get there first.
Absolutely.
Right? If you get there and you can set up the car wash before the enemy team can, you're golden. If you get those sim turrets set up, then that's just fantastic.
1000% right on that. And you know, pairing in with that with Orion, probably likely the Diva, you're probably going to have a very strong front line. So expect to see those Baps probably paired with it. There's a chance we swap to some Cowboy depending, post Symmetra, but we'll have to see kind of what these teams favor in regards to that.
Yeah, that is a good point. You can't see them swap off that, especially if they don't get point first. If they have to, go back to spawn and rethink their plan, then that's absolutely in the cards.
100%. We'll have to see, because Nepal is, like you said, Nepal is so varied. There's nearly nothing to predict, but I think there's going to be a lot to keep an eye out for, especially given the fact that both of these teams are still new to the Will English Invitational. These are both teams that still, like we said kind of earlier, need to make a point. And there's nothing going to be a bigger point maker than coming in and just dominating these set of maps.
All right. Well, what do you say we get into it? So, I believe we are just about ready. So I am excited to get into this Overwatch. Let's take a look at what we have coming up. So,
gonna be in
Crimson Ruby up against Lootbox right there. That still says Meteor Gaming, from the last one, but that's okay.
Don't think too much about it. Meteor is just they're just that playing ahead. It's just the way it is. But I think there's lots. Oh no, we're seeing yet another ball hog. But I like this. It's a very pokey comp with that pharmacy there. Is going to be very, very strong for the side of Lootbox. And the double shield with the sim, I think that's more of what I was expecting at least. from the side of that, and Ludwig and Machu Pachi definitely going to be difficult to displace against that Pharah.
Yeah, but you know what's going to be difficult for the Pharah is that turret from Torb that Kawaii Kitty has. So, these both of these teams, they've got answers to what each other is bringing. So it's just going to be interesting to see which one really ends up having more of an effect. As we see both teams starting to engage. The double shield now set up. We see Cringy on the Wrecking Ball right behind him. The double boop to start things out! That is huge! Machu Pachi and Kawaii Kitty out of the fight immediately. This is a fast win for Lootbox. They are coming up golden.
I was just about to say, the good thing about the ball here for Cringy is that you have just the ability to sustain on point. But who needs to sustain on point when you can just get a free win by just rolling through them? So awarded with 75% of their ultimate, they'll have those mines probably before the fight next starts. And that's going to be some changes across the board. Machu Pachi going to go to the Hog here, and we're going to see the Echo and the Ash come in. So a wholesale of changes against this Poke comp.
Yeah, this is a very interesting set of changes. Gonna be curious to see how it plays out for them. Ludwig already coming out with a kill on Detatron. So the Cowboy out of the fight right now. Everybody else from from Lootbox gonna have to work overtime to keep things up. But Cringy's already down as well. So Crimson Ruby has an opportunity now to really push on the point, and especially with the pick on the Mercy, that's gonna be big. And Kawaii Kitty almost goes off the map, but they get the boosters back just in time. And despite a counter pick from Bulldog, this is going the way of Crimson Ruby.
It turns out just having the slightly more advanced Echo there is a little bit better, and Kawaii Kitty is going to continue to help clean that up a little bit with the focusing beam. Great changes that came in there. They didn't really, considering they were down in that fight, and those mines came out from Cringy too. They took that pretty handedly. These changes were what need to be shade, and even though it's this double kind of off-tank setup, it's working very well for them. They're high sustaining, and they're going to go into this fight with not much, because there is a nano for Durasan coming in. Probably going to go into that Pharah, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think you're about right. Either to build up that barrage or to just get a nano barrage in. But there it is, already committed over to Bulldog, and they're already getting value with it. Ludwig out of the fight. The res comes in, but in the meantime, Machu Pachi is falls as well to that barrage. Bulldog now still on the prowl in the air for Lootbox, getting a lot of value. And in the meantime, the point has flipped back over in Lootbox's control. It's now Crimson Ruby on the backup, but Ludwig is there with the Gravitic Flux. Can it get value? It does, with the help of Kawaii Kitty. So Crimson Ruby coming back in strong, looking like they're gonna retake this point.
Kawaii Kitty's just been absolutely running the kill feed here and has just been a part of every single kill. It's cleaning up everything, and that's just an impressive. We were talking about making a statement earlier, and Kawaii Kitty has absolutely come out and done that initially. They're rewarded. They have 3 ultimates, both DPS and that nano, so we may see probably maybe a nano Bob even here. This isn't the worst play. And if I had to guess, Kawaii Kitty is probably going to try to copy either the Pharah, maybe the Hog in some cases, possibly the Cowboy. But because there's 3 ults on both sides, so it's going to kind of depend how these ults layer out in this next fight.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We're going to keep a close eye on all of that. Here comes the Deadeye. The Boopto does come in already for Bulldog. Machu Pachi out of the fight. Both tanks gone for Crimson Ruby, and so without a front line, it's just going to be easy pickings for the rest of Lootbox as they really open this point back up and get it in their favor.
Yeah, they took it right back, and Groka just going to go ahead and throw in that whole Hog, not really getting any value, is going to find one and pull him into the mines there. There's the Bob too, though. They're just committed into this.
Yeah, they certainly have. 83% on the board for Crimson Ruby, but that Bob, without that, the next fight to try and retake the point is going to be that much more difficult, especially because Bulldog also has this barrage up and online, ready to go.
And there's a nano too for it if they want to try and make sure that the Bulldog lives through it. And there's just a couple of trades on the tank lines, so they're still going to try and push this here. That purple came through, though. It's so big.
Yeah, that is. The res comes through onto Kawaii Kitty, and now the barrage is big. It catches out too before Bulldog does go down. Here's another Gravitic Flux. Can they find any value with it? Kawaii Kitty coming in big once again, getting another kill. This is just fantastic play once again from them. Kinetic Grasp now used by Ludwig to proc up those extra shields, using that whole Hog against Broca. And now with Kawaii Kitty once again lighting up the kill feed. It's gonna be Crimson Ruby coming back and wresting control from Lootbox.
And has already rebuilt Echo, that copy, that duplicate, already basically ready to go for the next fight. They've absolutely just put all their resources into Kawaii Kitty with a great reason, and who has just continuously shown up. And there's gonna be another focus team gonna get out again and just taking control of the fight, the duplicate onto the Diva.
Yeah, this is just tremendous play from them, but the sleep does come in. Machu Pachi eventually finishing off Plusix on that Mercy. Dynamite comes in, it catches Grokan. That's going to cause them to demech as well. Holisov with the nano committed to them as well, doing a lot of work once again for Crimson Ruby. There's the minefield now coming out from Cringy. Can they get the point back, though? It's looking less and less likely as the kills come in once again for Crimson Ruby. Dynamite into the air onto Plusix, and that's going to do it. Crimson Ruby comes up winning in a nail-biter of a first match.
The turning point there was Chegg nanoing Kawaii Kitty. It was, you couldn't really make it out in the mix of everything, but if you watch the kill feed there, it was just lit up with Kawaii Kitty and assists for Chegg, and that was the correct decision. And if Kawaii Kitty keeps up this level of play throughout the most of this, I think you do have to prepare for this down the line, whoever you might be playing. Holly Saab, now we're going to see that rush we were kind of talking about here for Village, that Mei Sim rush that looks so good there, and it looks like it will be pseudo matched in a double shield by Lootbox. Cringy going to opt into that Orisa instead of a formal off tank. I kind of like it. It gives you a little more staying power, but it's a little bit slower of a comp. So this is going to really depend who gets the first pick with these Symmetras here.
Yeah, it certainly is. Both teams are out of the gates fast, looking to get to a point as quick as they can, and it might be Crimson Ruby who actually gets there first. No, is it going to be Lootbox? It is Lootbox neck and neck. Neither one really has an advantage. Both Mei walls are out, but is Machu Pachi getting a pick on the Classics that is going to make the difference here in this fight. Both Immortality fields out and down already. Ludwig demeched on point, but the aggression still coming in heavily from Crimson Ruby. They are going to come away with this first point in their favor.
It was a good setup. They got there just in time. They tried to isolate well, but they forced out the Immortality field a little bit later, and as the cleanup just comes in, Machu Pachi does have Shatter already, but Bulldog did manage to get that Photon Barrier up pretty much a little bit faster. They're neck and neck in this ult economy too, so Chegg's going to have that window just to keep them, you're going to fire that spam through, get those icicles through, and just do what you can to try to press and force those angles you want to. Try and lure them into the rest of your death ball. So if they can put that angle right, they'll be in a good position here.
Yeah, that they will. TP back to point. Get the sim turrets are up and doing work right now. That photon projector doing tremendous damage, just getting continuous charge off of that photon barrier. But the shatter is massive from Graka. Lays down 2 on the ground. They drop instantly, and this is their opportunity to take this fight into their control, and that is exactly what they're going to do. 40% though on the board for Crimson Ruby.
The teams have just been back and forth. They both look very good when they get control of the fight as they want to. Lootbox holding on to 2. They'll have that Supercharger and they'll have Blizzard. Probably going to put those together just to kind of make a quick cleanup if they can on the point. And there's nothing really for Crimson Ruby. They will get the Sound Barrier and that Photon Barrier as well. So they'll have a bit more of a defensive end. If they can withstand this Blizzard from Tatchroon, they can win this fight here on the side of Crimson Ruby.
Yeah, that is very true. They absolutely can. Jamu does have the Sound Barrier now. It has just gotten online, so they push it, but the Mei wall is tremendous. 2 people go down instantly on Crimson Ruby's side. Lootbox doing a tremendous job of winning this fight out almost before it even starts.
Bulldog just lighting up the feed there, and plus side for the side of Crimson Ruby, you didn't commit anything, so it was just kind of a quick reset, and now that you're losing the point pressure, it's now taking over to the side of Lootbox. You're fine with that for the most part. It was a little bit disappointing, but you still saved everything. You also gained Blizzard by the time this fight starts, so that's an offensive weapon you can use into it, considering you now have an advantage there.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Oh, but already Bulldog has a pick on Kawaii Kitty, so no Blizzard in the books for Ruby. Crimson Ruby this time around. Supercharger online for Cringy as well, but they're not even going to need it at the moment. They throw a halt out there to see if they can get anything, go for a little bit of a fishing trip. Comes up with nothing at the moment, but Bulldog has this Photon Barrier back online too.
They can't approach. There's just too much staying power between these double shields of Lootbox and just the pure setup they have. But they have to make a statement and they have to make a stance soon. If they don't, they're just going to lose the point. There's the Photon Barrier to just kick it off.
Yeah, and now we see the aggression coming in from Crimson Ruby. The Blizzard is committed. A Sound Barrier now layered on top by Jamu as well. And this time looking like the early kill feed going the way of Crimson Ruby, but Machu Pachi's out of the fight without your main tank.
Oh, that's huge.
The Shatter is going to land, and it's going to land hard. And it's going to take 2 members out of the fight immediately. A last-ditch effort with a self-destruct catches out Duro. So this isn't over yet for Crimson Ruby. They may be able to come back into this. But the staying power that this composition on Loot Box is just too great. And despite the point getting flipped over to Crimson Ruby, it looks like it's going to be headed straight back in Loot Box's favor.
They will, and they know they had to stay and fight this because you've seen the swaps come in. They're still holding on to a Quiet Kitty over under the Tracer now, just trying to make sure they can touch. Machu Pachi just going to get in and unfortunately just kind of see their way back to spawn. And Groka just going to go ahead and start cleaning up. It's overtime, tickles down. This is not looking good for Crimson Ruby.
No, it's certainly not. And as that time starts ticking down further and further, it's all but over for Crimson Ruby on this push. Any last-minute heroics probably had to have come in a little bit sooner. Bulldog finds that last kill, but they're taken out by Chegg, so who knows? This could be the comeback that Crimson Ruby needed, but there's still so many members on point, and with the Supercharger, that's going to be everything for this map. Loot Box evens things up.
And that was kind of the difference, I think, in that Orisa, right? There was just the overall amount of damage just kind of put out between the two teams was different between them, and that's why you wanted the Orisa there, between the Supercharger, between just the poke range you have, where you don't necessarily need to run out and approach and fight with the rest of this brawl comp. You can kind of just sit and hold point and force the opposing team to say, no, you have to come to us if you want to get control of this point. And every time they did, they were just punished immediately for it. Looks like Crimson Ruby is going to swap over to this full ball poke kind of a comp here. The Sim's just going to stay around for a little bit of speed, get Brig and Zen there a little faster, and it looks like Lootbox is going to maintain this brawl comp. I mean, it worked for them, right? Cringy going to take up the Reinhardt. There's just a little variation on what they just played, but I do like that D.Va now here.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit better look on this map. Catchroad staying on this Mei, so doesn't have exactly the same power, I think, that it had on Village, but still an excellent choice here. We see Crimson Ruby coming in, ball going for the engage, Machu Pachi going in, Immortality barrier used already by Durasan, and the kills coming in very quickly for Loot Box. They've got to be happy with how this match is starting out for them here. They're going to come away likely with first point control here as soon as the rest of these staggers are cleaned up.
And that's what this comp wants to do, is find someone, rush them down, and isolate them the best they can. And that it worked perfectly to the favor. They were able to just kind of blitz that room as quick as they could, find someone, and the Sombra's just going to get a little poke from Quiet Kitty, who's just been quiet these last two. Yeah, if they can get that isolation, this rush comp wins, and you can't allow that. That's supposed to be what the ball and the D.Va are for, but they need to keep focusing. They need to keep themselves a little bit more spread out and just keep from getting caught out versus this rush comp. If they can do that, they can isolate them and get the angles and create the crossfires to win it.
Yeah, and here comes the engagement. Hack comes in onto Groka. Onto Klussix, rather. Durasan has the amplification matrix. Are they going to need it, though? Mind's committed from Machu Pachi, and now point going to be very heavily in control over by Crimson Ruby. They're going to be able to cap it. Bulldog swapping over now to the Doomfist. Looking for that one pick potential now on the side of Lootbox, and this fight is still going on. Shatter committed as well. Wow. Charge comes in onto Machi Pachi, and they are removed from the fight, and now they've got their sights set on Gruga, who has just about been demeched here. On the sights on Ludwig. Ludwig does come up though with a rally. Chegg as well with that, with that ability from Zenyatta as well. Bulldog now try to find some value on the Tracer, but just unable to, and this is going to go the way of Crimson Ruby.
They'll flip it and they'll hold on to it for the time of that, but they cost them a lot, and it was a long fight. They managed to flip it, thankfully, a little bit earlier. So is that Quiet Kitty does have EMP, though, so this is going to be their win con going into this next fight, and maybe they can get that EMP and self-destruct combo in time with it, but they're playing this well, and they know they don't have to play point here. They have to just kind of force this rush to corral them into wherever they want to go, especially now that Bulldog has moved over to Cowboy. So sound barrier and self-destructs on both sides is going to be a big explosion coming in for both teams' juggle.
Yeah, that is certainly the truth. And if Machu Pachi gets a nice slam for this self-destruct as well, it could be devastating. Here comes that sound barrier in from Klussix. They've got so many extra shields. Machu Pachi's already down. They're going to try and equalize with the self-destruct, and that is exactly what happens. But Ludwig caught out of their mech before they're able to get back into it. And this fight is going to go back the way of Lootbox, and this has just been so back and forth.
Both of these teams just refusing to give an inch. They're just forcing each other to make the smallest of errors that are really flipping these matches back and forth. And now that Lootbox has to rebuild from quite a bit, they're going to have to look to the Shatter and for Cringy to come up really big here, because Tartaroon is going to get Blizzard, but it won't come till the mid-fight, so they're going to have to set that up. And just take a look at this. Just look at this setup as it came in from that, because there's that sound barrier just to keep kind of the rest of that going. And it was just that was just a great retake from them. That was just a great play.
Yeah, Treg has rebuilt the Transcendence. Now Machiavelli out of the fight, though. The Transcendence was a little bit late to save them. Holysov has found a pick, though, on the Tatron, so no Blizzard for Lootbacks, at least not this part of the fight. Both teams still brawling it out on point. This is getting really, really scrappy. Groka does find Yamu in the chaos of it all. Mine's committed now from Machiavelli as well. So many members of Lootbox going down so low that Durasan has their work cut out for them. Holysov does find the main tank as well. Immortality Field committed. The Pulse Bomb doesn't find any value due to that, but Machiavelli is able to get Groka, and now Crimson Ruby coming back into this. I think this one's going 99 to 99.
It is, and Machu Picchu has been looking really good as a main tank player across all of these. We were kind of giving Cringy a shout in the beginning there for their good ball play, but Machu Picchu is showing they're no slouch either. So there is going to be a couple things coming in. Chegg did build another Transcendence through that, and that's just already incredible. They'll have double support ultimates going into this, so they're looking pretty stable going into this last fight, and they need to be versus the double DPS ultimates on Lootbox. Which one is going to come out on top, the offense or the defense here, we'll have to see.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. And we already have the rally popped by Jamu. Bulldog goes down. Machu Picchu's able to foul it. The Blizzard does get eaten. So that is off the board now for Lootbox, and that has to sting. Especially now that Crimson Ruby is coming up with all the kills. Overtime is clicking down, and that's going to be it. Crimson Ruby coming up with the first map win. And that, I mean, talk about a nail biter.
That was down to the wire every single time, and a lot of different players had moments to shine there, but Kawaii Kitty, this is the double boop. This is the double boop. There's no question. I don't even need to see this. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is it. That great little ball tech there, just getting themselves around and waiting for that. That's just smart play there. That's someone who's played a lot of time on ball, and I respect that because that is a play you don't get to see a lot of the time. But speaking of a lot of play you don't get to see a lot of the time, often a lot of these times, and you kind of caught it in the end there, the Sombra EMPs that showed up. You don't usually see the Sombra actually contributing a lot to the kill feed, but Kawaii Kitty there showed up 3 times, had cleaned up so much from their own EMP, and that says a lot about the team play there.
Yeah, it really does. You know, and Kawaii Kitty was making such an impression as well on that Echo in the first map that, you know, I think, you know, we talked about statements needing to be made here, and Kawaii Kitty has certainly made one so far.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a standout player that if you are even one of these T3 to contenders level players, you might consider giving them a shot. And there's that shatter. It was so big. It hit 4, but there was just unfortunately like so little follow-up into it. And these shatters from both of these Reinhardts have been big the whole game. And that solo onto the ball also just to complete that kill. So important. Like hitting these shatters, especially versus a ball poke comp, becomes so important. And you're not looking for huge team wiping shatters, mind you. You're looking to just isolate 1 or 2 people. Yeah, you're never going to get them. Your job is to isolate. Your job is to figure out who do you need to take out to win the fight, and that's what they did there. And again, just you can just keep that boop on loop for me, because that's just beautiful. That's just a joy to watch over and over.
Yeah. It really is. As a ball main, that really speaks to me right there. I love that flank and love seeing that boop. Love seeing it at this level as well. So fantastic. Really fantastic play coming out from both sides. I think this you know, this series really could go either way. Crimson Ruby is up 1-0, but Lootbox, my God, they put out a great show.
They really did. Bulldog came in very strong initially on that Pharah. Granted, they then threw everything at them, but that Pharah may be key to the future of these fights. Like, this may be important to keep that far in the sky and keeping them getting as much value as it is, because when they were able to enable Bulldog, they were able to hold these points and win. But it was just once you kind of fell apart and lost the control of that, it just kind of stopped working. And, you know, double hit scan is just a great incentive to not play a Pharah.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, speaking of incentives to play Pharah, it's going to be interesting to see how this next map choice works out, because we are going to be going to a hybrid map, and it looks like it's going to be Blizzard World this time around. So not entirely sure if we're going to be seeing much Pharah in the picture this time.
Probably not. You have the open skies, and maybe if you are confident in your Pharah play, you could force that. But I have a feeling we will likely see some more rush probably. That Rhine Diva rush is still very, very strong. There's no reason not to play it if you're strong at it. But we did see initially on the side of Crimson Ruby, we did see that double shield. There's a chance that might look good here, given that you have so many high grounds you can just control and play from and force, you know, these different angles to come on top of. That could be an option. Then again, we've seen a lot of ball too, so we could still see a lot of poke comps. Those are still very, very strong also. Just anything's really possible.
It really is. And, especially with, not just on this map in particular, but especially just with the state that Overwatch is in right now, it's in a very balanced position. And so many of these comps, if you play a composition really well,
you can just run
probably just want to play that, even regardless of the map in some cases. But, if I had to put my money down on what we're going to see, I'm expecting Double Shield to be the majority of the choices that are going to be made in this next map.
You know what? I would challenge that. I would think we're going to see a lot more Ball Diva. Lootbox looked very good on that Ball Diva. I think they were feeling confident on it. They really wanted to play it. But I think that now that you have these kinds of wider open spaces, you might want to try that again. Cringy looked really good. And that kind of double main tank setup they had on Village was a little bit unorthodox, but it paid off. So I think they're going to be a team that plays some of these unorthodox things we're not looking for.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I was skeptical of that double main tank look. I'm not gonna lie, but you were absolutely right. It gave them staying power on point. It made it so that Crimson Ruby just did not want to push in on them, and that was the difference maker at the end on Village. Yeah,
and all it takes is something that you're not expecting to really throw you off your game, right? If you we're at a level where you can kind of almost predict what is likely to come out, like we're kind of just doing right now. We can kind of sit around and spitball and throw what it is, but all it takes is one team to just kind of be a one trick or do something that's just a little unorthodox, and suddenly you're staring down the bullet of a loss. And it's just going to be this could be the moment we see that, and this could be Lootbox's start to turn it back in their favor.
Yeah, well, let's see if that is going to be the case as we are loading into the map right now. And it's looking nice and bright outside in Blizzard World right now, but I gotta say, it's still dark where I am. It's still early morning over here in the U.S. So, excited.
Oh no, it's a beautiful day for some rides. You're right. Yeah, it's a beautiful day in Blizzard World to go on some rides. It's not so great here in the U.S., and I'm with you because it's also a U.S. Lad. It's a little bit grayer, but I think what is not gray right now is Crimson Ruby, because they're looking at this Orisa kind of poke comp, and I like this. Kawaii Kitty on the Torb, gonna give a little bit better on the defense. I think they're expecting a ball or a tracer or something, and that's a great read from what you saw from Lootbox, who is looking to favor just more of I hesitate to call it a dive, because this is more of a brawl, like a dive brawl hybrid, like a rush kind of thing, right?
Isn't this the classic six-man dive right here?
This is like the classic six-man dive, but this isn't going to go for like long dives onto the Zenyatta. Right. This is going to be like just kind of short dives from the Winston onto the front line. The Moira's right there. You're not necessarily like going long. This is short dive squad. I like to call this short dive, but that's just
I like that. That is a good name for it. Because this is. It really is brawly. Even though you have the dive tanks, it does really want to get in on one character and just demolish them as quick as possible. They're taking quite a long rotation to get around a point, but I think this makes a lot of sense. Any brawl composition is going to want to do that. They don't want to take poke. And Crimson Ruby, that is all that they want to do, and they don't have much of an opportunity to do with this rotation. Here comes the engagement now from Cringy. They're going to get discorded. That's going to make things problematic, but they are able to take Check out of the fight. They do pay for it with their life, though, each of them taking the other out in turn. Fight has moved back to point now as Lootbox has almost gotten one tick on the board already, but Ludwig has other ideas as they take Classics out of the fight. The D-Mex Diva now getting hammered away by Kawaii Kitty on that Torb, and this is going to be a first point hold for Crimson Ruby.
Oh, Kawaii Kitty will not be outdone. No, having seen the Torb Hammer pulled out earlier in the day, we'll say, I want to get in on this too. I guess we need to start the old Torb Hammer counter in the tournament this week, so we'll see how that goes. Jamu is rewarded there with the Amplification Matrix, so they're going to use that. But they have both DPS ultimates coming online, so they're in a good position to hold here. Lootbox not really changing much. They did build Coalescence, but there's nothing really to put in. You might be able to spend that on Cringy to get the rest of their Primal in. And that looks like that might be it on the engage here.
Yeah, that is exactly what they're going to do. Check takes
gets two, though.
Cringy out of the fight immediately. Finds Bulldog as well. And Crimson Ruby going to hold very strongly and very easily.
Yeah, you can't play this kind of dive into this. There's just so much to counter the Winston. You have to. At what point does Lootbox decide they have to give this up and go to put Cringy back on the ball? You have answers. You don't have to engage hard with the ball. you can sit and poke from a distance. You can let the Reaper and the Sombra kind of lurk and get some value because you have EMP for this fight, which has to be your win con. But there's 5 for Crimson Ruby, and there's just so much against you in this economy.
Yeah, exactly, and there's so much staying power with this as well. Kawaii Kitty has that molded core as well that can just stall out a point almost for a very, very long time. Here comes the engagement, though. EMP is committed. 5 people go down.
Oh.
Chegg is there with the Transcendence, though. They were out of the way, but it's not going to be enough to save Hollysoft. Sorry, the Supercharger now used from Machu Pachi, and 3 members of Lootbox go down in rapid succession after that extra damage gets poured in.
And it's worth noting, they shut down the Cringy's Primal, too, right in the beginning of that fight, so they lost that value. And they won that fight with 2 ults. They won that fight. Chegg was hidden away properly where he belonged, came out at the right time. And they still have 3 for this next fight, and this is so tough. There's a Death Blossom on board, there's a Self-Destruct, so there's tools for Loot Box, but this has to be so big. And there's no support ultimates, but now never mind, Bulldog's already out. This is tragic.
Yeah, that is no good. That is a no-go as well for Lootbox. You need that Death Blossom. That is one of your big win conditions right here. So that is so much more time off the clock, and that is just a boon for Crimson Ruby.
Absolutely, and they've just won a fight for free, pushed it to last fight territory, and additionally, you've just given your supports basically both of their ultimates. They'll get it in the mid fight, which means they'll be able to just hold out so much longer. This long rotation again it worked a little bit the first time. They got almost a free tick, but it wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. Oh, but here's the Death Blossom, but it gets denied from Machu Pachi. There is a counter pick, though. Hollysoft is out of the fight. 1 tick now on the board for Lootbox. So they do have a win condition now on the board. Machu Pachi trying to get worked up, but it's Ludwig with the Self-Destruct that takes out both supports of Lootbox. And despite their best efforts, this is going to be a first point hold for Crimson Ruby.
And Kawaii Kitty is going to clean it up with yet another hammer kill. That's going to be 2 on the board, and the running leaderboard for them as we go on. So positive note here. It's going to be a sound barrier to touch. No, it didn't even make it off, but they did manage to touch. They're going to body block the Hammond, and they'll commit the last ult into it just to clean it up. And so plus side for Lootbox, you got a tick. There's a win condition here. So you just need to do the even fuller hold if you can. And with that initial look, I'm really hesitant to think Lootbox is gonna do that. Unfortunately, I want to believe, but it's so tough considering you barely got that first tick, and to expect that now you're gonna hold versus Crimson Ruby, who's been playing phenomenally as a team and as standout individual players. It's a big ask.
It really is, especially when you've got Kawaii Kitty on your side with Crimson Ruby, and I wanted to see more adjustment out of Lootbox. I really, really did, but they decided to put all their eggs in one basket, and I'm really not sure that was the best choice. And I imagine they have to be kind of kicking themselves, thinking the same thing. But hopefully their mind is on this defense right here, because they have to make it work, and they have to come up big, and they're going to go double shield for it.
I think this is a good double shield, though, because it's similar to it's that Brawl double shield. This is a big anti-dive. You still have the Torb, you still have the Cowboy. You have Excretion in case you need that too, to just keep stalling out. They're expecting this read tells me they're expecting dive. They're expecting some sort of a ball comp, and I like that this intuition. And meanwhile, on the side of Crimson Ruby, they are doing just that. Kawaii Kitty absolutely looked great on that Sombra, and I expect to see this come in here. And considering all they need to do is just kind of get EMP to win this, they can take their time.
You're absolutely right. They really, really can. And this is a composition as well that wants to take its time too, right? You need to find those opportunities. You need to disrupt. You need to find the mistakes that the other team makes and capitalize on them.
And Chegg on that Zenyatta's looked good, yeah,
Chegg really, really has. Already leading in the L charge category for Crimson Ruby, as a matter of fact. And Crimson Ruby has started to take angles now on Lootbox. They're starting to surround them slowly. They're getting positioning and starting to kind of poke and prod, seeing where the fence is weak, seeing where their opportunities are before they make a complete commitment and a full dive in. They've now got control over the mega area right there, and it looks like they're about ready to start moving in as Hollysoft takes a off angle, but Machu Pachi's going to be removed from the fight early, so Crimson Ruby may decide to wait, or they're going to go for a counter pick quick. Oh, but Jamu and Chegg are out of the fight. That's no supports. This is over now. Lootbox
it's over now.
First hold.
they were playing slow, but they weren't playing slow enough in some ways. You're kind of waiting for Chegg to get this Discord onto somebody and for Holly Sob and Machu Picchu to follow it up, but that never really happened. This aggressive loot box team kind of just pushed out when they saw the rotations coming in, and while they do have Transcendence on the board for Crimson Ruby, it's not going to be enough to win this round. Especially given that there is the Molten Core, there is an Amplification Matrix. There's just like this, the economy is starting to favor loot box, and if it gets out of control, Crimson Ruby might actually just lose this.
Yeah, that's a good point. They certainly could. This isn't looking impossible anymore. Turret is down and out of fight. Immortality Field also committed already from Durasan. Here comes the Amplification Matrix as well. Picks on either side though. High Noon committed, but Bulldog falls. And now there's a couple of picks on the board for Crimson Ruby. And a huge play from Machu Picchu. The minefield is out as well. And now this is almost all but over. But oh my gosh, can Machu Picchu survive?
Doesn't need to.
Doesn't even matter. Crimson Ruby goes up 2-0, and that was a statement.
That's the statement we needed to make, right? Especially because you're coming up against this Chegg, probably a well-deserved play, who is, again, we were talking about Kawaii Kitty the whole time, has just looked so good from this Zenyatta, showed off in Nepal as well, just put in the absolute value, getting the full reign with those Discord Orbs and the volleys, just incredible. Putting in so much work from that backline and well protected at that too.
Yeah, absolutely was. That was just an incredible showing from Crimson Ruby. That first map looked very close. It really, really did. But this was kind of a blow away from Crimson Ruby. Yeah. They really showed what they're made of this last map. And Lootbox, they're going to have to dig deep, I think, to come back into the series now. Their only hope is a reverse sweep.
Yeah, they have to just win out from here. That said, they will get map pick for this one, and if they win, and as long as if it goes live, they're gonna start losing out on this, and you can just see it. There's just plays like these big plays coming out. Chegg immediately knew, just read it like a book, even though there was a 4-man EMP there, absolutely set it up, and that's such a clutch play from the support line of. Just such a great play. Machu Picchu also looking incredibly good on the ball. That's a versatile team that you want to show off and that wants to go further. Now, granted, they have a lot of tough enemies down the line if they win this and if Crimson Ruby goes on. But this looks like a team that could put up a fight right now, right? Like if you have a strong performance against someone on your level, imagine what you can look like versus a team above your level. You can actually give them, a chance and a reason to sweat.
Yeah, you can. I think that Crimson Ruby absolutely has what it takes to, give any of these higher teams coming in a run for their money. Yeah, they certainly can. With play that like we've seen so far, especially on the back of Kawaii Kitty and Machu Picchu, to me, they have been the standout players so far. Machu Picchu's done an excellent job engaging and setting up opportunities for his team to capitalize on.
And that's a part of this, right? Is that waiting for those opportunities to arise, forcing the errors out of the opposing team. Lootbox, not to say that they're making incredibly bad errors. This isn't, gold where I sit in. Like they're not making incredibly bad errors, but they're making enough errors. They're waiting out and buying the time for everything to come into place, and then buy the things they need. They're waiting for the Discord Orbs to come in. They're waiting for the isolations to happen, and they're waiting for the team play to come in. And that's really, I think, been the key difference between this, is that Crimson Ruby has looked great as a team. Lootbox has had individual moments that have really shined, but not quite as a whole unit, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think we can even see that coming into play as far back as the very first sub map that we saw, right? Because if you think back, Crimson Ruby, in my head, they won the first two full team fights because Cringy won that first one off that boop, right? And you saw Crimson Ruby come back from that deficit and regroup, keep their heads on their shoulders, and come back to really to win that sub map, to win that first sub map as well. So, I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying.
We'll have to see where this goes. We're going to take a quick break, hang tight, and we'll be right back for this incredible conclusion of this match in just a moment.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational. Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this very exciting match between Crimson Ruby and Lootbox. Crimson Ruby is up 2-0 at the moment, so Lootbox looking to come back in this matchup with a reverse sweep for the win. But it's all going to be coming down to this next map. Lootbox, their backs are against the wall, and this is do or die.
I mean, this is it. We were talking earlier, you need to make a statement here. I don't think there's a bigger statement than being able to pull out a reverse sweep, and it has to start right here in Junkertown, where you have a lot of wide open space, right? We were talking about a Pharah that could be you can kind of run that Pharah here. You have a lot of options, a lot of big poke comps can come through here. So maybe on the side of Lootbox, this is something that favors you, but it has to be now, and it has to be a statement that says we want to go on and we want to play for this money. We want to see ourselves in these later, and we want to show that we can fight with the big boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, the big boys standing in Lootbox's way are Crimson Ruby. With the lineup of Kawhi and Machu Picchu really doing a tremendous amount of work so far. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Wrecking Ball coming out again. It's really been the solution for them so far, I think.
This used to be a place we used to see a lot of like pirate ships. We used to see a lot of Orisa things. A lot. Rush works here too. But lately, this has become the home of the Australian Ball, as I'm just going to formally call it right now. Ball just has the ability to cover and control so much space. And in a map like this, where it's so crucial that you be able to move your team where you want, the ability to even just be a threat in those areas at any point in time is so important. So once we get into there, we'll have to see what these teams pick. Because I could also see Lootbox going for that double shield. That was really successful for them on Nepal. And this wouldn't be a bad spot to hold the defense with that. It's a little bit wide open, but it wouldn't be a bad look to kind of just bunker into one of those rooms and just fight out of that.
You're absolutely right. It really would be. And I liked it certainly a lot more than what I saw from them on Blizzard World. You know, I'd like to see them go back to the looks that we saw on Nepal, because that's where they were really shining. You know, that's where they gave Crimson Ruby their biggest run for their money. So whatever that look was that you had there, Lootbox, let's bring it back. I want to see that again, because it was looking very good.
I think speaking of looks too, Crimson Ruby has just looked incredible throughout this entire match, right?
Yeah.
There was a little bit shaky in maybe the first minute or two of Nepal, but otherwise just looked so dominant across the board. It looked like they had such a good mastery of their team comps, of their comms, and just of their ability to play as a unit and set up each other for success, that it's just impressive. It's just really a good thing you have to keep an eye out for if you're one of these other, or if you're useless looking at the next game, maybe you have to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, you certainly do. And Crimson Ruby they've just looked calm and in control as well, right? Whereas Lootbox to me has looked a little bit frantic at times. I think I would use the word frantic, and I think that maybe that's reflective of what's going on in the team comms as well.
Yeah.
It could be that there's some miscommunication or some some cluttered comms coming out from Lootbox, because they just haven't quite looked like they've been on the same page for some of these fights.
Some of these fights and some of these decisions across the board have just looked kind of odd. They stayed on that Winston Diva kind of dive brawl definitely too long. Like once you saw there was a Cowboy and a Torbjorn there, you have to just give that up. You can't play into that. There's no world you're jumping onto anything. So you kind of have to make those calls a little bit sooner. And those calls need to come in, especially here where you can't afford. This is match point in theory. Like this, you can't afford to make a mistake like that. Crimson Ruby going to come out on the double sniper, double shield. That's kind of another thing I was thinking might happen here on a defense. And if Kawaii Kitty and Holysov continue to play as well as they do, there's just not going to be a touch. And loot boxes looks like they're going to try and match a little bit. The Bulldog is back on that Pharah. I like this look for that double shield. They might swap off their own Widow upon seeing the double shield because it's just not going to get a lot of value. So you might swap. Tatron might go to a Hanzo or something to just kind of burst down those shields a little better. But I like the Pharah look. There's a lot of gain to be had for it.
Yeah, that is certainly true. But there's going to be a lot of bullets and arrows flying through the sky to keep that Pharah's wings clipped. So it's going to be challenging in that respect for them. Tatron misses the grapple at first, but they're still going to be looking for a head to click onto. Finding one maybe over there on Kawaii Kitty, but they duck down low just before that bullet whizzes right through their head. Crimson Ruby giving up a decent amount of space at the moment to loot box. Nothing really happening at the moment. Just both teams really looking for positioning. Holysov very far in the back line right now.
Just playing it way back just knows that they have to take some sort of an angle to get themselves an advantage. And now that Pharah is kind of taking the sky, they're just going to have to keep backing up. And they're just giving up the space solely for free. There hasn't even been any picks yet, and the payload's already halfway through. That jump shot almost punished them, and there's the first two.
Yeah, that is a big opening now for Lootbox. They're going to be able to get this cart really moving underway now. Crimson Ruby starting to put up some kind of an opposition, but this is only going to last for so long as the numbers advantage just firmly in Lootbox's favor.
Yeah, they've got the numbers here. Holysov going to trade one out, but immediately just see themselves back to spawn. And I do like this better. I like this look so much better for Lootbox. They look like they're handling, and Tatron is going to come back in, and the crossfire they're setting up for themselves are so very strong here. Even though you have these kind of answers in the Hanzo and that, they just looked good versus in that mirror. They looked great there. But the swaps are going to come through for Crimson Ruby. So there's going to be a Tracer now just to harass a little better. Machu Pachi back on the ball. They're just back to this comp that has looked so good for them.
Yeah, they are. And Bulldog almost has this barrage online as well. Graka with a Gravitic Flux too. This could be a really good fight again for Lootbox. Tatron going down very low though, and Machu Pachi gets two this
on
time.
The roll through.
That is fantastic value from, what was just a roll.
Third.
There's a third. This Wrecking Ball is just out of control. He's going to pay for it eventually, but the damage is already done.
You've stopped the cart, and that's what you wanted to do. And now you're a lot harder to hit. But there's 4 ultimates for Lootbox, so they're in a good spot. They'll probably get this supercharger also mid-fight if they need it. They shouldn't. But there's double support ultimates for Crimson Ruby, including and Dragons and Mines coming in too. So this is pretty even across the board. All it takes is the right thing, and Kawaii Kitty going to open it up with those Dragons right now.
Yeah, that was a nice zoning goal right there. Gets a lot of people out of the way, but it's going to be the barrage from Bulldog that takes Kawaii Kitty out of the fight. And now they're going to be able to push forward even further. Rockets almost land on a Holysov as well. Immortality field removed, but it's going to be the Pulse Bomb and the Mines from Machu Pachi that are going to do the job. And this is a team fight win for Crimson Ruby once again, right on the heels of that last one.
Yeah, and Crimson Ruby, again, this is pretty typical for them though, right? They struggle in the first minute or two, and then they figure out exactly what needs to happen, and then they just look brilliant based on what they're doing. But they spent a lot to win that though. They'll have this this Flux as their only tool for the next fight. Meanwhile, there's a lot of amplification coming through on the side of Lootbox, so those may be the winners. That's a low window though, and that may not get a lot of value.
No, I don't think that's going to. I think that happened because of the slam that came in from Machu Pachi. Ludwig finds the pick already onto Tatron, and now Crimson Ruby just going to push forward and turn that one pick into 2, maybe even 3. Make it 4.
Wow. Kawaii Kitty just absolutely just showing up again one more time, and they're just keeping him in spawn now, just free firing in for no reason. And I was honestly a little concerned that they were just going to lose that fight based on the back of that one ult, but they held it well. Kawaii Kitty does have another set of dragons, so that'll probably be paired in with the mines somehow, just to kind of zone them, force them into it. And just check this again. Watch Kawaii Kitty just absolutely just going fearlessly, just pushing it. You don't need to play that close on Hanzo. You don't need to be that in your face, but just the lack of fear that man feels is just impressive.
Yeah, the audacity, some might even
Just-
say, of
Yeah,
some of his
the
plays.
sheer audacity.
Yeah, it's just tremendous. Speaking of audacity, that was quite an audacious minefield as well. Didn't find the value that they needed, but it kept loot box grouped up. They have popped the supercharger, but it's not going to do them any good, as Crimson Ruby just has them packed in like sardines into this little room right there, and they're just going to clean it up like nothing.
It was a good concept to try to get away from the poke damage, and the stagger will be a little bit later, but the ultimates were on the side of them. And speaking of ultimates, there's 3. They gained 1 on the side of Crimson Ruby by the time that was done. And they're just looking so good, and it's tough. Loot Box is gonna have they'll have answers in though. They'll have 5 of their own going into this fight. So if worst case scenario, they can all just press Q and hopefully come out on top here if you're Loot Box.
Yeah, that is certainly the case. They're going to have to do it soon, though, because they need to pop these ults first. Ludwig, though, is able to get the Gravitic Flux online first. Rally is committed, but +6 goes down anyway to the Gravitic Flux. Machipati coming in with another grapple kill on the Durasan. That's no supports for Lootbox. And now they're done once again. And what was a 5-minute time bank has dwindled down to just over a minute.
I think what concerns me here for the side of Loot Box is that you've really not made many changes. You've kind of been writing out what you're going to do. Tatron is going to hear me and go over to the Ashe though, and it's almost too late. You have one fight. You're in the last minute. You really can't get a lot. And I mean, just look at the Tracer. Hollystop going in on this, just putting out pressure on every single person, just hunting for the next target. Hasn't really been in the kill feed too much, but just is putting in the work and behind the scenes. And this, oh no, this corral though.
Wow, yeah.
They are. Oh.
Yeah, that was just tremendous play and awareness. Kawaii Kitty goes down to 10 health, but Jamu on the Baptiste is there to keep them up. And that second angle that they took was just tremendous. That was
powerful.
Yeah.
That was exactly what they've been doing this whole game, though. They've just been taking the fights on their terms. Crimson Ruby has absolutely had control of every single fight, and just has been continually pushing them to where they want to go. And this is anybody, and they're going to be able to make it. It's so close to spawn. They'll at least touch and push overtime.
Yeah, they've got that overtime proc. Slam comes in. There's the Dragon Strike. Deadeye committed as well, and it is going to find Kawaii Kitty. The self-destruct doesn't get anything. Immortality Field committed, but the kill's still coming in better for Lootbox. They look like they've finally wrested control of this part out of the hands of Crim and Ruby. And the DC comes in. That is so unfortunate, but they're still going to be able to make it out of this on top, as Czech is the last person standing, and they're just doing their best to slow down this card, but nobody can seem to hit them. Czech survived there for far too long, and we do finally get the pause coming in. So hopefully we get that member of Lootbox back in the fight, but we are in overtime when we get back into the game.
There's no stepping off, and
yeah,
Lootbox committed everything into this. They put every single ult into winning that fight. They needed to win this, and they did. Now the question is, how long can they keep it going? If they can push it to B and get that a time extension, okay, you can breathe, kind of reevaluate. And I think that fingers crossed they get their 6th man back and that everything goes well, because otherwise you're just the boat stops here, and now you have to try to defend on that and pray your 6th man comes back. Sorry, I'm thinking ahead to Overwatch 2.
You're thinking ahead to Overwatch 2, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking ahead of I'm thinking, oh no, we're going to be down to 4, and you're already going to feel like you're a loss. But yeah, you have to think about these things. Like this was worst case scenario, because you've gotten yourself the win for the fight, but the bigger battle now still isn't won, and now you have to push and hope that you can make it through to that point.
Yeah, and I mean, we have seen crazier things happen, and we don't have to look too far back in history to remind ourselves of just what those were. And those shenanigans did happen on Junkertown as well. Yeah. So, it's nothing's set in stone yet. Lootbox is still in this fight. Like you said, they got that crucial win that they needed to get, and they've got plenty of members on card. And if my memory serves me correctly, I believe that Machu Picchu made it back on the Wrecking Ball, but they're the only person there so far.
Yeah. You might even hold back on that, just knowing that the fight's kind of over. You can kind of give up basically to the end of B, right? Like you can let that go, even if that's the farthest you have to push it. I think you're feeling pretty confident if you're Crimson Ruby that you can do that without a problem. You held off 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
You had mentioned it previous. They held off from 5 minutes to get to this point. What's another couple meters just between like a victory at that point? So take the minute if you're Crimson Ruby, get your team back together, get a full 6. it's a clean slate. Ultimates that will come on board will get used immediately, but it just depends on who can build them first and who can get there.
And fortunately, we are heading back into the game. The player has reconnected, so Tatron is back in the fight. Slam coming in now from Machibachi on that Wrecking Ball. They do have the minefield. They are going to use it. They are going to try and win this right here. They do have both of their DPS. Kawaii Kitty does get a pick onto Duro-san. So that is one support down now for loot boxes. Just Clusterflakes on point at this point. Can they stay alive? No, they can't. Not with a pulse bomb like that coming in from Hollystuff. And now what was looking so promising for loot boxes hanging on by a very thin thread. They are going to get the progress, though, towards the end of the second point. Is anybody going to touch? Wrecking Ball is here at the last moment, but there's a supercharger on point as well. No. And they're going to get deleted before they can even slam on the ground. And now, Chegg does find a pick, but it's not going to be for naught as loot box is coming up big. This is the prize they needed out of their loot box right here.
That's a legendary. That was a legendary pull for certain. That was it. They bought themselves more time, and now they're good to go. And again, Crimson Ruby just needed. If they could have sacrificed the time. They staggered that out, and they needed to just get the full 6 together. If they had gotten a full 6 and probably taken that fight, they probably could have. And instead, now their economy is just a mess because they made a bunch of swaps. Kawaii Kitty's back on the Hanzo, but having given up everything, Chegg will have that Transcendence, but it's gonna have to be big here. They're gonna hold this high ground, and I think that we may see the Transcendence when Tatron drops that pulse bomb.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If they can respond quick enough, that is to it. That pulse bomb does go off pretty quick. The fight is getting nasty up on top. Machibachi coming in for a nice slam from the backside, is able to get Cringy out of the fight. So now they're down their main tank, and Tatron does connect with that pulse bomb, but it's not going to be enough as the kills are just way too heavily in the favor of Crimson Ruby.
Yeah, they've regained control, so now they've gotten it back in their rhythm. They're back in, and they didn't even spend Chegg's Transcendence there. So they're going into this ahead. Cringy is going to swap. This is going to be the full swaps to stall for the last moment, and this is going to be last fight. So with that Transcendence being the big difference maker, I think here, Duro-san will get that Amplification Matrix, but it's going to be a little bit later, and that's going to be tough to use here.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be. Hollystuff also has this pulse bomb coming online as well, so that can end the fight in just a moment. Here we come. Are they going to use it? They're looking for an opportunity. They're going to go around to the high ground. Can they find anything? Transcendence has been used now from Chegg. They're looking for that pulse bomb. The mines are committed, but Cringy comes in with a great pile driver. 3 members down now for each side, so this is do or die big time for Loot Box, and it looks like they are going to do it. Machibachi, the last member on point for Crimson Ruby, and that's going to be it. They've got the card under their control in overtime one more time. Can they push it to the very end? It's going to be close.
This is going to come down to the wire. Jarrus, I'm going to swap over to the Moira too. There is a high noon for Loot Box. They'll get that pulse bomb just a little bit before fight. So both those DPS ultimates need to come up big here because this is going to be there's the same on the other side for Crimson Ruby, but there is a Flux. So watch for Flux Dragons to come out and maybe just end this right here.
Tatron already gets value on the pulse bomb. Both pulse bombs land, as a matter of fact. Here's the Gravitic Flux. Can it get anything? No. He's going to drop back down to the ground without finding any kills. In fact, it's going to be Bulldog coming up big this time. Loot Box looking in control of this fight. Can they sustain? Crimson Ruby just going down. There is a pick onto Tatron, and with the spawn advantage that Crimson Ruby has, this could go back their way, but it's going to be very, very close. We knew it was going to be close coming into this fight, but this is even closer than I thought it was going to be. Bulldog does go down, though. Machibachi finding that kill with the spin-to-win maneuver. Both Wrecking Balls using it at the moment. But it's going to be Crimson Ruby looking a little bit better, a little bit coming out on top in this fight. And with overtime clicking over and only a couple members of Loot Box left on point, surely this is going to go the way of Crimson Ruby once the dust settles, and that is going to do it. Loot Box gets 92 meters through third point.
That could have been way worse, right? This could have been a stall out on B, so that's already pretty good. You have a good win condition if you're a Loot Box now, so just run it back, put your defensive up there. And I will say, once Cringy was over on that ball, they looked really good. That was definitely a comfort spot for them. And I think you need to run into that. And this is just a look back again at Kawaii Kitty's and this Hanzo play, who just looked incredible again, just recklessly into there. And that's that kind of bravery and that kind of abandon, that confidence in their team that really kind of pulled back this stall even too. Because once they started getting a unit and they got all their pieces together, Kawaii Kitty was able to just pop. I was so tempted to just smash dragons right there if I was them. I would have sent those dragons in immediately. That would have been like, I have 5 right there, send it, go. Just straight down main, go. But that's why I'm not top 500. Let's be real here.
Right. Yes. Yeah. You would need both.
Yeah. But like it was a good hold. But that was a good return from Crimson Ruby. Once they get their footing and they get their position and they get control of the game again, they're able to make these stops and these big holds. So Lootbox just has to do the same. If they can get control of the game, play it at their pace, which I don't think this is. I'm going to be real here. I don't think this is the pace you play it at if you're Lootbox, but I've been wrong before. So they're going to run this double shield out. I hope this works out. I really do hope this works out for them because I want to see this go another map. These are 2 incredible teams that have been playing phenomenally on all these maps.
Yeah, they certainly have. And now it's all potentially come down to this. Lootbox knows that their backs are against the wall. This is their last stand. They have to make this one count. Hollysoft looking for a couple early picks. Ooh, they found the Tracer in the back line. Tracer does use that recall, though. And Hollysoft knows that they're there. But in the meantime, Kawaii Kitty has gone down already from an excellently placed headshot by Bulldog. So Bulldog has been lighting up the kill feed a little bit, coming in big for Lootbox in these last few fights. Cringy as well, able to win out that Orisa duel. And Crimson Ruby gonna go back to spawn and try again.
I mean, I was a little hesitant at the beginning of this, but oh no. Crimson Ruby does have that spawn advantage, so they'll get back into the fight, and Lootbox will have to back up here. But they looked good. Like, this is a better hold than we've seen in the past, so this is already looking good for them. And Bulldog gonna unfortunately see the other end of an arrow as well, so the card will move. And with Kawaii Kitty's dragons coming online, that's gonna be a big opener for this next fight, I think.
Yeah, it certainly is. They can use that to zone out so many members of Lootbox, get them into a nice position. And with so much disruption on their side, too, it's just a great look. 1 pick already. Hollysoft coming up big, and here come the dragons right down that alleyway. An excellent play.
No.
Just nasty.
Just read that.
Kitty.
Absolutely. Oh man.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more from this player. This player has really made an impression on me. Yeah.
Has absolutely shown that they are someone to keep an eye on. I think if you are, and I said this earlier, like this is a good match to look and see like who's really maybe one of these hidden talents we can work with.
Yeah.
I think you found it right here. Kawaii Kitty absolutely could look. I think given this team, I think you even pick up a couple pieces on this team and just start adding them. Like this is a great looking squad, and Kawaii Kitty has shown that they are absolutely capable of just carrying fights by themselves. But they're going to need some help this time around. They'll have 3 ultimates for Crimson Ruby to carry this next fight. Both support ultimates on, and this Tracer duel is just going to come in. Hollysoft got him 1 HP.
Oh my
gosh,
gosh,
it is. Okay.
So close. Yeah,
there it is. There it is.
Does come out with that fight win. Not too surprising right there. Kawaii Kitty chugging in some damage to Cringy right there. They almost have this supercharger online. And, Bulldog gonna get Kawaii Kitty out of the fight with the storm arrows. Ludwig going down very, very low, and in fact gonna be removed as well. Lootbox coming up with a good hold here, 2nd point.
Yep, and this seems to be the good holding point, but there's now 4 ultimates for the side of Crimson Ruby. So in that regard, they have an advantage because it's about even. Actually, I take that back. Lootbox is gonna will have both of their support ultimates. They'll have theirs too, so it's about even. Tatron is ahead in that pulse bomb match, so getting that a little earlier in the mid fight could be big, and just the space control from that Tatron's holding here is so powerful.
Yeah, a couple of ultimates committed now. Immortality Field has to be committed from Durasan to keep himself alive, and that Transcendence comes out to save them as well, but Machipachi going to be able to get a pick, and now the kills come in for Crimson Ruby. They're going to be able to get this card back under their control and get it moving potentially all the way. There might not be a chance for Lootbox to come in for a contest.
No, and you can see it. They're pushing up a little bit, so they're going to try and buy that. Some swaps are going to come through now. They're going to swap to this kind of a pokey comp that they were playing earlier that they found success with. I was a little hesitant at first, but they found success with it, and that'll be point B. There's an early Immortality Field too is not going to be good going to this next fight.
No, that certainly isn't. Durasan going to be wishing they had that back in their pocket. Ooh, but Chad getting incredibly aggressive right there, paying for it as well. But Kawaii Kitty is there to get
just gonna cover that, no problem.
The Immortality Field is out as well. They've got these Dragon Strike online, but they're not gonna need it. They're gonna hold on to it, proving once again why they are playing the game and we are casting it.
Yeah, Hanzo's a range character, right? Because all I see is Kawaii Kitty just absolutely just going in and putting palms in faces. So often we just see them with this aggressive stance, and they're rewarded for it. I mean, they have they have another set of Dragon Strikes, both DPS ultimates, and a Flux, so there's a good pairing combination you can get on the side of Crimson Ruby, and Lootbox just has their own dragons to try to make any sort of setup with. Those changes came in a bit late, but the gold box of victory is in sight for Crimson Ruby.
Yeah, it certainly is. Here comes a Gravitic Flux. Ludwig is able to find Durasan out of the fight. Dragon Strike finds Bulldog as well. And this is going so well for Crimson Ruby right now. Machi Machi crucially still has these mines online, so they're going to have them for the final fight, potentially, which is coming up soon.
It'll be quick, and there's going to be both support ultimates for Crimson Ruby coming in. This does not look good for Lootbox. They need to make a stand here. They need to get this. Tatchun's Pulse Bomb needs to come up, and Bulldog, who saved those dragons, needs to make them good. They're going to come from spawn, though, and they're just going to try and stall for space.
Yeah, that they are. It's going to give them an opportunity to get some purchase onto point, but Rinji goes down immediately, and there's the minefield. Amplification Matrix used by Durasan, but it's not going to be enough, and they're going to be removed from the fight as well. Check drops in with the Transcendence too, and that's going to carry them across the finish line to victory. Crimson Ruby coming in with a big 3-0 statement win over Lootbox. Congratulations. Excellent play from that squad.
They just looked good across the board, and Kawaii Kitty unsurprisingly getting a play of the game.
Yeah.
Which one? Like, which play was it? It was the Isles. Okay, it was the I mean, this whole match was just a highlight reel for Kawaii Kitty. Absolutely just showed up big time here and across the board in all of these games. Crimson Ruby just looked dominant, and we were talking about this making a statement and needing to like show that you're here to play, and I think you've done that if you're Crimson Ruby, considering you're going on to play Useless Org, who's no slouch of an organization. They've done very well in open division. That's a tough fight, and you need to keep up this pace to give them a run for the money and possibly see yourself going on for the finals. Yeah,
that's a very good point. Crimson Ruby certainly has what it takes, I think, and like you said, Kawaii Kitty was just a tremendous player.
Yeah.
Machi Pachi as well, too. I mean, to me, it was great. Those two that just they synergized so well during this entire match. Just really impressed by everything I saw from them.
I can't, because even Ludwig looked incredible most of the time on that, was playing a lot of Sigma, but looked very, very good on it. And Hollysaw was no slouch either. The pulse bombs were there, just quietly putting in the work in the background. You can, if you just check the kill feed, Hollysaw is there, and constantly you can just see it. But you know, on the other side of the coin, Bulldog did look very good, right? Their Far looked incredible. Their Cowboy looked really good as well. They had moments where they were very, very good. And Cringy's ball was not bad either. There were some great moments for both of these teams. It's just that the moments for Crimson Ruby were more frequent and were more common versus Lootbox. And unfortunately, that's just kind of, it reflects that way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, I think consistency is a key word I would use to describe Crimson Ruby and their gameplay when compared to Lootbox as well. Like you said, Lootbox had their moments, but it was just consistency that came through and was what carried Crimson Ruby to this very well-deserved victory. You know, like we said earlier, Nepal was very, very close, but once they got out of that, the game really opened up for them, and they showed that they were the dominant team.
It's a problem for Crimson Ruby down the line, though, because if it, as we've also noticed, it takes them a minute or two, like a fight, to really get themselves grounded in the footing, and that's very exploitable. If you are a team that's just a little bit better, I'm just going to call it like that, it's a little bit better or a little less prone to error, you will be able to capitalize on that. You will find that there's this weakness and then just exploit it, and there will never be a set fight 2 or fight 3, and before you know it, the map will be over. And if you can exploit that, if you're any other team down the line, that's something you have to keep an eye out if you're Crimson Ruby. So keep that in mind going forward, because that's going to be your just kind of worst thing you can, that's going to be your downfall.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, if they can just work on that first fight, like you said, this could be a very dominant team as well. We've got some highlights coming in as well from the entire match, so I'm excited to take a look through these. Let's just go back and take a quick peek at some of the key plays that we saw throughout this match.
I mean, this double shield, we questioned it at first, but it looked really good here. This was their winning map on Nepal, and it was just good. That shatter was so big, unfortunately never followed up on. And Loot Box just had moments where they looked so good. You can see it. And Cringy, even again, like Cringy's Reinhardt was very, very good, all things considered. They looked like a dominant team that was going to put up a strong fight here in Nepal, but they were just constantly outclassed. You can kind of see it in like these highlights where you see Machu Picchu just coming in, getting 2 and 3 on these roll throughs consistently, and just the swarm tactics of Crimson Ruby just looked so good.
Yeah, they really did, and I think the fact that Machu Picchu was able to get so many roll-through kills is a testament to the DPS line, because that means that they really poked them down well and effectively and got them in a position to where Machu Picchu only had to roll through. So, that's just some excellent awareness from your main tank as well, right? Knowing when to use their abilities, when they're going to get the most value by rolling through, just like they did there.
Yep. It speaks to the communication of the team, right? When your tracer player is letting you know that like there's enough burst down, or letting your main tank know to engage, you just kind of know that these teams are playing well together. If you can get a Discord orb and get someone low, the roll through just becomes value, like you said. Or it enables someone like Kawaii Kitty to just run in and just literally throw hands at people. I'm not even joking when I say throw hands at people. Just literally go in and just melee people to death. And that kind of coordination, again, similar to this with this moment, with just hurting them into correctly the spots that they want them to be in. That's the teamwork that needs to go on, and that's the teamwork that wins you these kinds of matches and puts you into finals.
Yeah, and this has to be my favorite play from the match. This
That's
Dragon
so
Strike.
big.
It was a beautiful.
It was calculated.
It was such a big brain play right there. I loved it, and that's what we saw from Kawaii Kitty. I think this entire time was big brain plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Just using the characters in their arsenal to great just flexibility, to great space and map control, and that kind of control and ability to play the roster basically will get you far. And then if your team follows that up even well and enables you, you're just going to go far.
Yeah, you absolutely are. And tell you what, we're going to throw it to a quick break, but right before we do that, I just want to give some thanks to some people working behind the scenes. So Elo Hell, calling out a few organizations. Want to thank them for providing stats for this tournament, as well as Project Gap for doing all of the behind the scenes and broadcasting. So really appreciate you. They've been doing a fantastic job in the booth today. And last, I would like to call out Opera GX, one of the general partners for the tournament. So big thank you to all of them. And before we throw it to break, any final words about this match from you, Soef?
I mean, this was just an incredible match. The scoreline doesn't really show it. It looks like it was just a dominant stomping, but it was a good match across the board. And I think just given the matches we've seen today, I can't wait to come back for the next one, because it's just going to be incredible play. Don't miss a mute. Just don't miss a moment. Do yourself that favor.
Yeah, we will see you back here very shortly. Don't go anywhere. There is plenty more exciting Overwatch ready for you. All right, thank you very much.
All right.
Beautiful.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, so this is Mind Goblin's so good though. Actually, is it 5D?
I thought it was.
I assume that was.
Yeah.
Well, that's. We assume that's going to be the. Yeah, we assumed that was going to be the play, because there was no reason. There's no reason 5D or Mind Goblin lose there. Real talk. So that's fine. Useless is actually struggling versus Granite. Okay, I see you. Granite Gaming is kind of the stronger org, I guess. Oh well. Yeah, 5D. Mr. Dragon's Tracer. Alright, so Mr. Dragon's Tracer is very dominant, very good. It's key to their victory. Winner's going to champs. Is that really? Oh, it is. Oh, shit. Okay.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational. Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Will English Invitational. We have an excellent game coming up for you next between Fifth Dimension and Mind Goblin. If you are just joining us once again, my name is Warren Jugglegod Hammond, and I am joined in the casting booth by Soav Danum. How are you again after that last match?
I needed that break from that last match because that was quite a match, but especially to mentally prepare for this one because this is it. This is two juggernauts of the scene fighting live on screen for you. Mind Goblin coming fresh off that Contenders Trials run where they were like top 6. They were really, really good, and 5D is just a known entity in like the T3 universe. Like they are just so big. Like this is wild of how big this game is going to be. I expect us to go to the full distance. And the other thing I think I expect is just to see some incredible DPS play out of both these teams.
Oh, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, especially when Mr. Dragon is part of that DPS lineup.
Oh, yeah.
He has just been fantastic on Tracer so far, and just a real big boon to 5D. And yeah, we are in the winners semifinals, so this is going to be big stuff right here. Whoever wins this match is going to go on to Grand Finals weekend next week. So big stakes here, and it's all going to start out on Oasis.
It is, and this is, as you said, this is going to go, winner's going on to Grand Finals, so the loser will have a chance to kind of roll up through the losers bracket a little bit. So it's not quite, out and done, but here in Oasis, you need to make a good standing point, right? Like you need to show that you don't want to play through that. And with these kinds of maps that Oasis provides, again, similar to kind of the other maps we've seen, there's a map where you might want to play Dive, you might want to play some Ball Winston. There's, University, which is everybody's favorite Rhine map in the world that you love to play on. And then there's just, you can kind of flex, like we've said a little earlier. So I think this is going to be a true test to these teams' skills and ability to flex and play around what the maps are in front of them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Control point maps are really, really great for that kind of thing, giving us an early preview of what things are going to look like. It's like a tiny little miniature tournament within, the grand scale
within
of
the bigger
this matchup that we're going to have. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's going to be exciting. Can't wait to see what both of these teams are going to bring. I know they're both going to bring their A game. They always do.
Yeah. I would expect nothing less than just stellar play across the board. I think this is one of the highlights of the event, aside from like the later Grand Finals games, when I'm sure we'll see these guys again. But this is a great match to like catch early and see which of these teams is really feeling hungry for these wins and for the future of this Grand Final.
Yeah, and I mean, this could even be a preview of the Grand Finals. Both of these teams
this could be a rematch.
What it takes. Yeah, both of these teams have what it takes to make it to the finals. So we could be getting just a sneak peek at what is to come next weekend. So can't wait to see what both of these teams bring. New Fifth Dimension, not just Fifth Dimension, but new Fifth Dimension.
New Fifth Dimension.
Yeah, new
Fifth Dimension at that. There's so many. Dare it be said, a Fifth Dimension squared or some sort of sixth or seventh dimension. I don't even know what those are, but hey, I'm here for whatever dimension we enter and whatever dimension they bring to. Is the sixth dimension? Is this just the Chengdu? Is this adjacent to the Chengdu zone almost? Maybe even.
I think it is. I think I
has
can
to
hear
be,
them right next door. Yeah, I was hearing some hamster noises, I thought, and that's and maybe a Pharah rocket or two. Jinmu must be popping off as well. But
who knows?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
But who knows what? But that said, because this is a rework of Fifth Dimension, right? Like this is new Fifth Dimension, so they've changed some people around, even from their last iteration. So you can kind of, it's kind of a clean slate. You don't necessarily know what you're getting. You might know similar tactics that they might run, but you can't necessarily go look at a bunch of tape and be like, okay, this is exactly what they're going to do in these maps, and we can plan for that. This is one of those cases where you kind of just got to play it off the cuff if you're Mind Goblin and figure it out, who also has made a couple of changes themselves. So both of these teams have a little bit of freshness to them in a ways too.
Yeah, that's true. It's nice to see that kind of like freshness mixed with a veteran presence, that both of these teams have. It's going to be exciting. There's going to be fireworks. It's going to be tremendous. Can't wait to see what's going to happen between both of these teams. And, I think, we talked about Mr. Dragon beforehand, and I think Mind Goblin is going to have to find an answer for them, right? And I'm wondering what that's going to look like.
I mean, it has to come from the support line, in my opinion. It has to be from a Brigitte, or it has to come from an Ana, someone who's likely just going to get pressured out or be protecting those who are going to get pressured out. The other option is if there's a Tracer of their own, they can also, Mind Goblin can just kind of force the duel and force the attention away, and then it kind of just falls to whoever wins the Tracer duel will kind of end up winning the fight because there's no contest in some ways. So that said, we may see a lot more of this Ball Diva comp, this kind of like super spread apart poke comp, which I don't hate. I think when it works well, and these two teams have the teamwork together, these two teams have the synergy and have played at incredibly high levels, that I would expect them, nay, I would demand in some ways that they be able to do that. But not that I'm demanding they do this for my amusement, but I would expect that to be in their bag of tricks, if not a first choice in some ways.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And depending on what map we see coming out, or rather what sub map we see coming out from Ilios, that is looking more likely than not. I mean, if we head to City Center first, I expect to see a lot of dive tanks, a lot of aerial control and high ground control. Maybe even see something like a Soldier come out, Soldier 76. He's great on that high ground with the jump pad.
You know what? I actually think I would expect that more in University, where we kind of see those brawly comps, because you can play behind those sight lines. There's still a little higher under control, and you do have that. We've seen that popping up a little bit more, right? There's a little bit more self-sustain, where you don't necessarily need, you pair something with the Tracer, maybe not a Sombra. You don't want the Sombra because who are you going to really collapse onto? Like, where do you throw the EMP if nobody's together? So you might want the Soldier there. It's a little more self-sustaining. You can burst down a little bit more effectively, and that might be, there's just the sightlines for it. So I think if anything, we could see it in City Center, but I would hazard University if I were to bet if I was a betting man juggle.
Well, we will just have to see. This match will be getting underway shortly, and I certainly can't wait to see what both of these teams bring. It's gonna be exciting no matter what. And Oasis, just a great place to start. And one of the sub maps that we haven't touched on is Gardens. That one, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Pharah coming out. I like the Pharah look on that map a lot, especially if we've got a ball in the mix.
Oh yeah, it used to be kind of the standard, right? That we would see a pharmacy show up there, and it's kind of fallen off in some of these days, and it looks like we will be going to City Center first, so we'll see how close we were. But you're right, because even here you could run a Pharah. It's not really optimal, but you could force that Pharah here. You have enough like high grounds, you have enough sight lines that you could get contested. But if that's an option and you feel confident in your play, you might do that. And it's at the start, it looks like none in sight, and it looks like more of a little bit of things. New 5D, they're both kind of showing this pokey ball diva comp, but I like Muse Sombra here. I think it is a good pick. How much value will you get out of EMP is questionable, but setting up the counter Hammond for a hack is such a good way to isolate in a lot of regards, and we'll have to see what kind of ends up happening. I doubt SJX. Yeah, SJX is just going to mirror that, and that's about what I was hoping for.
Yeah, both teams running out with pretty much identical compositions, it looks like, right down the board. We're going to see this Ball Sombra Tracer dive coming out. Hack comes out early onto the health pack for Mind Goblin, but some nice headshots coming in from both Zenyatta's. One Sombra down, but one support down as well. So this could really go either way for each of these teams. Melon now looking for some kind of an engagement, but goes down very, very low. Geomatic gets a slam onto Ilp, and this is going to go the Mind Goblin's way for the first.
They just kind of, and you could see it in the beginning there was that kind of fight over the control pack. And that's going to be a lot of this, is who can maintain the control of that center pack. Muse is going to get cleaned up there. But whoever can maintain control of that center health pack for, basically for your ball, and whoever else to kind of get to, is going to denote a lot of this. Condi does have Pulse Bomb online way ahead of Mr. Dragon, who's fallen dangerously low there, but is likely going to be the game changer to open this up.
Yeah, that's a good point. They have it and ready to go. The Discord orb was on them momentarily, but they have shaken it off now. And Mr. Dragon has their hands full with Gandhi right now. Yoham coming up close to this Transcendence as well for Zenyatta, and that could be a really big boon for them. Slam comes in. Gandhi, though, removed from the fight with the Pulse Bomb in tow, so no fight winning ult right there. Hack comes in now onto Theomatic, but they're able to take all of that damage. There's an EMP online now from Muse, and here it comes. It's able to catch out just Theomatic, but that's all they needed to start to win this fight. Theomatic had that, had those minefields online and ready to go as well. New 5th Dimension gonna take this fight.
Yeah, and that, again, that's all you can really hope for out of that. And I'm just gonna kind of feed their way back in and reset and see the cells to spawn, but that's kind of what you need to do though, right? Like, you can't get a big EMP to capitalize on, so you have to pick the most vulnerable target when that happens, and that is going to be the Wrecking Ball. So the cap's going to start to come in, the contest will be there, and New D just going to keep trying to stall this out the best they can.
Yeah, that they are. Lone going down kind of low right there, as is Melon. So Mind Goblin has an opportunity if they can burst down these tanks right here, as all of the members of their team seem to be very, very healthy. EMP comes in again, and Mr. Dragon goes down before they're able to use their Pulse Bomb as well. That seems to be the story of the day so far for both of these Tracers. No more picks coming in quite yet. Mr. Dragon just respawned as well. Theomatic taking the high ground now, looking for maybe a slam engagement right here. Finds it onto the support line of New 5th Dimension. Ilp gonna be removed by a self-destruct as well. And this fight is going on for an incredibly long time, and in the midst of it all, Mind Goblin did recap the point.
So they're just going to keep stalling this out. They had to commit most of their ultimates into that. Condi's going to have that only Pulse Bomb. There's likely that Theomatic will get their mines in the mid-fight, but it'll be tough to stall until then because there's 3 on the side of New 5th Dimension, including both DPS ultimates. All it's going to take is a big EMP onto one big target to isolate them, and that'll be the end of it.
Or just a hack onto the Wrecking Ball. Yeah. That was an excellent play right there from Muse to pick them out of the lineup. Yoham throwing in some orbs of destruction right there. Here comes the minefield, and the Transcendence is out from Yoham as well to try and clear those. Both supportos online now for New 5th Dimension, so despite them being in overtime right here, they have an opportunity to make something big.
Oh no!
And they get hacked before their EMP goes out. Muse is down and out of the fight, but Mr. Dragon is there with a Pulse Bomb to try and equalize, but Condi is the real story right here. Is able to take Ilp out of the fight as well, but Melon is going to get a counter pick too. Theomatic coming in with the minefields as well. Is going to be enough though to turn this fight. No, 5th Dimension's going to come away with it.
Considering they lost EMP there, that should have just been done, and that's wild to think that that's the case. So there is EMP for SXJ. They have that's their tool to win it, but it depends on Ilp's trance here, right? If they can get out of the position and avoid that, they can just negate that. So it's going to come down to that interaction on this fight, and Mind Goblin needs this EMP to hit and be big for them to take map 1.
Yeah, that they do, and it's only going to be so big just because of how spread apart everybody's likely going to be playing on New 5th Dimension. Slam comes in from Theomatic, but they get booped into traffic by Natlox. Yeah, that was an excellent play right there. Pulse Bomb on the ground, doesn't find any value from Condi, and now they're starting to lose some of their advantage, but they're able to get a pick onto Melon. So both Wrecking Balls briefly out of the fight. Self-destruct online as well for Lone. They're gonna commit it. No, take that back. It's Yuzo who's coming in with it. But Theomatic comes in with a pick onto Mr. Dragon. EMP comes in now. It's going to be able to catch a couple of members out. Natlock removed from the fight. That could be big because they almost had that rally on way. Speaking of rally, Streamer's going to pop theirs, and that's going to be big because Mind Goblin coming away a little bit ahead in this fight at the moment. They're going to capture the point. Can 5th Dimension hold on?
I mean, they're holding on, and they flip it back in their favor. Mind Goblin just doing everything they can. They have nothing else to throw at this. The amount threw in the mines, that's going to be a barrage just coming out there and just taking that out. And it looks like the kill feed's coming up red.
Yeah, it certainly is. With overtime taking over, it was so close. Yes, that's going to do it. Mind Goblin wins a very close spot. First round in Oasis.
It was back and forth the whole way, but the Sombra differences that just showed up really made the difference there. SXJ negating that entire EMP, though it didn't do a lot in the long run, that's a big demoralization for Muse, who has had a good showing. Both these teams have looked incredible, and Muse is going to move off of the Sombra there. SJX might stay on this to start, but they're just kind of debating. And yeah, I think the Sombra difference is really what made it. Kandi also came ahead, notably over Mr. Dragon, who we were expecting to put on quite a showing for Tracers.
Yeah.
Just kept them in check, and Mind Goblin has been doing well keeping their opposing members in check. If they can keep this up, they can just clean up map 1 pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was expecting to see a little bit more out of Mr. Dragon, but Mind Goblin appears, like you said, to have the answers for him at this point. Both teams opting over for the Brawl. Maywall comes out immediately, and Melon goes down fast. This is just going to be a steamroll immediately for Mind Goblin, as they're just destroying Fifth Dimension right now.
Melon just went a little too far. That was blocked up by the ice wall, and by the time they were able to recover and kind of get themselves in a position to heal, Mind Goblin collapsed. That was just kind of an unfortunate turn of events, a bit of a mistake that you paid for, and now you can, you get a quick reset though, right? You unfortunately don't have anything, and Mr. Dragon is going to move over to the Cowboys, so there's going to be that. But there's no ultimates on board, so you kind of just have a fresh fight, just in a little bit of a disadvantaged position.
Yeah, that's a good point. 30% now on the board for Mind Goblin as New Fifth Dimension tries to push in, but they really don't have any tools to do anything with. No ultimates coming online for either team right now. Yoham in the lead at the moment, but ILP not too far behind them with this amplification matrix. So I imagine this is going to be the real start of the battle. Whoever's going to pop this first, it looks like Yoham gets it online. Let's see if they're going to use it.
They have to throw it in here. I mean, this is the first one on board. It makes the difference here. The question is, do they need it? And the answer is they feel confident enough to not need it. SKJ going super low, though, does have Blizzard. Look for that to come out. And there's a Shatter, though.
That was a massive shatter coming out from Melon. And with so many members of Mind Goblin hitting the ground, the Rocket Hammer is all that they're going to meet when they stand back up. And that's going to be New Fifth Dimension taking that team fight.
But they stalled it long enough to get about halfway, so Mind Goblin's sitting pretty good with 3 ultimates, including that Blizzard. That's a good win condition in itself there, and they will get probably the last 3 before fight starts if they poke long enough. So this is looking good for just Mind Goblin to retake, because with 6 on board, Muse Blizzard is coming also on, and there's an early self-destruct.
Yeah, the Maywall comes out to stop the aggression coming in from Mind Goblin. They weren't able to capitalize on that space really made by that Diva Bomb. They were able to get a little bit, though. Photon Barrier committed now from Kandi. Here comes another self-destruct, this time from Lone, and is able to get 3 more out of the fight. So now 2 down on the side of Mind Goblin. New Fifth Dimension looks like they may have what it takes to hold on to this point. At this juncture, the Shatter not really finding as much value as I imagined they would hope, but New Fifth Dimension coming in now with fresh energy off of this sound barrier, and they are going to hold on to this point.
Mind Goblin threw almost everything at the Streetwar, holding onto that lone support ultimate, but that Shatter was sneaky. It was trying to be a telly Shatter and didn't quite catch anybody out, and you might want to rethink that, I guess, if that was unfortunately the case. But ILP does have Matrix on their own. They'll get a Shatter. The tools and the utility is just kind of there for new 5D, and if they can hold back and play this right, they can win.
Yeah, that they can. Sound Barrier committed in response to that amplification matrix. 2 support out on the board, and Mortality Field to use and down. And Mind Goblin coming away with a 3 fast picks. They're going to be able to retake this point, but there's going to be 80+% on the board for New Fifth Dimension.
You can have all the ultimates on the board, but if your team play and your swarm is just better, and sometimes you'll just win those fights like that. They committed 1 or 2 tools into it. They gained the Photon Barrier out of it, and that's fine. Melon will have the Shatter, and if they can make it pay off like they did the last time, it's enough to win a fight on its own. They'll pair it probably with this High Noon. So tools for 5D to win this are there.
Yeah, that's a very good point. They certainly are, but they're going to have to do it in the face of this amplification matrix from Johan. Probably going to be popped fairly early. Here comes the Deadeye. Shatter comes in, but it's not unable to really find too much value. Deadeye does get one, though, and crucially he gets Johan. So without that big healing support, it's going to be a really tough thing for Mind Goblin to hold on to this point, especially because Freeboard doesn't have a sound barrier yet. Lone gets a rocket kill onto the Mei, and now both GTS out of the fight for Mind Goblin. And Theomatic as well into the pit on point. So they're out of the fight at least for a couple seconds, and some members of New Fifth Dimension going down to try and chase him out.
Muse threw in that blizzard there. They're going to have to play this aggressive. They know they need to, and that's going to be a late pick. That's so crucial. Mind Goblin's going to struggle to get back. And then, no, if they stall at the Mei as well, there goes the Mei. This is worst case. This is worst case. They're going to have to try and touch this if they need to do anything. That's so important for them to try and get that space and play aggressively so they can win this. And you can just see that the ultimates coming out there, just incredibly impressive, just looking for those individual targets and focusing them out on the side of 5D.
Yeah, that last point contest was coming in there from that Wrecking Ball. It's going to be curious to see what they came up with as we're checking out these highlights right now. But don't worry, the action's still going on point, and we will be back with it in just a second as soon as we can take a peek at what's going on. But yeah, these were some excellent plays, and we see Theomatic getting caught out again. That was just unlucky.
Both of them just like focusing out those isolations were just so big. Oh, the map's over. It looks like New 5D did manage to come out on top there, which I can't say I'm surprised. That aggression that you kind of saw in those highlights just paid off for them. Forcing those late staggers were so big, and it looks like we're going to see kind of a mix. New 5D is going to go back over to that kind of Pokeball dive, and Mind Goblin is going to stay on this rush. It was mostly successful for them. They think if they can just play this faster, they can get control, and I don't disagree with them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Melon coming in for an early boot, but gets booped away by Freeboard instead. So high ground now firmly under Mind Goblin's control, and it's going to be up to New Fifth Dimension to see if they can get up there and try to disrupt it. But no luck so far. Ilfi trying to throw in some damage with those Orbs of Destruction from the backline, but not really finding anything at the moment. Mr. Dragon taking an off angle now, try to get in a little bit of damage. Ooh, able to find some, but crucially no picks coming in yet for either side. Melon swinging around that point, trying to sow as much disruption as they possibly can. SXJ forced into their ice block as well to try and stay alive, but now the freeze coming in onto Melon. Are they going to be able to catch him out? Can they do the chain CC on them? It looks like they're going to be able to. And this point, now with that crucial pick out of the way for New 5D, is going to be going in favor of Mind Goblin. X pick does come out though from Mr. Dragon on Yoham, so they don't have the support that they need. Freeboard is getting close to the sound barrier though, so maybe they can make something happen with it.
EMP.
The EMP comes in already from Muse, and what looked like Mind Goblin coming out on top is now going the way of New Fifth Dimension.
That's the thing that New Fifth Dimension has in this comp that works for them, is they have a lot more staying power over a longer fight. You can kind of swap and rotate between this Ball, the Diva, the Tracer, the Sombra, of who's keeping pressure. That point was kept unlocked, was like open for a while, right? No one had control, and they just used their longer comp to basically just win out the fight, get the ultimates, and win on that. They are going to find Mr. Dragon early, though, and that's going to be a pulse comp. Gets eaten, though, and that's unfortunate for them.
Yeah, that is. And Mr. Dragon getting pushed out very, very hard. They were caught out in a bad position. Yoham now healing as much heals as they can into their team. Self-destruct comes in, doesn't catch anybody. Mr. Dragon does go down to that Mei. SXJ forced to use the ice block, though, to stay alive. But they pop out right in time to catch Melon out. And 40% on the board for New Fifth Dimension, but it looks like Mind Goblin is going to be coming away with this fight win.
It's tough though, because both of these compositions have their own advantages. New 5D has staying power, so if they get control of the point like they did, they burnt it out to 50 without really losing too much and spending too much to get it. But Mind Goblin just has the ability to isolate and kind of win these fights. You can't not take this, and that Mei is in a very interesting position up there for this Blizzard. I am so interested to see this pay off. If it looks like it's to no avail, I will be let down, unfortunately. But there's a rally to start off the fight.
Yeah, and that rally is going to give so much aggressive power to New Fifth Dimension, but not if they don't have Muse in tow. And crucially, they were about to get that EMP online as well.
Yeah.
Shatter comes in, knocks out a couple of members of New Fifth Dimension. And now this is looking very, very good for Mind Goblin. They're going to be able to run away with this fight.
Yeah, and again, if they can just isolate, they're just so effective at running down these players, and they're pushing them back. They know they need to draw this out and get just a little bit more ult charge to keep them into this. Juzo looking to get that self-destruct just online, because all they have is just that lone support ultimate on board. And there's an EMP for 5D. If 5th Dimension can get this EMP to be remotely hit 2 or 3 people and follow up on it, they're in a great position.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be able to. I mean, they're playing just the kind of composition you want to see. Here comes the EMP right on the tails of that slam. And the self-destruct comes in as well. That's a removed from the fight. The pulse bomb comes in and lands as well. So big value from both DPS holds right there. So fantastic play from them. And now it's just going to be cleanup for New 5th Dimension as they put this point back under their control. That is as long as the self-destruct doesn't catch anyone, which it does.
No. And that was just to get mech back, I think, and try and stall it out a little more, because they are almost to 1 fight. Mind Goblin's almost at a point where if they can stall it out a little bit more, they'll get it to 90%. That's 1 fight territory. So all they need to do is just build ultimates. They're just going to try and get those rolling back up for them, and then just try and win the last fight. Oh, wait, no, they want to fight this.
They do want to take this because Ilby is out of the fight. Both supports are out of the fight for New 5th Dimension, because they may be able to come back with this fight win. This is big because Ilby also had that Transcendence online, and now they're going to have to do just everything they can to try and make it back to point. Lone is able to get Yoham out of the fight, though, with those micro missiles, so now things are looking better for New 5th Dimension, especially because Ilby is back with that Transcendence. Pulse bomb comes out, but it doesn't find anybody. But the slam follow-up is there. Here's another EMP, this time coming in from Fuse. And now Mind Goblin looking worse for the wear. New 5th Dimension gonna live to fight another day.
I don't know if you... Oh, man. Was that the right decision? I don't know that you needed to commit into all of that. Now your comp's kind of in this odd place. If you're Mind Goblin, you have Ball, Winston, and this was a great setup. It was so many ults that hit so many. Just didn't quite pay off, and unfortunately, same with that Pulse Bomb. The ultimates were just not quite there on the side of Mind Goblin in it, and this is going to have to pay off down the line, because now they're in this odd comp with not much really there. They swapped over to like this dive brawl, which I think is a better take, but now they're with no ultimates on board. This is going to be a tough fight to take.
Yeah, but they already are up 2 in this fight, and that is crucial. Natlux is removed. So many kills actually coming in from Mind Goblin. They're going to be able to retake this, and now I don't know if New 5th Dimension is going to even be able to touch. It's going to be on the back of Melon to get there. He gets there just in time. Muse is there as well, but Melon removed from the fight. Muse going to stay in that Sombra cloak form until the last moment. But they're gone as well. This is just cleanup now for Mind Goblin. They are going to come away with this first map win.
It's going to be just staggers. Self-destruct, going to see if they can get any value. No one's home for that, unfortunately. And a celebratory sound barrier just to bring it home. Mind Goblin just... I don't even want to say they handedly won it, because it was back and forth. That was scrappy last fight. That could have gone either way, and it was just the micro decisions that made. And Elfie did look good. That whole... looked great the whole game.
Yeah, they certainly did. Both supports really, I think, for New 5th Dimension, and coming out really big and really clutch for their team.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first map gonna go the way of Mind Goblin, though. They just played a little bit better, and can't wait to see what comes up next, as we are going to be headed into, I believe, hybrid for our next map type. So yeah, some interesting choices coming up now for New 5th Dimension. You know, where do they take it to try and bring this back? We saw Blizzard World last time, but Hollywood and Numbani are still on the table.
And I don't know that either. Numbani might be a good go-to. You've kind of struggled in that Ball Diva dive comp, and you can kind of see it here. Yoham absolutely just putting in work from the back line, and just the general the team play was there a little bit better. Melon's Shatter looked great when they were able to coordinate those things, but I think you looked better on that Brawl comp, I think, right? Like, University was where you looked really good if you're 5D, so I think you may want to play Numbani just so you can get a little more value out of that.
Yeah, that's an interesting take on that. And I'll be really curious to see if they go that way. I could see any of these being good choices. Really, you know, Hollywood has so much high ground and everything, but it turns out we are going to be headed to Blizzard World instead. So this is we're going to be harkening back to what we saw in our previous match.
It makes sense. A lot of these teams do want to play the ball poke dive, ball send a tracer. Like they're really good at it, and both of these teams have just looked had moments where they've shined. You've kind of seen back and forth, both the Tracers, both of the Sombras, just kind of coming into these very clutch moments, creating these instances for the team to shine. So it's a toss-up. I don't think either team has a strict advantage here, but I will be interested to see what they pull out, because there's a good chance you don't see this dive on a defense, right? You may want to play a double shield here to kind of just control the point outright and force this ball dive comp to kind of come to you.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And, something else that I think is worth mentioning is the fact that Mind Goblin has effectively shut out Mr. Dragon.
Yeah,
Mr. Dragon really hasn't been getting the value that we were expecting to see from him. And I think you have to give the credit to the DPS line of Mind Goblin. Condi has been a standout player, I think, so far. And that's really been great to see.
Yeah, Condi's really kept Mr. Dragon in check, and I think that was something we talked about in the beginning. You needed to do to keep 5D in check as a whole team, and now that there's not this playmaking happening from the side of Mr. Dragon, the rest of the team can't really pick up the slack, and they need to do that. So maybe you change your routines a little bit. Maybe you try and change it up. If Mr. Dragon has shown that they have a Cowboy, maybe they have a Hanzo in their bag that they can try and rotate through. Something that may give them a little more versatility without committing so many resources to it, that might give them an edge going into this map too.
Yeah, and I wonder if there isn't another way as well that New Fifth Dimension could try and enable Mr. Dragon more. Maybe with a composition swap, maybe with just a difference in how they're approaching each of these fights as well. When you have someone of Mr. Dragon's caliber on your team, you certainly want to do everything you can to bring out the best in them.
We haven't really seen we used to see a lot of echoes in this comp, right? We haven't really seen too much of that, so maybe that is in their wheelhouse that they can pull to. Ashe tends to also be a decent choice. If you can stick a Mercy to an Ashe, you can just get some value between the dynamite and just the shots you can click. So that may be another option if you want to put direct resources into Mr. Dragon to do that. Alternately, you kind of just have to maybe look to like a Reaper, something where they can play a little more freely, have a little bit more of their own self-sustain, and then set up Mr. Dragon for that kind of success. But how do you set up that success when SXJ is just kind of there? SXJ has just been a prominent force keeping most of these other DPS players in check, especially on the Sombra for this first part, and you have to account for that and play against it. So how much are you willing to dump resources into arguably a star player is really the question for the team.
Yeah, that's a very, very good way of putting it, and I'm sure that's a question that they are probably mulling over in their heads right now, in trying to determine how they're going to roll out on Blizzard World. Blizzard World presents some interesting opportunities, I think, especially on first point. There's not too many other points that I feel like are quite as well suited to, like these long sight lines. So, I maybe we see a Widow, but with double shield being so prominent, I feel like it would be largely ineffective. No,
you're gonna pick the Hanzo just because of the amount of double shield you're gonna see. You might play the Widow if you see the ball. If you see this ball diva dive, you may swap to that, but it's so hard to keep track of. So you may just do that. You may see the Hanzo. It's also very possible we see something shorter range. Maybe just go back to the Cowboy, just power that up and just kind of play to more CC. Because if you know that this ball dive is coming, you may want more. You may need flashbang. You may need the Brigitte back, and that's going to be harder to necessarily power up. So it's going to become a trade as to maybe you just play the double shield on attack as well if you can get the value out of it and slow play it. Sometimes getting control of the game yourself is just enough. Getting the tempo in your own speed is sometimes just enough to change it back. And Mind Goblin has been running it at their pace. So if new 5 Dimension can do it, they can take the pace back and just win the fights those way.
Yeah, that's a very good point. We haven't really talked a lot about tempo yet in this fight. I think, when we were casting the last game, tempo was, I think, a much larger factor. But both teams, I think, here seem to really have a good hold on their timing. But like you said, if New Fifth Dimension can push the tempo, they could come away with plenty more, or with a lot more fight wins and potentially a map win too.
I think that Mind Goblin looked very good in the clutch, but I think that if New 5D can get the pace in their hands, I think they will I think they'll just be in a better position to prevent that clutch factor from coming in. If you can just set up your plays and your players better, you can come out ahead. That team play that we've seen has just been constantly there. in both of these teams just needs to be stepped up like the tiniest notch, take it from 10 to 11, and then you can take the fights back and win and keep yourself in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and excited to see if they can do that. New 5th Dimension gonna roll out with the double shield, it looks like, on defense. So with Muse on the Echo and Mr. Dragon on the Ashe as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you were
that.
thinking, the Ashe Mercy combo. This could be very, very powerful.
I like that. You also have the Baptiste for the amplification matrix there. You have a lot of damage boost across the board. Natlox is more likely going to stay on Muse, is my guess. May float between the two of them, just kind of doing that beautiful Mercy dance there you can see on the screen. Just beautiful, elegant, such a marvelous creature. Likely to kind of float between the two of them, if I had to guess, depending on where they find the advantage. And this is, again, where do you put your resources? Well, you put it into whoever's having the most success. Muse has had some success there, and I don't know how they might swap off this, though, given that they're going to... Oh, it's an early Widow shot! Oh, no! Never mind, they're going to press that advantage immediately.
Wow, yeah, that is a statement right there coming out from Condi. They are going to swap over to that Tracer. Not unexpected right there, but you gotta love to see a beautiful headshot like that coming out from a Widow early pick. That's just tremendous. Theomatic now on the Wrecking Ball, looking to try and take an angle, decides to just opt to roll back, get a little heals, and take a different position. Condi now on the flank, looking for that opposite angle. Mr. Dragon putting in a little bit of damage as well to the encroaching New 5th Dimension. Gonna get demaxed, and Natlox is removed from the fight as well. Mind Goblin looking good right here. Here comes a slam as well. Condi now on the back line, and look at that angle. Immortality Field has to be used as well from Ilpi, and they're going down very, very low. If they can capitalize on this, Mind Goblin can really start to come away with this fight. They're gonna get one tick on the board already. Can they make it two?
They're pressing them in, and they're just controlling the space of the map right now. They're just really pushing them into this corner, and they've gotten the free tick without really doing anything. And they haven't, New 5D hasn't stepped out. They're still just reluctant to head out and take the space back. They could have been capping possibly this whole time, but with Natlox falling again, that's just going to be an early sign for Mind Goblin to just go in.
Yeah, and go in they do. Condi, getting an excellent pick right there, like you said, onto Ilpi. And now the dominoes are falling the way of Mind Goblin. They're going to come out with this first point cap with relative ease.
They were just, New 5D was just playing in that room the whole time, just gave them the point for free, and that's exactly what you want if you are this ball comp, right? You want to try to corral them into one spot where you can capitalize, you can break the shields down, you can focus them in, you force a hack, you force just different crossfires, and then suddenly you've just got this winning setup for yourselves. That said, New 5D does have, they have 2 ults on board, so they'll have a lot of damage out there, including a Bob. So Mind Goblin, SXJ going to fall early though, that's a big advantage, and Mind Goblin does have 2 on board, including Joham's Trance, so that'll be big to stop this initial push, or to keep to keep that push going.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It certainly can. Minefield committed already from Theomatic. They're gonna zone out many of the members of New 5th Dimension. Mr. Dragon forced off that high ground now. Tries to get a little bit of damage with that Dynamite, but not really finding much of anything. They do have the Bob ready to roll, but crucially, S6J can shut that down with a well-placed EMP.
And there it is. That's where the EMP is gonna get 4.
Yeah, fantastic value right there. Melon already able to clean up though. SXJ, so they don't get the follow-up that they needed on that EMP. Here comes the self-destruct, and it's gonna catch 2! Nice play there from Juzo. So that has pulled Mind Goblin back into this fight, especially because Ilpi is down and Natlox doesn't have Rally ready to go just yet.
I don't think you can keep up this bunker comp. They're trying to move to this like Brawly, Orisa stable comp, and you can see them agree the Cowboy swap too as well. They're still committing ultimates because Mind Goblin just wants to make sure this is a fully won fight, but I don't know how much you can keep up on this.
Yeah, that's a very good point. At some point, the dam is going to break and the water is going to start flowing through. Immortality Field committed now by Ilpi, but look at how much progress Mind Goblin has already made. The card's getting very, very close to completion, and despite this hold coming in, Mind Goblin has to be feeling good about the progress they've made so far.
I think so. You've gotten a lot for free, and now that New 5D is in this kind of anti-dive comp, this kind of anti-pokey dive comp, you might need to make a swap or two. Juzo is going to go over to the Sigma just to give himself a little more CC and a little more control there. So keep an eye out for that. Theomatic's Mine's going to be the only thing on their board. They may try and wait this out until they get the EMP, and I hope they do for that reason, but on the side of Mind Goblin. But New 5D is looking good positionally. They've got a couple ultimates on their board. They can stall this out a little bit more and try and draw some time out of the bank.
Yeah, that they certainly can. That Deadeye can really, take some time off the clock. So, gonna be looking for them to use that to kind of zone out. Minefield does come in and it splits a couple of members of New 5D away, but Theomatic gonna pay for it with their life. Reaper goes down, though. So now, this is an even fight for New 5D. Mr. Dragon dropping the point. They go down very, very low. Immortality Field has to be committed as well. Theomatic gone now from via Ilpi. And at the last moment, New Fifth Dimension coming up with a pretty decent hold here.
I mean, the cart moved the whole time through, which is a little unfortunate. But yeah, that was a good hold. They committed only minimal resources into it. They have 4 ultimates, and that'll be a pulse bomb that finds nothing, unfortunately. So New 5D is going to have 3 ultimates on their board to kind of keep this hold alive. But SXJ does have EMP, so that's going to come in eventually, and that may be the winning point. That's going to be early, and that's going to be a go sign.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Creeper already coming up with a pick onto Melon. Deadeye doesn't get anything from Mr. Dragon. And now the fight's starting to move onto point. Mr. Dragon taking a little damage from those Hyper Spears from Juzo. Here comes that EMP. It catches out 2 members of New Fifth Dimension. Crucially, both of the supports. But it's actually other members of the lineup that fall first. And this cap point is going to be capped by Mind Goblin.
Got you.
It's just going to be that. It was a... Mind Goblin has just looked good on this comp. They're going to make some wholesale changes, though. They're going to swap to match here, and I agree with that. There's not a lot of space you can kind of play around. There's too many. There's that big hole in the center. There's not a lot of places you can really play around as a split comp. So playing together as a unit's going to be their way to go. It is going to... They're going to have the 2 ultimates to kind of offset that, too. So keep an eye out for Trance to be big for Mind Goblin, keeping this fight winning. But Natlox's rally might have something to say about that. There it is.
Yeah, that is true. They're going to start off with that. Yoham now backing off with the rest of Mind Goblin. Try and get away from this aggression. Here comes the Griffitic Flux, though, from Juice on the tail end of that rally. And it's going to find lows. So, New Fifth Dimension on their heels at the moment, trying to back out, trying to stay alive. Fortify committed by Melon, and they go down to about half health. They are staying alive, though. Ilfi doing a tremendous job keeping them up. But in the meantime, SFJ has found Muse, but they have gone down dangerously low as well. Can they stay alive? It looks like they can, and in fact, Mind Goblin once again coming up with a nice fight win.
The great use of great changes. I don't think New 5D was ready for this swap. I think they were still expecting this kind of split push and this kind of pokey comp, and instead they were met with all different kind of poke right in the eye, unfortunately. So there's going to be an early Bongo to come right out, and including the Flux. They're throwing everything at this.
Yeah, they certainly are. Bongos on both sides, as a matter of fact. So it's going to be Johan coming in big with a pick onto Mr. Dragon. Once again, the Star DPS out of the lineup again. And now, this fight, looking very, very scrappy. SXJ going down kind of low on that Echo, but there's just 0.53 meters left before Mind Goblin can cap this point out. Can they get the members of this dimension off the point long enough? And it doesn't look like they're going to, as the feed is lighting up blue for 5th Dimension.
It was a strong push and an aggressive push. I liked it from them, but with 1 minute, with last fight coming up, less than 1 minute, there's only this Bob. They're going to have to open up on it to try to contest this point and keep it alive while everybody gets there. So Condi's Bob is going to have to be huge here to make this work. There's not much else. They'll get a couple mid-fight, but that's going to be it versus Lone's, Lone, Flux. There again, both those amplification majors will come on board, so whoever gets the value out of those will be important. There's a boop, and the Bob goes off kilter. No!
Yeah, that was a tremendous move from 5th Dimension to keep Bob off of the point. And the kills now coming in hand over fist for New 5th Dimension. Bob does end up getting a kill onto Muse despite their position, but that's going to be round 1 complete.
A great recovery from 5D, though. All things considered, what looked like it could have been very difficult to recover from that initial first point and that first capture point segment. They turned it around really effectively, and they've looked really good once they kind of had their game played at them. They've shown they've really got a good mastery of this double shield comp, and they're probably going to run it back that same way to try to get the value on the attack here. And I can't say that's a bad idea. Muses looked good. Mr. Dragon's still incredibly quiet, though. Really hasn't been able to pop off, and it's unfortunate, because if they can enable Mr. Dragon to success, I think the whole team will flourish.
Yeah. And you know, I feel like Mind Goblin, while they didn't quite make the capture there at the last point, they still have to be pretty happy with the progress they made.
Yeah.
Blizzard World is hard to capture. It's hard to get a full cap, so this is definitely doable for Mind Goblin. But I feel like New 5th Dimension has to be feeling a little bit better just getting that hold on third point.
Definitely. I also think that Mind Goblin coming in and making a wholesale composition swap for the most part, too, it may have a factor in that. You had a couple ultimates going into it, but you had to change your entire mindset, and that's not necessarily easy to do on the fly when you're coming from this poke comp to kind of a double shield poke, which is a lot slower and a lot more error oriented, whereas you're just trying to set yourself up for success. So maybe now that they've kind of swapped gears, Mind Goblin will be a little more apt for this. No early cheeky picks this time, so we're just gonna ride this out, and it is gonna be a ball poke from the from 5D.
Yeah, going for a similar look that Mind Goblin did. So they like what they saw, I think, on the attack from the other team, and they're gonna try it themselves. They say, let's give this a shot. Let's see if we can find the same value that you did. But Melon gets caught out very early and removed from the fight. That's not good for fifth dimension.
Yeah, he'll be back soon, but that's still time off the clock, and you can't really get your team set up into much of a position without the Wrecking Ball there to draw attention. So run it back, try again. This time will be a little better. Mr. Dragon is going to try to get in there, and that'll be the dive.
Yeah, Dive is able to get a little bit of value and almost a point on the board for New 5th Dimension, but somebody drops back at the last moment. They can test Melon going in for a slam, but they're very, very low. They are going to pay for it with their life. SXJ coming in big with a double pick. And 5th Dimension looking strong, or sorry, Mind Goblin looking strong on defense so far.
Yeah, a great hold. They managed to not give up the tick too, and that's what you wanted to try to do for 5D, is force them off that high ground and force them to play the game. It's kind of how these points work, but they did find the Sombra out back, and Muse is going to get forced out, so that'll be a full reset on the side, and that's one person down for that dive as it comes in for Melon.
Yeah, Melon is able to get this high ground, though, under their control, so now they're going to be able to stage a dive onto point, which has definitely been their goal. Mr. Dragon looking for an off angle, but, oh my gosh, he'll be getting pressured down very hard. But, once again, SXJ fighting the value on this Echo, getting Melon out of the fight. And Mind Goblin, once again, looking really good on defense.
Again, we were talking about this with Mr. Dragon, but if you put your resources into whoever is just putting out the most value, and in this case it's SXJ, who just looks strong on all their heroes, you can get that. That's going to be a Theomatics early Bongo coming down early there, as they're just set up on this playground. Muse looking for EMP, going to throw themselves in. It's going to get 5.
Oh yeah, crucially SXJ is out of the fight. The carry is gone. Gravitic Flux used by Juzo. They're going to go down very, very low. They don't find any kills with it either. That was an excellent creation there from Juzo as well, but Melon is able to get the kill onto them. And this is just an incredible play that we're seeing coming out from New 5th Dimension. They've really started to push hard, and they've been rewarded with one kick on the board, but Mind Goblin coming in strong with the defense still.
They've been coming up strong, and they've been managed to turn this back somehow, just with sheer ultimate power, but that is probably going to be the end of that fight, and Mind Goblin spent everything to win that, but it was worth it. They've held it here with a minute on the clock, probably one fight left, and Lone's got the only self-destruct ultimate on the board, so it's going to come down to this mid-fight, I think. Short of Lone hitting a big self-destruct play, it's going to come down to what happens in the mid-fight, who gets the value here.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I'm going to be looking to Muse and Mr. Dragon to really pop off here for 5th Dimension, and there we go. Mr. Dragon's now starting to line up the kill feed. Both tanks out of the fight for Mind Goblin. This could be a capture for 5th Dimension. They may have some hope still on Blizzard World. Mr. Dragon still holding on to this pulse bomb as well. They might not even need it, as they found Yoham in the backline too. They go down very low, but they're not quite able to finish them off. Yoham just jumping in and out of danger, but they finally go down, and now Melon's able to pull their attention to point, and this point is going to be captured for 5th Dimension.
It was down to the wire, but they at least captured it there, and that didn't cost them too much of everything. And yeah, Mr. Dragon finally coming, showing signs of life, was exactly what they needed. And SXJ just trying their best. That Diva Bomb did get some value and bought some space, but you could see it, just the work that SXJ has been putting in, now swapping over to that Tracer, just knows they need to keep Mr. Dragon in check, right? You have to keep that in check, otherwise they're just going to continue to get value. You can't afford to keep that rolling.
No, you certainly can't. Amplification Matrix comes out early. Piomatic firing through it. Immortality Field committed as well. Here comes Bob from Kandi. And the ultimates are just flying left and right for both teams. Slam on the point isn't able to find anything. And Mr. Dragon crucially out of the fight one more time. So Mind Goblin looking primed to hold here at this point.
And still relatively early into point B. It's usually this choke point is where you might see first stops come in, but you can usually push past that too. And with Mind Goblin having 2 ultimates on the board, this next push again looks good. Mr. Dragon's gonna swap to the Hanzo, try and get a little more just raw damage and punish in it versus these double shields. I like this look, especially paired with Mew's EMP coming in. That looks like it's a combo for success.
Yeah, it certainly does. Lone, though, removed from the fight very quickly. Mind Goblin coming in big on the power of that supercharger from Diomatic. They're going to push New 5th Dimension all the way back into their spawn.
Just a quick refight, and die quick here. Get back in, go again.
Yeah.
You can't afford to burn out a lot of time, unfortunately, and they're just going to keep him in spawn. Mind Goblin is just not having it right now. They're just going to get in their face, and they're going to continue to play like this.
Yeah, they certainly are. They don't want to give any room at all to New 5th Dimension. They want to win this battle. They want to win the psychological battle, too. That was a huge EMP. Actually, all 6 members of Mind Goblin, but the kills come in favor for them.
The Mind Goblin.
The New 5th Dimension wasn't able to capitalize on what was a tremendously large EMP. And that's
there was there was no follow-up. There was no world that they could have just followed up on that. It was the lone Sombra in the back, and Muse, I think that was partially just to get off of that. Muse is going to swap over to the Echo to try to get the pressure, but there's no support for them, so they're just going to be this fragile glass cannon in the sky, and I don't know if that's the right call here. Mr. Dragon is going to get the set of dragons for themselves, and Ilpi is going to have this Transcendence, so there are some tools for New 5D to keep this rolling, but this has to be the fight that keeps them going, otherwise it's going to be over before we even blink.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Dragons come in, the Transcendence committed as well, and here comes Bob on the tail end of that Transcendence, so excellent timing there from Toddy. SXJ finds value, and with overtime just about to start here, Mind Goblin's looking primed to hold and take map number 2 off the board. The pick from New 5th Dimension does not go their way, and Mind Goblin goes up 2-0.
Just a strong showing from Mind Goblin. They looked like they had control the entire game, regardless of where they were. That long attack, it just looked so good. And Yoham on this Baptiste absolutely just putting in a lot of pressure as well. Just has been a monster on the Zen, on the Baptiste, has looked good and has enabled the rest of their team to play so well. And you can see this just great dueling windows, just getting value out of something that was immediately initially shut down there. Mind Goblin's just looking dominant here, and with now match point for New 5D, this next pick has to be big.
Yeah, it certainly does. And they, their pick on Blizzard World didn't work out for them. And so I wonder, what it was that they were trying to accomplish with this map pick, and if they can do a better job moving forward onto a payload map instead, because that's where they're going to have to hang their hopes coming up.
But you struggled. You could barely get to the payload section. Does being on payload really give you an advantage here? And you can kind of just see as you run through the highlights, SXJ was just in the highlights, has just been a constant threat through the entirety of the match. And that's what you're trying to do for Mr. Dragon if you're 5D. You're trying to enable your threat to continue success, but it just was never happening. And then the more you can put those resources into your success points, you're just going to come out ahead, and that just hasn't been the case, unfortunately, for New 5D.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And SXJ has been the story here. We thought it was going to be Mr. Dragon coming into this, but really, it's been that DPS player and Kandi. I have to give it up to both of them because Kandi was doing an excellent job of keeping Mr. Dragon in check on some of those on the first map.
You could see kind of the moments where SXJ knew, okay, Mr. Dragon's like running away. We need to stop that. Let me swap to Tracer and just match that to try and shut it down. And just the second they were able to figure out what they needed to do for success, they did it and they won. And that's what you need to do to go on to the finals in a great sitting.
Yeah, and you know what? That's what we're looking at, right? We're looking at Mind Goblin getting a ticket to the Grand Finals weekend, right? If they come up with this win, they are sitting so pretty for it. And New 5D, they don't want to have to work their way through the losers bracket, but that's where they're headed right now if they don't change something big and fast.
Yeah, but speaking of change, we're going to take a quick change and throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back. Hang tight for the thrilling next set of maps in just a moment.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Welcome back, everybody, for what could be the conclusion of what has been a very exciting match so far between Mind Goblin and New Fifth Dimension. If you are just tuning in, Mind Goblin is up 2-0 after a dominating performance on Blizzard World. And once again, my name is Warren Jugglegod Hammond, joined by Soav. And I am excited for what comes next, not only in this map, or in this matchup, but just for these two teams in general, right? Because one of them's headed to the losers bracket, and one of them's headed straight to Grand Finals weekend, both of which are, very interesting to think about for these teams.
It's wild to think that one of these teams, whoever it is, and it's looking like Mind Goblin so far, is going to punch their ticket to the finals. And if that's the case, whoever loses, at this point it's 5D, has to play themselves through what's left of the losers bracket. And there's some tough teams down there. So I think that's not a position you want to be in. You want to already have this ready to go for this finals weekend. So new 5D really needs to turn something around. And I think they're going to try to physically turn it around and maybe make a U-turn over on Route 66.
That is true. They are going to go that route. And I think that's a pretty good choice for them as well. They're going to go visit Big Earls. They're going to try and, make their case in the dry Arizona air. So this is this is a good map pick for them, I think.
This is a good shout. Yeah. This is a good shout from. We've seen a lot of ball poke here. So then they've found some success New 5D have, but I think the other thing that you can find success for here is that double shield comp that they showed a lot of life with over in Blizzard World. So if they can replicate that success and, push the boundaries a little bit further, they maybe can keep this going and maybe start the reverse sweep coming.
Yeah, they certainly can. And, with a little bit of a break, some time to kind of get your head back on your shoulders, shake things out a little bit, reset your mental. This really is, it not only could be, but it has to be the opportunity for New Fifth Dimension to come back in this game. So excited what they've got in store for us on Route 66.
Yeah, this is your pick. Remember, you've also picked last map, but this is your pick too. So if you're not feeling confident in your choices here, you're just going to struggle further. And I don't know a lot of teams that pick Route 66 inherently. I feel like a lot of teams would rather go to maybe Dorado, depending on what you feel your strengths are. But they obviously felt very strongly about this because this is not one you see a lot of. And I hope that this pays off for them because I want to see Fifth Dimension turn this around and come back. And I want to see them just throw another haymaker at Mind Goblin because they have the ability to. They've shown it. We've seen it in the fights where they can put their foot down and stop, and they need to do it. They just need to. I feel they can.
Yeah, we've seen the flashes of brilliance from New Fifth Dimension, but that's really all it's been so far is a flash, and it's got to be more than that. You've got to keep that momentum. You've got to get that consistency. I mean, we were talking about consistency last game, and I think it's coming up here as well. And, again, it's and you expect that. You expect the more consistent team to come out on top. But it's really showing in spades today, I think.
when Mind Goblin is keeping you in your spawn, I think you can argue that they have the more consistent team play, recovery, clutchness, and that's not saying anything bad about 5th D.
No.
That's just saying that Mind Goblin is just having the better day. Like, they are just putting their pieces together better in the right order and just doing things more correct. And that's just, some days you have that, and especially in these longer events, these 2 weekends, 3 weekend events, you know, Mind Goblin played in Contenders Trials. This is a level of quality and skill and team play that they're used to doing. New 5D has seen Open Division and things like that, but Mind Goblin is just showing it, like you said, more consistently, and just that's going to be the difference, is how consistent can you be?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I just want to say too, I love the name Mind Goblin because I mean, they've showed us they've got the big brain, they've got the mind, and they so far they are gobbling up the competition. So
they really are.
You know, this is really going their way, and if you know, they just need to compound on the success they've already had. Right, to really seal the deal here, put the nail in the coffin, and pack this one up and send it off. And I know that that's what they're hoping to do.
Yeah, goblins are mischief makers. They're little pains in the butts, and they sure absolutely have been causing all sorts of mischief and problems for New 5D. So if they can just keep this up, they'll just keep this name rolling, and they'll just keep vibing straight on into the finals.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder what the other teams that are going to have to face them. You know, in the in the grand final, in the finals weekend, the championships weekend, and in the losers bracket, right? You know, people have to be looking here and saying, frankly, I don't think they want to be facing either of these teams.
No, and that's the thing, is there's teams like Useless and Meteor Gaming down in the lower bracket, and those aren't fights those aren't matches you just roll over either. So it's gonna be a tough fight back up through that losers bracket too. So losing here from New 5D would be probably just unfortunate. They may not make it out, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a very good point as well. This could be one of their better shots at staying in, but it's all come down to this. They're going to stake their defense on Route 66 here, and they're going to do it with a double shield look again, and I like Muse back on the Echo.
Yeah, I think that's a good look. Muse was playing very, very well, but Condi is going to... Yep, and we're just going to see this match. Both these teams like this double shield, and it's about what I expected coming out over here on 66. So Mr. Dragon's just going to have to hope that their resources go in there to get those head clicks in and force that crossfire and create the positioning for success.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and already they're taking a little bit of an off angle here through the through this upper cave. Just throwing some damage into a shield, gets the dynamite onto Juzo. Just a little bit of damage, but not enough to really do much damage to him. But speaking of much damage, Mr. Dragon does find Thematic. They are removed from the fight, so now Mind Goblin gonna have to slow their roll just a little bit, back off, and wait for the main tank to come back into the fight.
I mean, that's fine. These are slow comps anyways. You're not exactly rushing into fights. You're waiting for you're waiting for your Echo to really hit some just easy damage that maybe you can follow up on. But considering there's just an Echo fight in the air, you kind of have to play this out. And Ilpip's gonna have that first amplification matrix, so the ground fight will be in their favor if you're 5D. So they just have to play to that right now.
Yeah, that they do. They are going to push the high ground, though, to start things out, it looks like. SXJ taking an off angle, but it's Muse who comes up big with a pick on this 3-4. So, now Mind Goblin once again on the back foot. New 5th Dimension really looks like they know what they're doing, but SXJ does find Lone out. So now, this is an opportunity, but Muse quickly equalizes. The res does come in onto Lone, but 5th Dimension really looking powerful on this defense.
This was their choice. They have to look good here if they want to keep this map going. They need to. This is just one of those cases where it's their pick. They have to feel strong about it, and they're showing they do. But what is also strong is the 5 ultimates on the side of Mind Goblin, so this could just be a win on the economy itself, considering there's only 2 at the start for 5th Dimension. They'll get a couple in the mid-fight, but if Mind Goblin plays these and spaces them outright, they can win this.
Yeah, that they certainly can. I'm really going to be looking at this pop to get some value on the card. They can provide so much pressure. Import or amplification matrix committed already from Johan, so they're going to get a little bit of distance. Gravitic Flux committed as well, but it's Bob who's going to get the first kill onto Lone. Matlox commits the Valkyrie. They may be able to get in for that res, but they're going to have to do it quickly if they're going to do it at all. Nilla pops the supercharger as well. That's going to get some tremendous value. Both Creeper and Juicer are out of the fight. Mr. Dragon now down on cart, pushing back the remaining members of Mind Goblin, and they really have struggled to get this cart moving.
This was not a pick they were expecting. I don't think they committed almost everything. They committed everything they had into that win, and just to come up empty-handed is an unfortunate. Muse will have that duplicate, and Mr. Dragon's coming to life finally. It took a couple games that Mr. Dragon's there. Hello, yes, we see you. We're keeping an eye out for you. We were waiting. You kept me waiting, and I'm not disappointed in it. So, gonna rebuild that Bob pretty quick, hopefully, and that'll be the way. Theomatic will have that supercharger. I don't know what you have to find some sort of a headshot value on this, otherwise it's not going to be. You may wait for something to pair it with, because there's 2 for new 5th dimension, and both of those are going to be big. And there's that bongo early.
Yeah, they are going to opt to use it despite not really having anything else to cap to use it with. Juzo goes down very low. They are removed by Muse once again. And with less than 30 seconds on the clock, that was Mind Goblin's best hope, I think. But they are starting to turn around. 3 picks coming, and crucially, both supports are out of the fight now for Muse's 5th dimension. Mind Goblin does have new life breathed into them. They are going to get this cart under their control, and they're going to get it potentially to the end of first point here. Melon forced to drop down onto point, but they're only going to be there for a split second. Now we've got the Echo back with the duplication onto the Orisa, and that's going to be tough to deal with. Overtime starting to click down on point now. Juzo now with that wrecking ball trying to jump out, but Muse does get the supercharger out onto the point. That's going to do tremendous damage. Rez does come in, picks in each side. The Echoes on both teams doing tremendous work. This is do or die for Mind Goblin on this point, and at the moment it looks like they're dying as Bob has got a kill on the SXJ. Melon now has the supercharger as well. They're going to pop it immediately, get that extra damage, and so many superchargers in this fight. SXJ now on the high ground trying to do something, and it looks like they finally got a little bit of purchase. They are going to turn this around on the back of some phenomenal play by SXJ.
SXJ just came in and cleaned up on that ult. They were just playing so well together to try to get the value out of that supercharger on new 5D, and it ended up punishing them because they were just ready to be cooked by SXJ there, who's just been he just looks so good on this Echo all match, has just looked incredibly good, and again just forcing out errors early and just not getting punished for it. That's Mind Goblins, that's their trick this whole time. They've just been doing that this whole match series.
Yeah, they certainly have been, and the cleanup is going well for them. That is until Muse and Melon had something to say about it. SXJ is able to remove Muse from the fight, but Mind Goblin looking worse for the wear right now. Melon does go down, so 5th dimension only up 1 at the moment. But Mr. Dragon comes in clutch there with a pick on the Juzo, and now 5th dimension looking a little bit better. But once again, Ilpi removed from the fight right after popping that amplification matrix. Lone going down very, very low as well. They're going to have to get healed up. Rez comes in onto Condi, so they are back in the fight now and ready to do a lot more damage. Dynamite thrown in from them, doesn't catch anything. SXJ has the duplicate online. They may be able to find some good value with this as well. They're dropping in now on that Sigma. They choose to go for the Sig duplicate as well. They get a pick as well. Uses out of the fight. They are red, but here goes the Gravitic Flux. They're able to get a lot of people in it, but they're not able to get the kills, at least not yet. But they are eventually going to be able to on the back of some DPS flower from Mind Goblin, and that's going to be second point cap.
SXJ has been an absolute monster in these fights. Have absolutely just when he's left uncontested, he just turns these fights and wins them. He knew and felt comfortable on that Sigma pick to just take the duplicate there. Didn't really need to, but just saw that it was there and said, you know what, I can win this fight. I've played enough Sigma, I know what I'm doing. And just look at how quickly that Flux was gathered and just ready to go. And just the abandon to go in on that. Knew they had a lamp, knew the team had them. And that's what we're talking about. When we're talking about Mr. Dragon being enabled, you need to enable your DPS to go. And oh no, there's the early Bob that made it.
Wow. Look at this, though. It's going to be 5th dimension coming up with a pick on the back of this supercharger from Melon. Muse is popping one to go right alongside it, though, afterwards. And that is just too much damage to deal with for Mind Goblin. They're going to be sent packing back to spawn.
I know. They're yeah, I mean, they managed to stall it for now, but it's just one of those cases where, unfortunately, they have to put their foot down, right? They just need to do something to make a win, because with 3 ultimates on the board, they have the chance to make this hold, but New 5D needs to make something come up big here, and they are going to do that right away.
Wow, yeah.
That flux was
Speaking of big, yeah, that was huge, and that fight is over before it started. That was absolutely tremendous. Gotta love what you're seeing from New Fifth Dimension right now. It's like a new team.
I'm going after this. I mean, just check that replay. Like, that was just so big. That flux set up everything they needed to do right there, and you could see the grass come out to try to counter it, but it just wasn't enough, and that was just great team play from the side of Fifth Dimension.
Yeah, it certainly was. Fight going on in earnest, already back on point. Mr. Dragon out of it as well, so Mind Goblin looking a little bit better at the moment. Immortality Field also has to be used by Ilpi, so that is out of the equation too. 20 seconds left on the clock for Mind Goblin to try and capture this point, but we saw that they only needed to get it close to capture on Blizzard World, so maybe this is all they need to. Supercharger committed by Theomatic to try and push in this payload the last few meters, and they are going to do it very well. As XSJ also gets that Supercharger online. And this is gonna be an OT capture for Mind Goblin.
It was an incredibly rough start from Mind Goblin, but once they were able to put the pieces together and kind of assemble everything, they got pretty good control out of it, and a lot of it was on the back of SXJ, who once they were just enabled, just does so much work, and you can see it again and again. The Orisa copies, these tank copies, were just so valuable. Look at how quick that Supercharger came down. That was just so much incredible value, and that you cannot let that happen. You need to put a collar on SXJ and get him under control of your New Fifth Dimension. You just can't let this dog just run free and have their way across these streets.
Yeah, and that's what they're having at the moment. I mean, they've just been free almost this entire game. You know, the New Fifth Dimension really hasn't come up with an answer for SXJ, and I don't want to leave Kandi out of the conversation either. Kandi has come up with some tremendous plays as well.
Kandi's usage of Bob has been incredibly well placed, well thought out, and they've just been in the board as well. Again, like, we can sit here and we've been shouting the praises of SXJ, but Kandi, Yoham, every single member on Mind Goblin has just been putting in incredible work, and New 5D is just struggling to really get their footing to this, and they're going to try and do it again. It looks like they're just going to try and settle on this double shield. I don't know how I feel about it. It had some success for the most part, but once it crumbled, they just never changed off and never moved, and I think that's the changes that need to happen, is they need to make a change once the stuff stops working.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's I think that's been the name of the game for both of the teams, or both of the games that we watched, is adaptation as well, right? The team that adapts has been the one that's come out on top each time, and that's really been good to see.
Yeah,
both
I agree
teams
completely.
Both teams looking to get a little positioning going here. Mind Goblin just on top of Big Earls at the moment, not dropping down the card as of yet. Mr. Dragon looking to maybe find a cheeky headshot somewhere, but unable to at the moment at least. And this card getting a good amount of progress around the around the corner here.
I mean, it's been a strong hold in SXJ once again, just opening up these fights, just chasing out these kills. But there's going to be the recovery. They're just getting more raw progress out of the cart, though, this time. And playing out from under Big Earls has done them a lot. But SXJ, once again, is just absolutely lighting up the board and is just becoming it. But Chuzo's not going to let them just have all of themselves.
No, they certainly aren't. They're going to come in here big as well. Immortality Field committed, but it's only going to do so much good as the members of New Fifth Dimension fall. And Mind Goblin starting out strong. They've already burned a minute and a quarter off the clock.
This initial hold on A is always so strong because the attackers have to play into this high ground, right? There's not a good angle to really like turn around and get an advantage short of trying to create a crossfire, and it's so difficult too when you cut off this upper path. If you can do that, you just win.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we're seeing so far is Mind Goblin putting up what they need to win this battle, to win this map. Graphitic Flux comes in from Juicer. They're able to get a couple people with it, and the kills just come in hand over fist for Mind Goblin. What a dominant fight win right there. And it makes me wonder what happened in the beginning that they were struggling on.
that it wasn't just this dominant attack, but you know what? That speaks to Fifth Dimension, right? Fifth Dimension aren't a bad team. They're just struggling to get these pieces together, and something in this comp isn't working, whatever it might be. They do have they'll have 5 ultimates going into this next fight. So maybe it's just once they get into the groove of these ultimates, they can win. They can win that way.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And crucially, they're going to have this Gravitic Flux, which they proc right now. They're going to get a couple people in it. Rez comes in on the Muse. He was taken out early. Mr. Dragon does find Screamer, so. Ooh, Connie goes down very low as well. And
gets 2.
Excellent Dragon Strike from none other than Mr. Dragon himself. And that is going to allow New Fifth Dimension to get this cart underway. But Mind Goblin's going to have another opportunity to stall it out.
Wait, did Theo commit the supercharger into that? I thought I saw the Orisa reach behind their head. They did because they're swapping. That's the deal. They're going to make that contest. I was like, that was an odd choice, but now that explains a lot. So just that duplicate, they'll have the rally also. So this is going to be a last-second touch here to try to get that. And that rally is going to be the only thing keeping them up in this last moment. They have to get this armor out now and early.
Yeah, that they do. And I imagine Screamer, yep, they're going to pop that rally as soon as they get it online. LP now, from the high ground, trying to deal in as much damage and healing as they can to the low ground. SXJ now pushing up to that high ground. They've duplicated the Stigma again, looking for that Gravitic Flux, but they're unable to. They're forced out of it before they're able to find any value. And crucially, New Fifth Dimension coming up with the kills that they need. 2 are already down, and the cart is very, very close to completion at this point. With only 20 seconds left on the clock, though, it looks like New Fifth Dimension gonna find the kills that they need to stay on board and see second point.
And that was a great retake. They keep this push alive. It's going to be some more changes back to what looks like that double shield comp. So they're not, that was just to try and make that stall. It looks like it's the way it is, but that's kind of what it is. Melon is going to have this supercharger. It's going to be the important thing because it'll help build Mr. Dragon and Muse up into the fight.
Ooh, that is if Mr. Dragon can stay alive, which at the moment he can't. The res is going to come in, though, successfully, so they are going to be back in. They're going to be able to try and build up that Dragon again. Lone, crucially, already has to take on the Juicers. 3 more out of the fight as well, and this fight is almost over before it starts. This is just going so heavily in favor of a new 5D. No, take that back. There are a couple of exit picks, but yeah, it's not going to be enough.
No, unfortunately, that's just kind of going to be the end of that, and they'll stall it out a little bit. The fight's going to drag on, but there's still so many ults for the side of New 5D that this next fight just looks like it's a kind of a wash for Mind Goblin already. Unless you get this big flux coming, it's probably a wash, and you should just save up and just take the ego push.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here. Mind Goblin knows that they've got what it takes to hold this third point as well. They know that they've been strong enough to hold off what New 5D has been pushing forward, but New 5D, they've got their backs against the wall. They have to throw everything that they can at this, and here they go. Muse already starts out with a pick onto Juzo, finds that focusing beam. SXJ out of the fight as well, and yeah, this is just going to be an eco push for Mind Goblin, and this point going to be capped with relative ease by Fifth Dimension, at least in terms of this fight.
Nothing wrong with that. You can't win it. You might as well just try and stall for time, save your ultimates, because really, as long as you stop them from completing, you win if you're Mind Goblin, and that's I think your longer game plan. So playing to that longer game is smart. You pulled an ultimate out of New 5D. They still have 4 on the board, and Mr. Dragon's already halfway to on yet another set of dragons. So the more you can hold out to the last moment, the more Mind Goblin stands a chance to win this and bring this home and bring themselves to the finals.
Yeah, that's very true. Theomatic drops that supercharger. They're going to try and get that out, get that damage going in early, and it's paying dividends as Yoham actually finds 2. So, support line getting a little bit of recognition there in the kill feed as well for a Mind Goblin. And they only used the superchargers, so that was a great economic fight win.
Yeah, if you winning on the back of a supercharger, which generally was considered low value for a while, that's pretty big. And there's going to be a flux. There's going to be the ultimates coming out. A New 5D knows they need to win this. They're going to commit what they need to.
Yeah, that they are. The res comes out onto LP. They know they need to win this fight. Valkyrie committed as well. Muse chasing out people in the back line. And Mr. Dragon once again coming up big with a couple of picks.
Word.
Theomatic Trevor out of the fight. And Mind Goblin is just going to start falling as New Fifth Dimension gains purchase on the cart once again. And they've got a minute to complete.
But it cost them everything to do this. So this last fight that Mind Goblin's been building towards, I mean, they've put a lot into it themselves, but they've spent everything. Muse will get a copy, but is immediately taken out by SXJ.
Oh, no.
Just gets the 2-piece. No, that's not a... Oh, that's the worst case scenario for New 5D.
Yeah, that was a huge pick there by SXJ. They are going to pay for it with their life. And the equalizing picks are going to come in, but the bomb is going to be too big from Kandi. There's 45 seconds left on the clock right now. New Dimension has a decision to make. Do they try and keep what they've been going with, or do they try and mix it up for this last push? Their backs are now firmly against the wall. This is their do or die moment.
I don't think you can make changes here. That Bob just got so much value, which is great because you pushed it out. But
believe you are muted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Yeah, they got so much value to that Bob, and it looks like you pulled out so many resources. New 5D does have that copy and that duplicate to make it a value out of, so they'll have to put their resources into Muse to get this to win. Mind Goblin does need to come in as this slam comes through, and there's Amp Matrix already getting value immediately.
Oh, and look at the picks coming in so heavily for Mind Goblin. Immortality Field used, but it's not going to be much. The picks coming in so heavily. Lone is the last person on point. The lone survivor as the overtime ticks down. That's going to do it. Mind Goblin going to go straight to the championship weekend. And good luck to you, New 5th Dimension, as you take a trip down into the lower bracket. But I got to say, what a dominant showing from Mind Goblin.
Yeah, and SXJ absolutely coming in and play the game there. Absolutely just looking like an extreme force to be reckoned with. Not even, and in the copy no less, not even just Echo, in the Orisa copy, getting that supercharger instantly, getting value, 2 and 3 picks in there, just showing their just ability to play. Mind Goblin, a force to be reckoned with. They deserve a well-earned trip to the Grand Finals weekend. And, condolences for 5th Dimension, but you've got a little bit of a road ahead of you. So good luck in that, because I want to see this rematch in the finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be fantastic. I can't wait to see what Mind Goblin's gonna bring, and I can't wait to see who they're gonna face next as well, because they were looking dominant, and I imagine whoever's gonna be facing them, they're definitely gonna be concerned. And
you have to be.
Yeah, you do.
Especially after watching this game, you just watched SXJ absolutely just show a dominant showing there. You watched a very dominant force in Dragon absolutely just get shut down. Yeah, completely. We were expecting him to be a big factor in this, and they just kept him under control and just absolutely just ran the show on their own. And as far as I'm concerned, anybody coming up from the losers bracket, you need to watch this tape so you know what you're coming up against to prepare for.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And I have to say, Mr. Dragon did start to find their footing on the last map. Route 66 was looking really good for them, so there were signs of life. There are signs of hope, I think, and signs of very, very positive things to look at from 5th Dimension and on the back of Mr. Dragon. So, if they can just channel what they had there at the end of Route 66, they can take this far.
There's a chance that maybe you weren't sure what you were getting out of Mind Goblins at first, and maybe this was just a bump, and now that you're thinking, okay, well, we've seen what they're bringing to the table, we understand now what we can expect on the line, you kind of have an advantage, at least in that regards, of now, well, we go to the losers bracket, we just have to play our way up, and then we can get the rematch where we're actually going to be a little bit better equipped. And, once you kind of have this footing, that you have this kind of mental status like we were talking about, the mental game is kind of reset on a new weekend, you can kind of recover that. And maybe if we see 5th Dimension in the finals again, they'll be in a better position to mentally handle that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Lots of times the team can go down to the losers bracket and get tempered by, tempered by the experience and come out stronger for it. So that's that's certainly a possibility, and it's going to give some time for 5th Dimension and the whole team really to work on their synergy and work on getting that consistency that we saw out of Mind Goblin.
And you need to have this consistency, especially when now we're just getting confirmation here. Granite Gaming is going to be one of the next to make it into playoffs, and Granite Gaming, absolutely no slouch either. Granted they fell, but I think they fell kind of early, And that's a team that also can play consistently well. You have to be able to compete at that kind of a level. And all these teams that we're talking about right now play at such a high level that you can't afford to drop. You can't afford to drop a moment, show an error to really give that up. Otherwise, you're never going to see that. And I think new 5D can make it to the playoffs. I think they can run it back and get themselves there, but it's going to be a bit more of a struggle than they wanted it to be.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. Not where they wanted to be, but it's not the end of the day for them either. So they've still got a chance to come back in this, make their play for the grand finals, and potentially even take it. They are a strong team. Mr. Dragon, great player. We saw some good signs from them. So there's certainly still a chance for them. But Mind Goblin, my gosh, they look good. And yeah, I just I feel sorry for whoever they have or whoever has to go up against them next.
I mean, this is just a tough lineup whenever, so I feel sorry for anybody who has to. I feel sorry for everybody and anybody who's been in this event because this is a tough lineup to play. But we're going to take a quick break. We still got way more Overwatch action coming your way.
Yes, we do.
Hang tight. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back after these quick messages.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational. Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hey folks, and welcome back to the Will English Invitational. I am Waffles for Sid, and joined by none other than Will English himself on the analysis. Will, how are you doing today?
I am fantastic. It has been a long 36 hours for me, and I'm finally, it's finally over. We finally launched it, so it can only go uphill from here, and I'm so excited. I keep ending up on the EU side of things for casting and stuff like that, and so I can't think of anybody better to launch this off with than you, Waffles. I mean, this is an honor and a pleasure to kind of work with you again.
Oh, thanks. I mean, we actually had my first Will English cast was with you
Yes.
way back before. I mean, it seemed like such a long time ago.
Me too. I remember it.
Yeah, that's right. And here we are casting EU this time together. We've got, a recast going on in French as well. And we are about to get into the losers quarterfinals. Man, so many games have been played already today. Some really long and close games too. But right now we're about to see Meteor Gaming go up against Kiseki no Sadai. And, I'm really curious to see what they're going to bring to the table for these quarterfinals. Losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, losers quarterfinals. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. You're playing losers right now. We already have 2 teams into the playoffs next weekend, which is also so great. I just want to for a second. We got 2 weeks of competition, people. This is the first week in the group stages, and we finally have room. We finally have room to do all this stuff right now. So Meteor Gaming. No, I mean, is it Meteor Gaming and Mindgauntlet? No, it's Granite Gaming. I'm sorry, it's Granite Gaming and Mindgauntlet are both in CMC. I'm allowed to make mistakes on my own broadcast, so I'm totally cool. But anyway, we already have 2 teams in on the winner's side, and so now we're on the loser's side, and it's again, we're looking for 4 teams out of the round of 12. So we had 12 teams come in today. We had the whole draw show and everything, and now again, you're in losers right now, and you're deep into the run. And so some of these teams that got knocked out by some of the winners that went through, are looking to kind of make some redemption here, and they're waiting at the top of the bracket here. But we're in losers quarters, so we have one more match here. You got to win this match here, and then you got to play one more, and then you qualify out, and then you get to play next weekend against our strong field, on the EU side.
Oh man, and strong field indeed. There's a lot of teams in there I would not want to be going up against, but whoever is able to come out of this losers bracket and bring themselves up, they have very clearly defined themselves as, might have had a little trip up in the beginning, but we're here to play, and we have, proven ourselves that we deserve to be back up in the last rounds.
Absolutely. Like I would not sleep on any of these teams. And again, through our draw show, I mean, we had some very strong teams make it through. I mean, 5D is still lurking around, and so is Mindgauntlet made it out. But like there's just so many strong teams that are just in this side of the bracket, and then we get to play our other group tomorrow. So I wouldn't sleep on any of th's teams at all. Like if you've made it this far, as you mentioned, Waffles, they're definitely strong teams. Whatever. It's just sad that some of them have to go to the day. Like I'm like it's just, but this is just how the story goes, right? right? Like it's better kind of in this format versus like, you know, having to play round robin or playing a game that doesn't matter. It's still kind of like it's still anybody's game here. So like it's kind of hard to call as well because like again, also in this situation we're dealing with right now, Kaseki just came off of a very long 6-map run in their previous matchup here. And now playing against Meteor, who's had time to rest. They've had time to like rest up, and so you know there is a theory that kind of in Overwatch about like, you know, kind of the cold hands. You know, like you've been sitting idle, and maybe that might set up an upset for you know, for Kaseki. Now also too in Japanese, Kaseki is miracles. So, like the team's name, you know, ironically enough, is Kaseki no Sedai, is Generation of Miracles, and so could this be the miracle run for their team? And they're also from Iceland, which I find also extremely ironic. So we're just dealing with this whole international thing here. So you know, shout outs to all the language nerds out there. So like this is lighting up all of the things here. But either way, you know, we're gonna see how, you know, how they can pull up here. Now I haven't had a chance to see. I don't think we've seen either team in play just yet. But you know, again, if you're this far into losers, it is a thing. Like I said, you fought hard to get here, and now you just gotta, like I say, you're 2 matches away, and you would hate to go out here. You would hate to like leave at this moment in time. But you know, again, it's just the way the format goes, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little bit brutal in the group stages, but if you make it out,
it could be more brutal. Like you get a chance to come back in the losers bracket. If we really wanted to be harsh, it'd be like one and done, game over kind of thing. But here, everyone gets that redemption arc possibility, and you know, that cold hands kind of element. You always get another chance to warm up a little more. And man, I think you're right on Kaseki no Sedai having a long match beforehand. And, you know, they could be a little mentally taxed from it, or they could just be even more hyped and driven to win this next match, because, you know, it's all about how they want to harness that mentality from the game beforehand and approach the situation, right? You can either take the, oh, we just lost and we're really bad, or you can be like, okay, more fuel in the fire to take the first spot and to do well. And, you know, those types of recoveries are really going to set the teams apart here in these losers bracket, because that's what it's going to be about, is coming back and bringing that heat to the match.
Resilience. Clutch factor, you know, it is a mental game. It is a long day. Like, this is a long day, ladies and gentlemen. You're 4 matches in right now, and again, with Kaseki no Sedai having that 6-mapper, right? Like, it's a long day for Overwatch. This broadcast has been going on just as long as the bracket has today. So imagine, you know, kind of like, you know, like, and these teams, you know, these teams like have to play for it. This is not like kind of a unique situation. It's not like you're playing a game, you know, and then you're going to play tomorrow. It's like literally like this is a marathon session, people, and I don't blame any of these teams, but you know, but at the same time, you know, let's get into our map team real quick here. So this is going to be a best of 5 right now. Ooh. So we're still in the best of 5s here, and our first map is going to be Busan. Now, as you mentioned, you kind of the rest of the maps are, you know, question marks right now, because loser will get to pick the team. But the one thing about the Invitational has always been is that like we try to make sure in the group stages you can't prepare for the entire tournament, right? You can't just say like, all right, cool, we're gonna have the maps we're gonna pick. So each map going forward will have a pool of maps that you can only use in this particular round. So we'll see what people pick up for hybrid in our next map. But either way, Busan is first, and you know, a lot of things can happen. You know, a lot of things can occur. You know, with Busan.
Well, Busan has, you know, quite a different terrain depending on which map the RNG takes us to, right? We could see a lot of opportunity for those long sight lines. There's plenty of pillars on some of the maps to duck behind if you're going to play those aerial characters. I mean, we saw Echo being played by multiple teams earlier today, and I mean, she was just shredding through people. That's the point of Focus Beam. But the capitalization and the communication that was brought forth was just dominating, coming through some of those DPS. And, you know, I'm not sure what they're going to want to start, especially if they get stuck into, you know, a more enclosed place like Mecha Base.
Close quarter battles, yeah.
Right. So we'll have to see what the RNG gives us.
Yeah, we'll see what it goes down to. But either way, no matter what happens, I mean, just Waffles, we're here, and this is history right now, right? Because we've got such a large bracket. We had so many teams come out for the EU side of things, and this is all community, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody that's working behind the scenes, including you and I, this is the entire community. Like we have some semi-pros in place, that we have some people like yourself that have casted in contenders trials and everything. But everybody else, like we're here. We're just humble community folks. But here we go. We're going into Busan, and it is, it's not going to be Mecha to start off with, Waffles.
Yeah, we are actually starting off here at Sanctuary, where the war drums on the sides will be. Looks like we're already going to show some of those aerial characters and the long range hit scan coming through. Will, this could be so deadly.
Yeah, but also I see the hamster wheel. It could be the next 6 seconds. It could be a troll, but we see the hamster combo. Like Habit has just been baller, if you want to call it that, for most of the stuff here. But here we go. It is the starting off on the losers quarterfinal matchup. Here we go.
Doors opening up, and oh man, look at that fast rollout coming through from the Hammond already. Long range damage from that damage boosted tie. Nutella's going to be hard pocketing him probably for quite a long time, and well, it is Kiseki no Sadai on the aggressive front here, already pushing into Meteor Gaming and pretty much trying to circle them. It is the roll through kill though that finishes off the low health Tracer, and now Kiseki no Sadai is up by one person, going to continue aggressing forward and just throwing damage into Meteor Gaming. Oh man, Kiseki no Sadai lost a couple people, but I don't think that's going to be enough after all this damage.
Wow, just like coming, the Kiseki no Sadai just being extremely aggressive here. Like they played forward with a Tracer and the pharmacy combo online, as just is come up big for them. And yeah, they lost a couple members, but not enough to stop their attack here. They've also captured this first point. Now we're moving up to 18%.
Oh, Sora being a little sneaky over here. Probably gonna try and look for a good opportunity to hack, and well, it's the information that's scouting coming from him is going to be really critical to help his team move around and decide when and who is best to capitalize on. Meteor Gaming is caught out a bit here on the side, and an early pick onto Syl leaves Losty out alone, and well, after that it is just easy pickings coming through for Kiseki no Sadai.
I mean, Kiseki is just not being challenged here. Tai is up in the air and lighting up the kill feed, has 4 kills to their name, and it's just more of the same here. They also had kind of the early ult advantage as well. They kind of pulled out the rocket barrage as well, and Meteor Gaming just like I hate to say it in so many words, just doesn't have the answer here. They're like either need to take out this Tai and stop them from attacking there, or it's just going to be this first point going to Kiseki.
Yeah, Tai is an absolute menace, and it's even harder to disrupt him with Nutella's pocket. I mean, Nutella is completely out of sight almost every time. Pulse Bomb is missed right there onto Losty, but the damage is enough coming through from Tai to follow up, and man, it is that pharmacy pocket all day in the kill feed, Will.
Yeah, absolutely. Tai is just uncontested here. Just like it just has the rule of the skies and the land, and it's just going to pop right back up here. I mean, Meteor Gaming did touch the point for a couple seconds, so at least there's signs of life. But it's 91% right now, Waffles, and I don't even want to call it last fight territory. I just think like Meteor Gaming has nothing against this Kiseki offense.
Yeah, they do have some ultimates online they can try and use to make space, and Pulse Bomb doesn't quite find its stuck target. Lucio's able to skirt away just in the nick of time. Nutella here on this Valkyrie, keeping the pocket strong onto Tai. Kiseki no Sadai continuing to handle Meteor Gaming's trickling on. They're trying to do their best to stall, but that barrage closed them out and gave them the map win. The round win.
Yeah, right, round one right now. Yeah, I was gonna say not yet. We got one more to go. But Kiseki, on the other hand, is like showing their dominance and showing that yes, they do have warm hands, ladies and gentlemen. And Meteor Gaming is just caught on the back foot right now. Again, if they don't do anything about this tie, maybe if they're gonna play the pharmacy combo into here, but like we're also a mecha base, so Tai may switch to the Echo or may switch off. We'll see if they stick with their pick. But either way, Kiseki is just showing no signs of stopping right now. It's just like it's not even a miracle. It's just destiny coming for Kiseki.
Well, it's always good to save your miracles for the times you really need them, right? And, I also argue miracle, clutch, depends on your perspective and depends on what's actually being done. I want to see those clutch plays coming through from Meteor Gaming, though. If they can just clean this up a little bit. Looks like Ty is on that Ashe, so not going to have to deal with the bombardment from the pharmacy, but a different type of long-range bombardment instead. Ty just across on the high ground. No one's even looking at him yet. It's everyone crispy with that dynamite. And, well, Meteor Gaming continuing to group up here and stay strong as a unit and a team. They're trying to push forward and find an opportunity with Kaseki, but can't quite break through as the point has unlocked, and now they've all moved on. No one wants to let anyone take official control of it yet. It slips out of, well, now it's pretty much in nobody's control. It hasn't been capped yet, but dang, DPS just brought it through for Kaseki knows to die, Will, and that's going to get him to flip.
I mean, they were just playing Ring Around the Rosie just for a couple minutes here, but it does not matter. The comp switch coming in from Meteor is not doing any value here. Kaseki no Sadai is just more of the same. They're going to flip at this point back here and just keep it rolling here. Now, again, the Ashe and the Wrecking Ball are still on the side of Kaseki, but they tried. At least Meteor at least tried a different composition to try to attack this Kaseki offense here, but it's not working out for them. I mean, it's 8% in climbing for Kaseki.
We see that Mulkra here for Meteor Gaming has switched over to that Torbjorn, so that turret will provide some additional pepper damage and, you know, maybe give Hema a second thought. Oh man, that is going to be tough though for Meteor. They've already lost their main heals and had to give space away from the Amp Matrix. It's tough from the onslaught of Kaseki no Sadai because this damage is absolutely ruthless and it is unrelenting, Will.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's not a miracle. It is destiny here for Kaseki. They are just dominating this Meteor Gaming team. It's just like they haven't even they touched the point once in the last round, and now they're gonna just touch it once here at Mecha Base. And this might be this first map here. And Meteor Gaming is also Kaseki with their ultimate advantage. It just keeps piling on the pressure. They're not letting up. They're not even letting Meteor Gaming get set up here. They just take it right towards their spawn doors, and it's making more things. The Bob gets activated here for Ty.
Man, it is so hectic here on the point. There's Hammonds rolling around. The shatter misses because Ty was booped up in the air for such a long hang time. He gets taken out by that fire strike in the end, but Kaseki no Sadai is trying to just take down members of Meteor Gaming. They've got a couple people down and, pays for it with his life. Doesn't quite find the pulse bomb stick either as Meteor Gaming knows they're up a man. They've moved on to the point, but man, that Hammond keeps slamming people up into the air, getting multiple targets every time, and Kaseki no Sadai has been reinforced with Aziz's sound barrier. They're extra tanky and beefy for this fight, while Meteor Gaming was trying to get aggressive. Can't quite find the kills, and Immortality Field couldn't quite keep him up there, and man, it is all Meteor Gaming trying to just keep on this point. Looks like they finally were able to flip it, Will.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor Gaming showing signs of life here. All on the play of Dogsy. Right as I say that, he gets taken out right away. Sora, on the other hand, switched over to the Tracer in the middle of all this, and is just trying to just keep their team alive here, but Kaseki is getting the picks. I was just saying, Meteor Gaming was just trying to focus down some of the tanks from Kaseki and getting it back and forth here, but it's not looking like enough. Ty is just back on the Ashe. Says, nope, enough of this. We don't want this to be a close matchup here. We want to finish this here and now. So it's flipping back, and now we're into overtime.
A little bit of pressure coming through from Meteor, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Kaseki no Sadai is going to go ahead and take our first map.
All right, so just like that, Kaseki, again, not generation, not a miracle. It's definitely for practice here, and we are just like, if this is how it's going to play off, man. It's like it seems like nothing about that last match is slowing them down. They are here to win.
Yeah, man, look at this. Of course, there's the pocket coming through from Nutella, jumps right over, pops a rocket straight in their face. I've been killed many a times by that. So I feel for Meteor Gaming, sometimes those Pharahs can just be so suppressing of your team, and when you don't have quite all the resources you need to remove them from the fight and take that pressure off, you get caught out. And we saw that happen a bit with Meteor Gaming, and they tried to make some swaps, but with control, the ult economy gets out of hand faster than it does for any of the other game modes, and the stall time is actually good because you're gaining possession. So a little different chemistry game composition wise for them.
Yeah, of course. And so, I mean, just for what we've seen so far, there's no signs of stopping here for Kaseki and Sadai. I mean, it was just dominance all the way through. Now, Meteor Gaming again did show signs of light towards the end of Mecha Base, but it was just after like a desperation comp switch. They were totally on board with the original comp, and they figured, well, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But they tried something, and they got some signs of life out of it. And so, I would just say focus on those players. I mean, if you can get Dogsy up and running here on the main tank, I mean, maybe they might have a shot against this, but we got 2 more maps to go and we're already down 1. I mean, like this is the time. Now I will say though, kind of our luck waffles is like kind of like this next map type, an escort is when teams decide they want to pick up. And also too, there could be a factor of teams like playing from behind, and that's something I don't like bringing up unless it's starting to happen. But I mean, I do see Meteor Gaming is just kind of like, all right, cool. Sometimes you just need a map to warm up, see what you're up against. And I would just tell for Meteor, just take down that's like TIE should not have been that uncontested. TIE should not have had free reign over the skies while they were going on. And so it's just not like for me, if I'm on the team, like I'm thinking like pick off the players that are hot right now. Just like deal with TIE first, and then probably get back into the point. But either way, we already have our next map up, Waffles, and let's see what it's going to be.
Looks like we are moving over to Hollywood next.
Nice.
So we'll have to see if Meteor Gaming is, getting. Meteor Gaming's getting a bit more warmed up. Some teams just aren't first quarter teams. I used to be part of one. We've seen plenty of Overwatch teams who, San Francisco Shock, aren't always the greatest at control sometimes, especially that first map. And, come back and play really strong and play really well. So I think, map-wise, we could totally see an opportunity from Meteor here to bring out some new comps, or really narrow in, like you said, on the players who are on fire and just hitting their shots, because that's going to be definitely a key, is taking out those big damage dealers.
Yeah. I mean, and Hollywood. So as far as hybrid maps, I mean, like between Kings Row, right? Like everybody wants to play Kings Row, but for me, I like Hollywood, and that's probably why it's in the map pool. If I had to wink nudge and influence some picks, maybe as it were. So it's one of my favorite maps to Overwatch, and just again, you get to see a whole bunch of different strategies. You kind of have that first choke in Hollywood that you have to deal with, and of course the high ground is right standing in front of it, right? Usually you stall out in that first point before you get into the street space of Hollywood, and then the rest of it is just okay. Do you take the high ground? Do you fight at the cart? Do you wait until like the last stand? Because that's the other thing we tend to see about Hollywood, is just kind of like this last stand effort on B, right? So we'll see if what gets in play. But I will say, like last time I remember seeing like a bunch of tanks on the high ground, like last time we cast this match. It was just so weird to see. It's like, wait a minute, like you're thinking the more mobile DPS characters will be on top, but wasn't the case. And it's like, I think we saw like 3 different Winstons, a couple Zaryas up on top. I'm like, how did you guys get up here? Like what's going on? But either way, we'll see what Kaseki can, we'll see what Meteor Game can do on attack here on Hollywood. They did pick this map here, and they're down 1-0, and I'm looking for Meteor. Like I said, they've gotten so far into this bracket here. We're looking to see if they see signs of life here in Hollywood.
Yeah, and we did have a side swap coming through with Kaseki on the blue side now, and man, I am not surprised that we see TIE on that Pharah. Will not surprised one bit.
I mean, not at all. I mean, it's just like, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It worked so well for them on Busan, and Meteor Gaming does not have an answer. I think that's going to be my new catchphrase. That's usually what I end up saying multiple times a cast. Just, you need to find an answer here, people, and you got to do it now. So here we go. It's Meteor Gaming on attack here, and they've switched the composition just a little bit. They're going to bring out the Echo and see if they can take care of this pharmacy combo.
Yeah, and it'll be tough for Mulkrut to go up against the pharmacy. Obviously, TIE has the Nutella pocket, and trying to 1v1 that duel is always so much more difficult. Dive coming through here from Dogsy, pushing off a lot of people from the high ground. It was a nice bubble that came through, but the resources weren't quite there to keep him up, and he does go down early, causing a reset.
Yeah, I mean, Kaseki is playing a little bit behind this choke here in the first archway. They're going to let Meteor Gaming at least get their sights onto the point here, but not much further. Himasi is on the Ash, sitting in the high ground here, and then TIE's just ruling the skies again with the rockets. And so you got to deal with one or both of those players. And they figured if you guys can't deal with one long-range DPS player, or at least a hit scan in Himasi, you got to deal with both in the rockets as well. But we're going to keep seeing what Meteor can do. It looks like they're getting a little bit closer here. Like Dogsy has decided to jump in and jump on the high ground.
Oh, and the pick onto Hema is going to be absolutely massive to give him an opportunity to push forward. I do know Sora went down, but he'll be back fast, and the respawn will be there. Oh, Hema's been rezzed, though. The advantage is gone. Kiseki no Sadai has just re-evened up, and now they are trying to continue to push forward, and they just repelled that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Heman just got res in the middle of it and was still putting in work. Like, it's just like, he just picked up where they left off here and just got a couple more kills. And so now Meteor Gaming, I don't even know if they're resetting at this point. I think they're just waiting for the rest of the team. But like, here we go. Like, the Monkey is going to jump in and try to initiate here. And the Bubble, see if they can get something. It's starting to get a little bit of percentage, but not by much, Waffles.
Oh man, he has been diving in with those Zarya bubbles left and right. Tai gets taken down though. They're gonna have to try and make sure that the res cannot come through, but spoke too soon. Sora's already down. The res onto Tai has been successful, and well, Kiseki no Sadai has evened up and man, a little bit of a repeat from last time. It's really tough coming through for Meteor.
Yeah, I don't want to call this right now, but this is looking like Meteor Gaming is going to get the full hold here if they keep this up. It's 1:50 on the clock here. If Meteor Gaming has like looked at it a couple times, they did have a couple of, of course, the rocket barrage at the spawn doors. That's the confidence you have. But also, think about Nutella. You know, is that a hot pocket or a cold pocket here for Kiseki, right? Because they've come in and just had a couple of clutch reses in the middle of battle here, and so just keeping Kiseki at full strength. And so now Meteor Gaming looks like they will finally do the reset here, and they've got the ultimate advantage to try to pull this out. So we'll see if the Primal Merge is going to pop off as the initiation for this fight.
Oh man, there's so much damage coming over that wall that Meteor Gaming has to use so many resources to just heal their teammates. Dogsy is already going down, and man, Tai is absolutely oppressive, dancing over this little wall edge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so again, it looks like Meteor Gaming is going to hold on. Oh, what's going on? What is he just standing there?
Oh no! I mean, at the last moment, Kiseki no Sadai takes an aggressive push forward here. They force out the rally from Meteor. Meteor knows that they've gotten extra aggressive, trying to punish them for it. Oh man, Ileps almost went down from that bomb, but Meteor's trying to move forward. They've already committed both support ultimates just to stay alive, and now at 36 seconds, moving on to the point. They know that they can have a little bit of an advantage, and this Monkey in the room absolutely booping this Ashe around. She can't get any shots in, but the pocket from Nutella is unreal coming through. Kills from Meteor just flooded the kill feed, and now they are looking like they're going to be able to take this point. They're going to have to handle the trickle in coming through from Kiseki though, Will.
Yeah, I mean, it's last minute desperation plays coming in from Meteor. They got a couple of key picks off the DPS here, and now look at this. It's the go button for Meteor. They might capture this first point here unless they're going to recontest, and yes, they do. And they just come in, and the rocket rush from Tai is just going to stop them in their tracks.
Tai on this Pharah once again, being damage boosted, already found 2 kills to open up the fight. He gets taken out of the picture though. Meteor Gaming knows this is the only chance they have to continue pushing forward, but they don't have the manpower. They're being taken down one by one, and with Bob on the point, it is even more oppressive power. That is a full hold coming through from Kiseki no Sadai.
I mean, not even 100% full hold, but they got two. Like Meteor Gaming did get 2 kicks off of the point here. So I mean, if you want to call a win condition as much as Meteor Gaming needs one, that's probably the place in the world. All they need to do is do the fuller hold here for Kiseki. But either way, I mean, like Meteor Gaming just keeps getting shut down. I mean, like the only play that they had in that last round was effectively a full rack of ultimates, just taking down Tai and Hyman on the other side, and it was almost there. But Kiseki, you know, very knowledgeable about their situation here, and just took the kills, took the attack from Meteor, and just came back and contested for that last point here. So now, you know, almost 80% here for Meteor, but I mean, if you're looking at Kiseki, I mean, they're probably going to be extremely aggressive coming out on this first point in their attack, and probably just end this quickly. I mean, this is almost a speed run at this point, Waffles.
Yeah, I mean, I would be looking to be so aggressive if I was Kiseki here, just to try and take that first push initially, hit him like a tidal wave. And then, you know, if you actually need to do a full round of ultimates, build them up and take that fight. But, you know, in these types of maps, you cannot be unprepared for the opponent to aggress forward, especially when you have that many ultimates online. Meteor was not ready for Kiseki to just get up in their face like that. And
no, not at
I
all.
mean, I wasn't either. That shot was so close to them, Will.
Yeah, it was. So here we go. I mean, Kiseki no Sadai is on the attack, and Meteor Gaming has come out with a little bit of a different comp here, but also we're going to get Symmetra plays, and they're just running. Here we go. Getting speed boost into the play. Here we go. Look at this.
Man, this is going to be a quick tempo fight too. They've already been aiming for that turret there, which is going to be unfortunate. They want a lot of additional side damage. The wall used here to try and just block some of that oncoming damage from the high ground of Meteor Gaming. They need to make sure they're not giving up too much area on the point here. Symmetra's turrets are set up and they are being an absolute nuisance. Oh man, one tick already captured. Symmetra going up high on this high ground and just going to be charged up, trying to laser people, gets mowed down by Sora with the flashbang and the punch. After that, it is Kiseki no Sadai trying to continue to fight this point. It exchanges back and forth, but Sora, a menace from this high ground, finally taken down when he went up to kiss IRX, but man, it's going to be quick for the respawns.
Oh man, there's almost got it. Almost got it. But so close and yet so far. But Meteor Gaming wins this first fight, but like it costed them a lot in their IRX. Look at this. Sora trying to take control here and just getting these next 3 kills. I mean, just like that's the kind of play you need to see from Meteor Gaming to kind of deal this out. But here comes his next fight.
Oh man, and Amatrix used here already for Kiseki no Sadai on this aggressive forward. Shatter comes through, finds 2 tanks on to Meteor Gaming, and well, it is Nutella who's actually gone down. No Baptiste now in the fight for either team as they're trying to keep everyone alive. It's up to the off heels now, and well, Meteor Gaming lost quite a few just there. Kiseki no Sadai uber strong and looking to go ahead and cap this first point and take the second map.
I mean, Kiseki no Sadai, more of the same here, ladies and gentlemen. They, I just the speed boost of Symmetra coming into this first play was like, okay, that confident that this is gonna work. But here we go to play the game, and I believe it's gonna be the Diva Bomb from Mix. Yeah. So either way, I mean, look at this. It's just more of the same here. Well, actually, not even the Diva Bomb play. It's just like they're just like Riggs was just standing on top of the point and dominating.
Yeah, I mean, just great example of how to use your kit and fundamentals of Diva right there. No big flashy kills needed. It's about following up, catching who's out of position. And of course, you know, the off tank role is peeling for people as needed, boosting around and trying to, please don't get pulse bombed.
Absolutely. So again, Kiseki is up 2-0 now, and just like that, they're 1 map away from just going through into the qualifier match on the loser's side. Where I'm not sure which side of the bracket they're going to be playing on, but either way, it is definitely like Kiseki shows no signs of stopping here. They're trying to do this in half the time that they did in this last match here, just taking it 3-0.
Yeah, and you know, this is the round that is going to determine whether you get to move forward and try and receive one of those gauntlet spots here for next weekend. So if Meteor Gaming is going to kick it into high gear, it's gotta be now, because this is their make or break time. We're going to have a few minutes after this map for them to mentally reset again. And we talked about trying to put the fuel in the fire to get that drive to win. And, that's really what, their leadership is going to need to focus on, and their coaching, so they can have the right mentality to try to come back and win these next few maps. Obviously, Kiseki no Sadai has been looking pretty comfortable on those really long range damage characters. Everyone's comfy with a heal pocket though, and we'll have to see what they bring to the table and continue to bring for our next match. We are going to kick it over to a quick break though before we head out, folks, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hey folks, and welcome back to the Will English Invitational EU Division. If you're just joining us, I am Waffles for Sid, joined by Will English himself, and we are about to go into map 3 of Meteor Gaming versus Kiseki no Sadai. Now, Will, currently the score is 2-0 with Kiseki no Sadai leading and showing some pretty strong team communication, and I mean, that damage coming out from them has been absolutely nutty. You know, Meteor Gaming looks like they need to pick it up a bit and take down those players that are on fire, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, just again, Ty on the fair has just been uncontested most of the day. I mean, we did see some signs of life coming in from Meteor on the other hand, though. I mean, Sora picked up the Cowboy and was definitely clicking heads here. But but we both looked at our next map here, which is going to be Junkertown here for map 3. And I mean, you said you wouldn't have picked this, and I wouldn't have picked this, right? Because just like you're playing to Kiseki's strings here. You've been dealing with the long range DPS all afternoon long, and now you're about to play in the shooters gallery here. Let's see. I mean, could Ty have a pocket a Widow in their arsenal? I don't know, but just like I can't imagine if it hasn't worked out for them so far. Just like, well, you're playing into their strengths. I mean, so I think Dorado might have been a viable pick here too, but like. I mean, hey, you know, like this. If Meteor Gaming thinks this is their strength, I mean, I want to see something different, and I don't want to see these crazy comps. I want to see something that's actually going to challenge what Kiseki is going to be doing here. It looks like also too, if the sides stay the way they are, that Meteor will also be on attack to start off with. So I mean, they're also just trying to see if they can set the tempo and pace here. But we'll see. We'll see if I'm right when it comes out into the actual match itself. But either way, we're just looking for Meteor just to show some signs of life. Don't go quietly into the night here. You've gotten this far. Play with pride. Play with heart. And we've seen some reverse sweeps in the history of the Invitational. It's not always been 3-0 or 3-1. We've seen some definite pickups here, but I would just imagine that Meteor Gaming, like the right now, maybe the pressure is getting to them just a little bit here. But again, we did see some signs of life. I mean, if the combo worked the last map, use it again. I mean, like you can use it as long range hits can. You can use it as kind of a sniper duel in battle to get some of these people out of the air. But we'll see. I mean, I'm guessing that the pharmacy combo will come back out for Kiseki, and if they can't deal with it right off the bat, why not? And also Kiseki shows some signs of maybe they might want to do some close holds here too. I mean, they might just bring it to them as they were, because they were just playing confident. Again, whoever thought you'd have to deal with a speed boosted Symmetra coming into your face? I mean, I'm not going to forget that from Kiseki. I don't ever think you'd ever see that in kind of a match with this much on the line here, but You know, this is why I'm in the booth here. So here we go. Like, we're gonna get into this match here. This is the last chance here for Meteor Gaming. This is Junkertown. This is where you have to step up here for Meteor Gaming. And if not here, if not now, when is this going to happen?
Yeah. And we are just going along for the ride with both of these teams here at Junkertown. Oh, man, I wonder what Meteor is going to bring out to really put the pressure onto Kaseki. We won't talk about the attacking team lineup yet. Let's just focus on the people we know rolling out. And looks like they haven't actually selected everyone quite yet. Rolling through, though, and more long-range damage, and it is going to be tough for Meteor to actually be able to get close enough to put that pressure on. If they do opt to take that double sniper matchup, or a sniper matchup more specifically, then
almost. See, yeah, I'm glad we didn't focus on that, because I'm just like, okay, the Widow on the nope, like, they're committing to it. Sora's committing to this right now, and Sora's got to find these early picks early on, or otherwise He-Man is going to definitely take them down. It's just going to be Sniper Duel almost there. Ooh.
And he's got the Sonic Arrow as well from Molkra to help him out. Those are the two snipers obviously working in tandem to create those different angles of attack and put the pressure onto Kaseki in different ways that they have to respond, right? Not just from one front, but turning to look at a different side and then advancing on them when they're turned away. Sora opens up the fight with that pick onto Hema. Hema is res, of course, plenty of space back there, but res is off the table. Oops, missed the dynamite by just that much. And now with the pocket coming through, Ty is taking on this Widowmaker duel. They both got Mercy pockets, and oh no! Syl goes down. That's a pocket out of the picture, and Kaseki just sweeps through after that with so much less heals on the board. It's going to be Meteor needing to back off.
I mean, Kaseki was just giving Meteor just a little bit of space to play with here, and they did take advantage of it. Meteor did, like, again, just got the early pick onto the Wid on the other side, and the cart has definitely moved forward to this first point here, but now, Kaseki is putting on the brakes here to all this action and all this nonsense. They're just going to take players one by one down, and as you mentioned, they were just focusing down the Mercy on the side of Meteor, and now it just looks like Kaseki is just going to try to, keep them here. Just like, don't let them get any further than that, and Hema is just going to be out there as well. But Sora picks up another pick on the tank for Meteor.
Oh man, that Molkra was so low. Good thing Syl comes up and tops him off after he grabbed that health pack. Sights on line for Meteor Gaming, which is going to make both snipers even more deadly. Kaseki knows they need to play careful around the corners and not give up space, but there's already been 2 picks from Sora, the team captain of Meteor Gaming, trying to make hero plays come through for his team. Self-destruct comes through, finding one in the back, and well, it is just the front line here trying to do their best and pull forward. Dogsy's in the middle of all those mines, getting pocketed by Syl, but not enough. The Bob in tandem is going to be too much, Will.
I mean, I was just imagining that Ty would be the person to play Widow and not Hyman, but it doesn't even matter. The value comes into play. Like we can, Meteor Gaming just enough, and the Bob just cleaned up all of the kills coming in for Kaseki. And so now 1:30 on the clock here, and it was just kind of like a little bit of a scramble fight going on on top of this cart here, just like random, not cycling ultimates or taking them together. But now Meteor Gaming is just a little bit almost too worse for wear. This next fight's gonna break out right now.
Man, some CC came through from Ilips there, but not too much effect onto IRX. Man, this Hema on the back, though, is just going to be throwing in shots left and right. There is an exchange back and forth with Aziz going down. Less heals for Kaseki is going to need less sustainability, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Nutella's getting aggressive here on the battle. Mercy looking to try to get on the board, and just stolen from Ty at the last moment.
I mean, this is how comfortable Kaseki is right now. They got the Battle Mercy online, and it does not matter. It's just they know what they're doing here. They know they have got the number, and then Sora gets taken down. No sniper duel, it goes down yet again. But I was just saying, Kaseki, it just has their number, and they're just going to keep moving forward. It's 25 seconds left on the clock, and Meteor, they've come so far, but Kaseki to Sadai is just the bigger miracle today.
Yeah, and Meteor Gaming did get a couple of good picks, but it's going to be tough to continue pushing forward as they'll be back in time for respawning. And, well, this pressure onto the backline from the Widow, or onto the Widow, is just nasty. It distracts them long enough for Skill to go down, and Sora's taken out soon after. Meteor Gaming has 3 people pushing on the point right now, 2 tanks and the Hanzo. The Gravitic Flux is opened up, but Bob on the point is oppressive, and that is a hold coming through from Kaseki.
Oh my goodness. Once again, the Bob comes in clutch. I mean, if you want to talk about MVP of the map here, it's not even the 6 players you have. It's just Bob just comes in and says, wait, you forgot about me. And so now it takes the kills down. So yes, the car is stopped just short of Point Alpha here. And now Kaseki looks like they're going to take Destiny within their hands and win this out. All they need to do is push the car a little bit further. And this is not where you want the car to be. There is no, there's basically only 1 point you can hold before this goes off. And then that's about it. Otherwise, it's just wide open space here. And Kaseki has already shown the Widow and has also shown that like they can shoot. So one of the things that I usually talk about with Widowmakers players is like, if you can shoot with the Widow, can you click heads? Then you play Widow. If you can't, pick any other DPS but Widow, right? Because, but it does not matter. Hyman, on the other hand, is just comfortable pick, and they're going to bring that out again. And so now this is Meteor Gaming's last chance. Now I will also say one last thing. My luck on Junkertown has been, if you're going to make the hold, if you're going to make a stand, you do it here, and this is the place to do it. I always remember there's a match that's been in the Invitational history of the C96 and Gonzaga doing a 6-minute hold on that last card or whatever to finish it out, and so it is possible. It is possible, but again, the miracle looks like it's going to be the side of Kaseki, and again, the Widow Dude's going to come out. It didn't work out too much for Meteor last time, but they're going to try again. Waffles, here we go.
And Sora was not completely unsuccessful during his duels. There were times that he was winning that 1v1 or getting the pick that he needed, but it was the follow-up coming through, the kill onto Syl instead in response that was just absolutely devastating. Ty has already been picked off early though, which is great for Meteor if they want to hold strong. Riggs on this sideline. Does anyone see him? Spotted out. Gonna be focused down a bit, but drops down to take that breather. Nothing too crazy there. Both Widowmakers are taken out, but Sora's the one brought back. What a great little pop shot over onto Ty to follow up. And, well, Will, they're doing a great job at holding defensively so far.
Yeah, I mean, this, again, I think the desperation plays are coming in from Meteor or whatever. They know what's at stake here, but they got to do this for another 3 minutes and 10 seconds here as the Mulcro is just going to get hammered down by both tanks on the side of Kaseki. He has to run away very quick, but the Hawk is available here as well. I mean, the cart is still moving here. I'm not sure Meteor Gaming is aware of where the cart is right now, but the Dragon's going to come out and get one at least, and to start off this battle here for the cart.
Yeah, and Mulcra coming up big in the kill feed on that Hanzo. He does fall very, very low, getting peppered down by Ty, but Ty manages to get away. Ty on that Genji as well is going to be such a way more difficult target for Meteor Gaming to handle. He's just zipping around and able to dash onto those low health targets, which of course he kills and resets his dash.
Yeah, of course he does. So Kaseki, again, the card just was tickling towards the end here. Meteor Gaming stepped up and just collapsed right on top of Kaseki, and so it worked out really well for them. But they have to do this for another 2 minutes, and Griggs is gonna get the pick onto the take of the back line, and that's gonna be it.
That was so nasty of a hook, just whipped around that corner. Now he's throwing the whole hog straight in their face, pushing everyone from Meteor Gaming out of that small room there. The Dragon Blade comes through. He just dodges the accretion and is going for the additional slices around. Now Kaseki no Sadai coming through with the minefield. Man, it is tough for Meteor Gaming as Kaseki no Sadai goes ahead, takes Junkertown, and takes the series.
I mean, you hate to see it. They were just so close. They were just so close. And again, Meteor Gaming was showing signs of life. But congratulations to Kaseki no Sadai in 3-0 fashion. Just kind of pushing forward here. And now they got one more match to go to see what they're going to do to see if they can make it into our championship weekend. I mean, it's going to be amazing. Look at this. Ty, on the other hand, the play of the game, 4 kills. I mean, that's just more of the same for Kai. I mean, like I said, I was expecting him to play the Widow instead of Hyman, but it didn't matter. They were just both extremely efficient. I mean, like the Ashe and Widow combo just kind of was wrecking shop here for Kaseki. And look, I don't know what's going to happen for the rest of Kaseki's run here, but it's looking really good so far, considering where they came from in the previous matchup with that 6-mapper against her. And no slouch to Meteor Gaming Ho. I'm not sure what place they go out in, but they definitely made it far into the bracket here, and so there's no slouch at all. I mean, I think you will go out 2-2 effectively in this whole matchup here, which again. So it's going to be totally cool. But I mean, man, what a great set of matches here coming in from Kaseki, and just all afternoon long, and just like Ty and Hyman just coming up big. And we're going to see this other Rocket Barrage here in the first map on Busan. But yeah, I mean, just like it's more of the same here coming in from Kaseki, and I hope for their sake it continues the record and that thing continues on into the bracket.
I agree. And, Kaseki, like you mentioned, they had a 6-map run previously. They just did another 3. They are on, the long haul of games. This is a true tournament for them, playing back to back to back. And, they are really being tested on their stamina and consistency, right? Yeah. Being able to bring this to the table every time is what's going to set you apart. And it's not about how good you are on your best day, it's how good you are on your worst day. And as you get more fatigued, we see that inch closer and closer. And we have not seen Kaseki no Sadai lose. They haven't lost an inch of their gameplay, which is fantastic.
Not at all. So I believe that Crimson Ruby is one of the teams still left in the bracket here, and they might be waiting towards the end. But you imagine that whatever team they face and towards for the qualifier, that team just lost to a winners qualifier on the other side. So they're looking for revenge. They're looking to get into it, and they don't even need to play a game afterwards. It's literally just like, okay, we lost once. Right, and now we just need to play it again and get out. But also, too, playing in all of these matches here, you got to go to a single elim bracket next weekend as well. So I mean, I don't feel any worse for any of these teams at all, because like it's just going to get harder from here. But Kaseki, on the other hand, is just showing really good strength here. Considering this deep run into the bracket here. I mean, it's just again, if you did your jobs, you would play 3 matches, you would be out. But if now you got to play this 5th game here as a long afternoon going in. I mean, it's a long day, Waffles. But I'm hoping Kaseki can pull it out.
And, it's always nice when you get a long day doing something that you love and enjoy. I'm sure these teams are also thrilled to have such good games of Overwatch and to be in such an exciting and fantastic tournament. Obviously, next weekend, everyone wants to be, have their name as winner of Will English Invitational. It's a very, very shiny resume mark for most people. And, Kaseki no Sakai is going to need to continue to bring that consistency. They are going to be moving into our losers semifinals, which I believe they're playing Crimson Ruby next.
Okay, they are playing Crimson Ruby. Okay.
Yeah, for their next match. And we saw Crimson Ruby earlier in the evening for you folks, morning for me. And they were very aggressive. That was when we saw some really solid echo play come through. So, there might be some more aerial battles for this next match than what we saw previously, Will. But I'm excited.
Yeah, and again, the Crimson Ruby, just off of their first loss, right? So now it's just a battle to see if they can make it out here. So we'll see if the miracle run for Kaseki will continue here. Look, as you mentioned, that'll be the match on this stream coming up next. And Waffles, I mean, like I said, I'm excited because if this is what we have to look forward to for Kaseki, I'm wondering what Crimson Ruby is going to have to say if they're going to see if the miracle is going to run out here.
Right. And, if Crimson Ruby has been paying any attention to this map, they probably have a couple game plans ready moving into the next round of the tournament. But folks, we'll have to see where it plays out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with Kaseki no Sakai versus Crimson Ruby.
Welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hey folks, what's up and welcome back to the Will English Invitational EU Division. For those of you just joining us today, I am Waffles for Sid, joined by the Will English himself over here on the analysis side. Before we get too far into it, of course, we want to give a big thanks out to Opera GX for help bringing this whole event to you guys, Elo Hell for bringing you all the stats that you guys see, and of course, Project Gap, who is really the muscle behind the show today, bringing you the production that you see here. Will, I mean, we've got a great crew behind the scenes, bringing everybody this fantastic event, and we are about to see some really incredible Overwatch, probably, with Crimson Ruby versus Kaseki no Sadai. Just saw Kaseki no Sadai give a fantastic performance on their last 3 maps. What are your thoughts going into the next one coming up?
I mean, this is for all the marbles here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a qualifier into the playoffs for next weekend. And so Kaseki no Sadai has been on a tear, it looks like, since that 6 mapper. Just like they kind of tightened their ship up a little bit. We just saw 3-0 for them. And now it's this last matchup here. But again, you're placing against Ruby, who, again, they were one, map away from qualifying on the other side on winners. And so they're looking for a redemption. Now, I would say that chance favors, kind of Crimson Ruby here, but at the same time, we just saw Meteor Gaming, who had a little bit of time to prepare and wait for it, and their hands got a little bit cold, and they just got swept right from underneath them. And so, will Crimson Ruby survive the same fate? I'm not sure, but again, I think that Kaseki is got momentum on the side. I would definitely say at this point in the game, but this is a completely different team, completely different game. And again, I wouldn't just because of where we are in the bracket, Crimson Ruby is definitely going to have something to say about this, and they're hoping to stop this miracle run coming in from Kaseki.
Yeah. And, Crimson Ruby had a great performance earlier against Lootbox, I believe, and, really showed a lot of domination on some of those higher damage characters. They're getting the resources they need. And I'm pretty curious to see how they're going to match up against Kaseki no Sadai, who we saw exhibit the exact same traits in the match beforehand. So, not looking for just a mirror matchup for me personally, but also they kind of have a mirror of some strategy around how they want to support each other throughout these team fights and singling out those people who are out of position. We saw a lot of the crossfire coming through from different angles on those long range maps like Junkertown, and I'm not someone who would want to go up against any of the DPS on the table today.
Yeah, not at all. But then again, like Crimson Ruby, we know their pedigree, but for Kaseki right now, they definitely played some comfort picks in those last couple of matches here. So they were kind of a little bit comfortable, and I would hope that we're going to see more meta play coming into this next matchup here. But either way, I mean, Crimson Ruby, again, it just this might be, you know, I would also say kind of like going back to, you know, the history of the Invitational and, you know, the Overwatch League, right? The team that's on the top, the team that has one game left to play, usually doesn't do that well. I mean, like in the Overwatch League, like that team, if you were at the top of the ladder effectively, you didn't do too well. You're just kind of like, well, sorry, you know, that was just an indication that you would not make it even further into the regional tournaments. And so the Invitational has been the same. You know, the loser bracket runs have just kind of like stopped short by the team that like lost in winners, and so we'll see. I mean, like I'm hoping that there's some better luck here for Kaseki. I mean, I definitely want to see them push through considering the performance they put up so far. But you're right. I mean, just Tai and Hema as where I'm gonna get that right. You know, just kind of combining for all the damage here. But again, they played Ash and Widow in the last couple maps here. Like it's really not what's going on in the meta right now. We're looking to see, you know, if they can, you know, like Tai was definitely playing Pharah, and also maybe, you know, we saw a little bit of Echo play, but like I'm looking for more on, you know, on meta, you know, fights here, because I'm guessing that Crimson Ruby is not going to play around here in this next matchup here. At least I would hope they wouldn't, you know, considering what's at stake here.
No, there's no way that they're going to take it easy on this first map. And, you know, if any team actually does that, that is a... that could put them seriously on the back foot for the rest of the map set. So it's about starting strong as well. I mean, Control is also one of those maps where I think that if teams have a weakness on Control, it is a more apparent weakness than on the other map types. And it's much harder to recover on Control than any other map. So I know that setting the tempo here and trying to, you know, define yourself as we are the strong team, we can handle this onslaught of pressure all the time, regardless of what angle you're coming at. That's what you can show here on Control before moving into Hybrid as well.
Yeah, so it looks like that Crimson Ruby is a little bit off the back foot here. They didn't know they had another match to play. Oh. So we're going to stop for just a little bit here. I just want to just mention out here to thank you again, you know, once again, the Project Gap for putting this together. Opera GX is just a huge sponsor for our event here. One of the things that we're doing is that, like, we're asking people just like to download Opera GX. We have a link on Twitter, and we'll put a link in the chat in a couple of bits. If you guys can just download it and install, that would be great. That will support the event as well. We also have merch, people. Like we have freaking merchandise as well. Now the command doesn't work right now, but like there is, you know, one of our partners in Skulls.com is definitely putting that together. Has put together a lot of stuff for us, whatever. I'm hoping to get it in time for next weekend. So thanks, shout out to all those folks in there, and you will see part of their team. So actually, the folks from Skulls, one of their teammates is ISO from Tier 3 subs. So we'll get to see them later on in North America. And don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be doing the North American bracket right after this. We're just trying to finish out this last matchup here. But either way, I mean, it's been an amazing journey so far. We worked 6 months just to put this together. And again, this is me. The soapbox has ended. But Waffles, why don't we just cut to a quick break real quick while we're waiting to see if we can get this information in place. Again, we're hoping to see Crimson Ruby finish out this quarterfinal match. But if not, you know, I hope we get to see it. But if we don't, you know, like it'll be a shame. Don't you think, Waffles?
Oh yeah, you know, I'm personally really excited to see these guys go head to head. I would really love to see those. I mean, deep pocketed DPS. And see who actually can reign supreme when they've got all the extra support in their, you know, that they could ever want. But like you said, we're going to kick it to a quick break, folks. So we'll be right back and see you on the other side.
welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hey folks, and welcome back to the Will English Invitational EU Division. I'm here with Will English himself to bring you our last Overwatch match here for just the EU side today. We're going to see Crimson Ruby go up against Kiseki no Sadai, and oh, Will, it has been some banger of a matches from these guys today.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and you know we finally found Crimson Ruby out in the bush somewhere, and so they've gotten their players in the lobby and they're raring to go. So we've got our first map up, which is going to be Nepal, and that's where it's going to start off. And again, you know, there's a pool of maps going on for the rest of the stuff here. It's still a best of 5, but this is it, Waffles. This is a qualifier. This is either you win here, you go into next weekend, or you go home. And you know, like I would hate for either team to go home right now, but somebody's got to go, as it were. You know, somebody has to go with a two record here. But yeah, Nepal is definitely up first, and again, Kiseki. It's not exactly playing in Kiseki's strengths here, but like, there are definitely some wide open spots here. But there's also some close quarter battles that could come into play as well. And Crimson Ruby, on the other hand, we get to see them start their stuff, you know, fresh off of their their lunch break, and you know, kind of like the you know, sitting here waiting for Kiseki to get here, but. You know, again, no matter what happens, man, it has definitely been a great afternoon of Overwatch. You know, history in the making. And thank you once again to Project Gap for sticking with us all afternoon long. It's been a long day for production, but I really appreciate that. We definitely got some more stuff to talk about towards the end of the year. But either way, it's gonna be interesting. Like this is how it ends. Waffles is just like not with a bang, but definitely a whimper. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And you know, with so much on the line for these teams, like you said, it is make or break it time. And Nepal is going to be what sets the tempo for these teams, right? There's a lot of opportunity for different styles of compositions. We are moving here into Sanctuary, I believe, or Shrine Village. Wow.
The village, yeah.
Village of Nepal. And this is, I mean, look, they're already showing the May and the Reinhardt up in your face type of Brawl League composition.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Crimson on the other hand, though, like I know that like one of these maps is this is where they pull out the symmetric tricks. But Crimson Ruby looks like they're gonna. Oh, actually, nope. That Hema is also gonna switch to no, or that was just the troll. So like, it looks like Crimson Ruby's gonna play the meta comp, but like Kiseki on the other hand is like gonna switch back over to Pharah and to Tracer, and we're gonna see what they're gonna do. And was the first point opens.
Well, Crimson Ruby's going to be happy getting to the point first here. Holysov's going to be set up with those Symmetra turrets, putting in the extra damage, and aggressing into those is not something that is easy. With the kill on Hema opening up as well, Crimson Ruby has the man-up advantage, and they don't seem too concerned with the damage being thrown in here by Tai just yet. They've got that Mei wall to mitigate if they need to a little, but they're mostly just waiting for Kiseki to fall into their trap.
Absolutely. I mean, like, again, playing a little bit of ring around the rosy here. Crimson Ruby has captured, the percentage is climbing, but not by much. And Tai, again, Rocket Barrage right in their faces. Look at that. He gets taken down right away.
Wow. That was an audacious Rocket Barrage straight in their face. Aziz, though, coming up big, does go down with his life, though, and Crimson Ruby manages to hold strong. The sound barrier is there to reinforce anyone who is low, and Kiseki no Sadai cannot get back onto this point quite yet. There's been a pick onto Chegg here, so Crimson Ruby's lost that sustainability. Diva Bomb thrown, but blocked here by Machipachi, and, well, they go ahead and take down Riggs after that.
Yeah, for sure. Kiseki, on the other hand, it's like now, look at this. Now, Kiseki is now on the back foot. They're just gets handled left and right here, and just Tai is just being contained here, as it were.
Oh, no!
But as I say that, right as I say that, I cast curse them, of course, and now they're going to flip the point back, and Tai just lights up the kill feed with 3. And I was going to say, yeah, Kiseki looks like they're a little bit of the back foot here, but not by much. And Crimson, you know, they get the point flip, but it costs them a lot of time. It's 60% for Ruby almost, and you know, we'll see what happens in this next attack.
Yeah, Ty wasn't finding as much value as we've seen him find in the past, and then he just got up close and personal and popped everyone in the face with his rockets right there. So far, he's got barrage blocked by the defense matrix and then shot into the sky right after. Gotta love those mechanics coming through for that. Right now, Kaseki wants to hold this point as long as they can because they have possession, but it's flipping over slowly over to Crimson. Crimson doesn't have the manpower, though, to really stay on this point. They commit their sound barrier. They're already down by 2 people, and now they're still pushing forward on this fight. The Mei wall is going to section a couple people off, but Kaseki is doing their best to continue stalling this out. It's just a sliver before Crimson can cap this in their favor, but Kaseki's just wringing out every little bit of possession. Tanks are being thrown left and right, and well, this is the part of control that's always toughest, is the trickling in and wringing out every little bit of possession you can so you can get that upper hand.
I mean, it's just been a scramble ever since that point flip back over, and we it looks like 60, well, either 60-70% here coming in for Crimson Ruby, but just like it's just going back and forth here. These kills are just piling on until top of this point, and now we're seeing a little bit of the upper hand coming from Ruby as they're gonna chase some kills off of this point. But now Kaseki is looking at final fight territory, and maybe a little bit of ult economy to work with, but not by much. But it was just a scramble. It wasn't even like kind of a dominant play. It was just more of like somebody gets a kill and then rotates out and then keeps on going. And now Bob's going to commit to this point here for this fight, and now another, and the Wrecking Ball's going to dive in as well.
Dang, that, I mean, Kaseki just lit up the kill feed there. They rolled on through. Bob came up big, and the damage was done.
Yeah, so it went down to overtime, and now they're going to flip it back over to Kaseki. And now they didn't have to use a lot of ultimates to hold on to that point. They definitely, showed the dominance here. But Ruby's going to have to reset here. They're at 99% now, so all they need is one fight. They're looking just for one fight from Kaseki, and they can pull this out. Unless they can stall for long, we're going to be in a 99-99 overtime situation. Oh, wait. Oh, right in his face. Stop. And then the dead is going to come out as well from Holly.
Oh, and the sound barrier comes through for Crimson as well, reinforcing everyone. Machipachi tries to crush him, but just gets the damage done. Right now, Crimson Ruby trying to continue to aggress forward onto Kaseki and keep them from having that advantage. Amp Matrix is too much, and well, now they need to go back and take the point. It flipped away from them, and they've got to retake it here. It is just a stall game coming through now from Kaseki as they are on the point desperately. Nutella's pocketing anyone that he can find. A little bit of going down here, support your supports, and there it is. The tanks trying to keep this fight alive.
The miracle.
Holy smokes! They're going to be able to potentially come back and flip this at the last moment. Crimson Ruby didn't have the foothold, and that is Kaseki coming back to win this first round.
Now that is a miracle if I ever seen one from Kaseki. Like the last second clearing off the point, and then the Crimson Ruby didn't have the numbers. They just just baited and waited their time and got it working. Kaseki, oh my god, they pulled it out, like pulled out defeat from the jaws of victory here for Crimson. What a play! This is like I've never seen that. I've never seen that. Crimson was holding on for dear life, and they just pulled it out at the last second. And so, again, there's some time to recover here, but now Crimson is down, like Kaseki is up 1-0. Crimson is going to have to recover quickly here. Otherwise, Kaseki's going to steal this away from Crimson.
Yeah, and I think that Crimson maybe got a little relaxed on that first part of the map. They were doing really, really well, had some strong holds, but Kaseki definitely gathered themselves and reformed a plan and went for it. And that last flip was just, oh man, what an absolute surprise coming through from them in a way, just clutching it out. So far, Ty just continuing to do damage. He gets hacked though, drops straight down to the ground. The pocket from Nutella is absolutely there, but Kitty goes down? So does Holly. Oh my gosh, Ty, even though he had been hacked, manages to win that duel, is taken out by Chegg in the end as well. The point just now flips over to Kaseki. Crimson Ruby trying to aggress forward here. They have a bit of a numbers advantage, but it wasn't it was after they had gotten some taken out of their own team. It is a scrappy fight here as they continue to push forward, and well, Kaseki no Sakai not giving any space or pressure off off of Crimson Ruby.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, 2 players from Ruby just jumped off the side. They were looking for the reset, but Kaseki is just going to chase these kills all the way back to their spawn here, not giving them an inch whatsoever. And as you mentioned, like, aggression seems the name of the game for Kaseki. If they wait long enough, Crimson Ruby will set up and take them down. But if Kaseki takes the first shot, they win the game. They win the match. And so now it is 34% for Kaseki, and it's just, you know, like, I'm not too confident in their play right now, but as long as they keep this advantage, they're going to keep this going.
Yeah, well, with Nutella going down early in this fight, an advantage is not going to be on their side. They're going to need to pick him up fast if they want him back in the fight. The Hemo wins the Tracer duel on the side, but a huge pulse bomb eat comes through from Ruben. No kills coming off that today, as we can see Crimson Ruby just trying to aggress forward and take down Kaseki. Right now we see Ty over the high ground. Barrage online, throws it down. Both supports ripped apart from Crimson Ruby, and Kaseki's gonna hold strong some more.
I mean, all Crimson is trying to do right now is stop the bleeding here. It's just like they get some of the key picks, or but Ty comes in with the rocket barrage and gets 2 down, and now like Kaseki is like, again, they're just playing aggressive here. They are not waiting for Crimson to set up. They're just going to chase down these kills. It doesn't matter where they are, and Crimson Ruby is all split up. There is a res coming in on the side of Crimson for the Tracer, but they're not on this point right now. And from that last round from Kaseki, they're now 90-0 right now, and Crimson does not have an answer, not to coin a phrase.
Oh, 2 kills already coming through for Kaseki as well. This is going to be a really tough last fight if Crimson's going to have any chance of holding it. They've lost their main support on top of it, and now it is just the tanks trying to keep this fight alive. Pulse bomb gets thrown, not too much found there, but there's enough damage coming through from Kaseki to continue holding this point and handling the trickling coming through from Crimson. And, well, I think that is going to be Kaseki taking our first map.
What happened here? Okay, Kaseki pushed the turbo button. They were just kind of like going back and forth with Crimson at the start of that on Village, and then right at the right here they just said, no, we're just going to be the aggressors here. They just started taking it to Crimson and throwing them just off kilter. I don't think Crimson was looking for that. They were like, no, we're just gonna play like we did previously. But Kaseki has shown another side of their game here, just being aggressive and just keeping Crimson off the back foot. They didn't even they touched the point a little bit in the second round, but nothing. Like, it's effectively a 100-0 coming in from Kaseki. And so, man, was Kaseki hiding the power level in the last match, where they just covered it and said, look, we got this meteor game, but now we got to bring our A game out to Crimson, and now you see the raw aggression here. Usually that's not rewarded in Overwatch, especially on Control. Like, usually, if you get caught out, that's it. If you have a setup here, you're playing for skill and not for ultimate. You're not playing with your team. But it didn't matter. Individual members of Kaseki just wrecked shop and put together. And Ty was, he wasn't exactly uncontested, but like every time he had a rocket barrage, he let it rip and got 2 or 3 kills off it every single time. So I mean, at least Crimson shut them down right away, but not by much. And my goodness here. So yeah, we Waffles, I don't know what else to say. It's just Kaseki. I wasn't expecting this at all.
Yeah, I think you actually nailed it though when you said that Kaseki had Crimson kind of on the back foot, and it seemed like Crimson was trying to get set up, and there's always all the teams need some form of staging before you go into the fight, right? How you're going to set up, where you're going to go. And it seemed like Kaseki was able to infringe upon that time Crimson was doing that, right? So Crimson couldn't even quite get set up preemptively to move in the way that they intentionally wanted to. Kaseki was pretty much cutting them off during that staging phase in their own choke points, before their own choke points. And, that type of aggression, you're right, isn't typically rewarded unless you're already pushing the opponent off balance, right? It's almost like you've pushed them off balance. And I mean, the key to keeping your opponent off balance is to keep pushing them off balance, keep them on almost the run. Mm-hmm.
Set the tempo, set the pace, make things go. Not to interrupt you, Waffles, I'm sorry about that, but we do have our next map on deck, which is gonna be Numbani, ladies and gentlemen. So okay, so now we're seeing a little bit of variety here coming in place. And it looks like Crimson Ruby will stay on the red side and start attacking first. And so I'm looking for Crimson Ruby to kind of like, like not accept the tempo that Kaseki is trying to set here. It's just like they need to come out strong and just let them know, like, no, this is not your game. This is our game. We get to play. So I mean, like again, Kaseki is up 1-0, so we're just going to make sure that again, they have an opportunity here. Like Crimson Ruby has an opportunity to come out strong, set the tempo, set the pace, and just slow this team down. Because now Kaseki sees blood in the water. They're just trying to finish this out and get this thing done here. Crimson Ruby, on the other hand, I mean, I hope they got fueled up during lunch, because it's game time here. Like if they lose this next match on the body, the reverse sweep against Kaseki looks like it's going to be more of a miracle than anything else, right?
Absolutely, and Crimson Ruby came back. We need to, they need to have put fuel in the fire versus hanging out in a food coma a bit. Kaseki no Sadai, though, like you said, has come off pretty much a hot streak all day today, and that is one momentum train that is a fun ride to be on. And when you're hot and when you're on, they're feeling it and doing good, and we are seeing that incredible chemistry between them come through. You mentioned Ty on that Pharah getting all those kills with the barrages, and I think there was only one really critical time I noticed that the barrage was significantly eaten by Machipachi's defense matrix. So I definitely think that a lot of pressure is on Machipachi to be aware of where Ty on that Pharah is, tracking some of that damage, and it's the duty of the off tank to help peel and cover for all that onslaught of damage, and that alone is tons of responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, Crimson Ruby will be on the attack here, and again, I'm like I said, if I'm in Crimson's team chat right now, I am telling him we need to show Kaseki what we're made of here. We got in this far into the tournament, and like this wasn't exactly embarrassing, but like when Kaseki stole that first round away from Crimson, you got to reset the mental, you got to reset it now, because like again, it is do or die, ladies and gentlemen. If Kaseki can pull this off here, it is all but over for Crimson, and I want to see more. I want to see more maps, Waffles. I want to see more maps. So here we go.
Yeah.
Crimson is on the attack. Let's see what they can do. And yes, they do come out aggressive.
Oh, and it's Ty already taking the pick onto Holysov. Man, that is tough opening up, as he probably just zipped straight into that damage boosted rocket. We do have Ruben on the Diva on the off-tank role. My apologies, correction on that front from earlier. But now we just see them trying to push up this main hallway. Ty is being damage boosted, and Kitty here on this Echo is going to be, it's another angle that they're trying to put the pressure on. That focus beam could be really detrimental if they can handle the pharmacy a bit. But damage poke is going to have to continue until a bigger opportunity arises. Some good stickies land, but nothing too much coming out of all of that yet, as they're just waiting and trying to tease out the enemy and their opportunity. But they just lost their tank. Will, that's going to have to be a little bit of a stall time for Crimson, especially with Ruben following.
Absolutely. Ty is getting the kills as well. The wrecking ball from IRX is just, if you're closing up shop here, wrecking shop here, rolling around with the wrecking ball here. And it's not looking too good right now. Like Kaseki is kind of holding Crimson Ruby back, but like they're slowly building up Ultikami, and there's the res. So you res your other support partner there, as it were. But so Crimson Ruby does have the advantage coming into this next fight, but not by much. They're looking just to get a couple picks off. And Ty has been uncontested, but definitely he's got that rocket barrage. And once he's ready with the fire, will Crimson go on the high ground here? They're looking to jump in.
Yeah, Crimson a little bit scattered on both the high ground and coming up mid a bit. You can see the tanks are trying to contest a little bit with this Tracer, putting in the pepper damage around. Now, though, they're trying to target the pharmacy, but man, too fast.
Gets eaten again.
Oh, wow, that's the second one that Ruben's eaten, actually. So, that main tank doing the actual role they need to be. Focus beam lasers Ty out of the sky. Now they have to make sure the res does not come through, though. Now, Crimson Ruby going to get aggressive on that Kaseki no Sakai trying to do their best to defend. The res is successful onto Tai. That's going to be even more damage back in play for Kaseki. Self-destructs all around, 3 on the ground, 1 finds Riggs, and, well, it is Kaseki no Sakai coming out on top with kills.
Oh my goodness, Crimson Ruby is collapsing under the pressure. It's 1:30 on the clock here, and their 2 fights have not worked out for them at all. And they had the ultimate advantage, like in the last fight, as we mentioned, but it didn't work out for them. So now Crimson Ruby is going to have to take this the best way that they possibly can. I'm not sure what they're going to target or they're going to put down. Tai has held on to that rocket barrage, and so that could be the initiator for Kaseki, but that not by much. Not if the tracer from Hema takes people out.
Man, that was a gutsy play coming through, and you know, it's always tough trying to push into all of that damage. Barrage comes through, does manage to find Jamu there on the back, but Tai goes down. There's a bit of a back and forth as Kaseki could try to, or I'm sorry, Crimson could try to push forward. Oh, that stick is ruthless though, coming through from Hema, just absolutely berating these tanks, these huge chunky targets, easy to hit.
I mean, Crimson Ruby did try to back up here. They get 1 tick off, so it's not a full hold coming in from Kaseki, but at the same time, they're still getting the kills are coming in. It's 27 seconds left to the clock, and only 1 pulse bomb separates them and the 1 tick that they do have. And so, and maybe they'll get the DV bomb in the next fight as well, but they got 18 seconds. It's not looking too good for Ruby. Kaseki is just pressing the gas pedal here and just shutting Ruby down.
Yeah. And it is important that, oh, pulse bomb taken out of the picture. Tai has been removed, and oh man, the 2 people with ultimates from Crimson Ruby are taken down first. That's going to be devastating. Machi Pachi's trying to make dreams come true on this Roadhog, but just burned down. The minefield is so much damage coming through. He's getting booped around left and right. Crimson's throwing everything they have into this fight. Hall is back into it and throws the pulse bomb, sticks it straight onto the tank, and well, they are doing their best to keep it alive, but it is Kaseki no Sakai continuing to dominate the kill feed and clean up the members of Crimson Ruby.
So what just it wasn't a full hold, but it was definitely Kaseki showing that they had, that Crimson did try to play at their tempo and their pace, and they failed miserably. And so now there's a win condition on the board for Kaseki. They just need to push it. They just need to get a little bit more capture. We didn't even make it to the streets phase here. It was almost a full hold coming in from the Bunny, but just like, you know, again, like Crimson Ruby was just trying to desperately back cap and get the first tick off with it. But of course, Kaseki is on top of that. Of course, Kaseki is going to play that out, and I mean, I would say that Kaseki definitely has to be, you know, a little bit more creative here than they were in their last matches. They're not playing the comfort picks, they're not playing the troll picks, they're playing the comps that they're comfortable on. And again, Tai has made me a believer in their Pharah, just wrecking shop and getting value every single time. And so now we're going to see what Kaseki can do in their attack here. But it's looking all but over for Ruby. I mean, they're going to go down 2-0 in a very quick fashion. We haven't even been here for a couple of 15 minutes. This is a speed run. This is a miracle run coming in for Kaseki. And, you know, I just feel bad for any team that's going to stand in their way.
Yeah, I want to actually call out Aziz on Kaseki as well. It's we haven't been highlighting him as much. It's not as obvious since he's not hard pocketing one of the DPS the whole time, but the sound barrier timing that he's providing has been in critical moments where teammates are low. It's the last opportunity for them to continue holding the point or this area, and they are reinforced at the exact time they need to be to continue to be aggressive and push into Crimson. And so I think that, you know, his control of the tempo has been absolutely critical for Kaseki to be able to win these fights. Look how fast they're already on the point. Everyone's grouped up together in a little party now after that halt, and well, Immo has been committed early. Right now Kaseki is in a little bit on the back foot after that loss. A hook comes through though. They've all been grouped up into that small room. They're getting pulled out a little bit one by one as this turret is putting in a lot of pepper damage into Kaseki.
Yeah, I mean, Crimson Ruby is looking a little bit worse for wear here, but at the same time, they were on the high ground. Kaseki was just going to walk right out to the point and just take it right from underneath them. But Crimson's like, no, we're actually going to step up and play. I mean, again, they're a little bit off comp right now, but like as you mentioned, the Torbjorn pick seems to be coming through, and Holly is on Soldier as well. A little bit hit scan just to help out here. And Ty, has to, I don't know whether they pulled out the barrage or not, but like definitely had to reset. He's a kind of low in percentage at the moment.
Yeah, he's a little bit lower than we've normally seen him at this point in the match. Oh, he was on Hanzo before. That's why.
Okay. So he switched back to Far. So
yeah.
Okay. So now Kaseki's going to go on the high ground.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right, Will?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Amp Matrix going to open up the fight here
for
Kaseki, and holy cow, look at all that damage that just went through because of it. Yeah, that's going to be Crimson Ruby here. Going to just be able to trickle. I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to touch after that one tick. Yeah. A win for Kaseki here very soundly, and, showing us just how powerful this pharmacy combo can be.
Well, I mean, it wasn't even the pharmacy combo that did them in. It was the actual amplification matrix
true,
and the rockets going through. Like the Far was just standing there shooting, and of course we get IRX play of the game.
Oh my gosh!
You get IRX play of the game through the amp matrix. So this is the play that did them in, and again. Crimson Ruby knew they were one fight away from losing this, right, because of that first tick of the previous phase, but like, I just can't imagine how they pulled that out. How they pulled it off where just like the Far was just standing there, just shooting the rockets to the amp matrix. You would imagine it would be the other way around, right? But
right.
Like, it didn't work out for them at all.
It was a really tough, though, for Crimson Ruby. Kaseki, they have Aziz on that Lucio, so they are whipping around those corners extremely fast and moving into positions. I mean, Kaseki has been setting the tempo, right? They've been moving into those aggressive positions to prevent Ruby from being able to stage and get prepared to actually initiate a fight. And, Aziz is absolutely critical to that. Without him, there's no way they could be getting to these locations they need to be in such a timely fashion. And, it's really... look how mobile their team is at just moving around all the time. We saw the damage come through, and they just hunkered up here at the end and won it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like the Crimson Ruby at least did try to bunker cop their way out and stay on the high ground, and that would be kind of a recommended move, right? It's just like, okay, look, we can't lose any fights here, so we might as well just like focus on double shield and just get this out of the way. And they didn't have to stay up there long, right? But Kaseki again, just all it, they took the first map off, and then they just took the first fight off, and then just came back with not even a rocket barrage, just like the application matrix did them in. That was it. It wasn't even like kind of a combo. It wasn't even like an early pick. It was just literally like okay, if you're gonna stay in the bunker comp, we're just gonna put the raw damage in front of your face. And so we do have our next map. It looks like we're just gonna show the maps here. So like again, Kaseki is up 2-0, and they've picked Junkertown. Okay. All right.
Man.
All right.
We just saw Kaseki take Junkertown. I am shocked at this pick of Junkertown once again.
Yeah. Same here. Like you saw the win previously, and I'm not sure what Crimson Ruby is thinking at the moment, but if they think they can do it better than Kaseki did, I think twice actually on Junkertown. I mean, that is a bold move, Waffles. I hope it pays off for them. But either way, this is the last chance here for Crimson. They fought so hard, and they've played the winners up until now, and now they're just kind of facing this miracle run that's coming from Kaseki. I hope the teams get a chance to just take a break here and get the mental reset here going in.
Right. And, Crimson Ruby definitely needs to go ahead, like you said, take that mental break, reset. It's time to be ready for this reverse sweep. If they're going to bring it, it has to be now. And I'm sure they've got a lot of game plans, and they're trying to respond to some of the threats coming through from Kaseki that are, just so consistent. But, Junkertown's going to be a tough matchup for them, and we'll have to see what they bring. We're going to head over to a quick break, folks, though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back at Junkertown in just a moment.
The miracle continues. welcome to the Will English Invitational.
Hey folks, and welcome back once again to the Will English Invitational EU Division. Waffles for Sid and Will English himself bringing you the matches today. Will, we're about to move into our third map here of Kiseki no Sadai versus Crimson Ruby, and man, Kiseki has been pushing and aggressing towards Crimson so much and keeping him off balance. It's going to be a tough battle for Crimson on this next map.
I mean, this is almost bittersweet, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the last match of the day for the EU side. One team, which, you know, I don't want to cast a curse at anybody, right? Because I mean, the miracles do exist, right? But just like this could potentially be our last map and our last qualifier in. Again, you know, Granite Gaming and Mind Goblin have both made it in on the winner side. We're looking for a losing match. We'll update you once we get some information about that. But this could be the final map for Group A and the final qualifier here, and it's looking all Kiseki all the time. Miracles, you know, can't happen, can't exist. All the dad jokes you can think about in kind of the miracle section as well. And we've got our third map already. We already know what it is. It's Junkertown, but man, I mean, what a match so far. I mean, Kiseki is just kind of showing us a couple like 3 or 4 different, you know, styles of gameplay here, right? They just like kind of were cruising altitude here for the previous match against Meteor, but here it's like, nope, we're just gonna take it to Ruby. We're just gonna take it right to the face or whatever. And now again, I would just think that again that aggression gets punished at a certain point because you're not playing for ultimates, you're just playing for kills. And you know, again, Overwatch is a team game, but Kiseki is proving that momentum is a thing. Momentum is a factor, and so we're looking to go in. And it also looks like Crimson Ruby is going to stay on attack as well. So again, they're betting their entire life on Junkertown. Now again, I said this last time when we were dealing with the Meteor game. I have some bizarre luck on Junkertown. This could be, you know, the place where Crimson Ruby stands up or whatever. But they got to get through Ty. They got to get through either Hema and just the raw aggression from Kiseki. So we might see a close hold here. They may not even let them get out of the doors as Junkertown, I imagine, for Crimson.
Well, we saw, you know, a little bit of space given, but just enough to pretty much fall into line of bullets. So we'll have to see how far Crimson Ruby can get out of the gate here, and if they can actually punch through those defenses of Kiseki. We saw, you know, a lot of long range coming through from Kiseki previously in our match beforehand, and well, if Crimson Ruby's going to continue to show this type of team comp, it's going to be similar to what they went up against when they faced off against Meteor. So really curious to see if they're going to stay on these comps and how. I mean, Aziz on that Lucio is not surprising. They have been leveraging that speed.
Not at all. I mean, 12 seconds on the clock, and like it seems like Kiseki hasn't even picked anybody yet because that's how confident they are.
Do they know the game is starting?
I hope so. Okay, here we go. Now the
okay.
But Holly is going to pull out the Widow and just playing all the way far back. What is going on with Kiseki? Are they just trolling us here? Okay, the diva is in front. Riggs is ready to play whatever. But Crimson was just like, wait a minute, like Kiseki knows this game, right? You know, but anyway, Holly is on the Widow, and they're going to go with the double sniper comp as well to try to pull this out. And Maku double shield and double sniper coming in from Crimson. Let's see if it works out for them.
Well, Ty's already gone down, and not sure what's going on with Hema, but Hema hasn't actually picked a character yet. So Kiseki's playing man down currently in their fight engagements, and well, trying to push forward on to Crimson here. Right now, Crimson holding the high ground, trying to get that pepper damage in.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that makes a bit more sense coming through. I wouldn't be surprised if they just went ahead and restarted the match. Nothing too crazy happened yet, and when you're that far behind in a pick, it's like, no big deal.
I guess it explains a few things that at the very least,
right.
The only way Crimson Ruby can win a match is if they're playing 5v6 apparently. So, but either way, Crimson Ruby did, again, they showed the double sniper, double shield to come out as well. I mean, it was looking like they were just trying to deal with, they figured that that the pharmacy was going to come out again. They figured if Ty's going to keep playing that, you might as well try to see if they can punish it off. And so it kind of worked out for Meteor to do double sniper, but Junkertown is the place to pull that composition out and just see if it's going to work. I mean, the Wrecking Ball was also out as well on the other side for Kiseki. But again, we just didn't see what the other DPS was going to be. We just saw that, which is 5v6, and so we'll see if Hima can, or if Hima, I'm sorry, can reconnect here and get back into the match here. We'll also see if we're going to do the reset. But either way, I mean, man, again, it's like Crimson Ruby was coming out strong, but at the same time, we didn't see the full strength coming in from Kiseki. So I'm not sure if that was the plan or if they were trolling us. Maybe they were just, they were dealing with the disconnected issue beforehand and just didn't show up on our screen. I mean, but either way, I mean, like if Kiseki had trolled us and just let Crimson get to that first point and then shut them down, I mean, like, I don't know. Like confidence is a thing in this game, but I don't want to be too confident, right? You don't want to give too much face over to Crimson because they might capitalize that and take you down, and that would be very embarrassing,
And Overwatch is a game that if you get complacent and you let off the gas pedal just a little too much, boom. All of a sudden, you've been steamrolled, you're trickling in nonstop, and you have no ult economy resources to offer in your fights. So, not at all. Giving up that much space it's a very dangerous move to do. And, I think that they were probably trolling in the beginning. They probably knew there were some connection problems and they're like, okay, we won't pick yet. And they're like, oh, it's starting. So they weren't even fully set up to handle, Crimson Ruby's exit of their spawn. So, it'll be interesting to see how they decide to approach this next one. And, okay, looks like no reset needed here. Happy to stand corrected. Aziz gets the big kill onto Holly, though. And, well, so far, the point has stalled out a little bit.
All right, now, so no, go ahead, sorry.
Crimson Ruby still trying to push forward aggressively, though. There's the 2 tanks on the payload, and with Nutella being removed from the equation, Kiseki does not have nearly as much sustainability. Aziz is solo holding the point here with now the help of IRX, but both are getting lasered down very, very fast. A lot of damage coming through, and Crimson Ruby looks like they're going to be able to push this payload here to the first point. They just got to clear out the last tanks.
Yeah. So now the kill's coming in for Ruby, and they get this first point. But again, it was a little bit low, like Kiseki was not at full strength, so we're gonna have to see how things are gonna work. Work as they get into this next fight here as well. But look, Crimson Ruby is looking strong. They Holly switched over to the Tracer, so they're not gonna commit to this double sniper after this next point. It looks like, and they will also have the ult advantage for the first time, I think, against Kiseki. So we'll see how it's gonna go.
Ty killed after he lands the pulse bomb. Doesn't find the kill because the trance is there from Chegg as well. Hima does manage to get the kill in the meantime, but it is this discorded target that is trying to take the brunt of the force. Chegg was 20 health just now and is finally removed from the equation. Aziz has been a bloodthirsty support coming through and just riding off of walls and giving people one last little bop.
Yeah, for sure. So now Kiseki, on the other hand, I mean, like Hima is just saying, nope. I wasn't asleep. I was just taking some time to rest up and focus in, right? So now, Hima has just been working up the kill feed, and now they have an ultimate on the tech visor is available for them as well. And now Crimson Ruby's approaching well. They get 5 out of 6 as opposed to a full rack. Oh no! There's the boom coming from Aziz. He tries to run away, gets taken down by Kaiwei.
Oh, and a Diva Bomb comes through, killing 2 people as well. Oh man, I wish I could see where that went over the top, because that was a nice combo. Now the mines have cleared people from Crimson from being able to approach this high ground, and well, Chegg tried to take that duel, fails out a bit, because I wouldn't want to take on Hima either.
Yeah, not at all. Ty switched over to Cowboy now. Oh my goodness. And IRX is just gonna, being like the IRS and just collecting kills and just gonna run away. But anyway, Ty switched over to Cowboy here to get some value off it as well. That attack visor is still being held on by Hima, and Crimson Ruby, not a lot of value coming from the ultimates in the previous fight. But they are just getting shut down left and right here for Kiseki, and now it's looking the dominance coming in. But again, this card's moving forward for Crimson, despite the low numbers, and the clutch rest is gonna come out as well from Nutella.
I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, for Kiseki this time. They've got a couple of people lost and now more to follow. Holly does go down during that scrappy fight, but I can't believe Hima's still alive on that high ground. Man, they need to displace him.
I mean, it got rezzed in the middle of that fight. Now Cowboy's going to have the Deadeye online as well for Ty. and the card just is stuck a little bit behind here, but I mean, again, Crimson Ruby is showing signs of life, getting the key picks and moving this card forward here, but they got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock here. They were doing so well, 5v6, now at full strength, they need to bring it to Kaseki right here, right now. Oh,
high noon, high in the sky. Can't find anyone here, waiting. Oh, at the last minute, Kinetic Grasp runs out, and he manages to get the kill right there onto Ruben. Just a very, very close timing coming through. Chegg goes down in the end, and, well, Kaseki held strong.
I mean, Ty threaded the needle with that. He had everything against him, including the Graphitic Flux. He could have let that rip right up to the top of the air and still got it out. But, like, yeah, we might be able to say, yep, he gets picked up by the Flux. Oh, no, he got that at the last second. Just threaded the needle right in the middle of that. My goodness. And then gets the kill to fall off as well. But here we go. I mean, like, again, Kaseki is putting on the brakes here, but then Crimson Ruby is still trying to, now Hima has definitely pulled off attack fires. He gets 0 value off of it. But, Crimson Ruby is trying to push this cart forward here. It is a battle to the end, Waffles. It's going to be a battle towards the end.
Well, so far Nutella got picked off, but Machipachi has also been taken out of the equation. Kitty tried to run up the wall, got it that second time, and with the Dragon Strike online, they could clear the point and the space they need to aggress forward. Ruben, I mean, they got to be careful that Riggs does not eat the dragons or honestly any of their other projectiles. That early pick onto Chegg is going to be terrible for Crimson here. Hima does pay for it with his life. That's a lot of damage taken out from Kaseki. They have been depending on as well. Now Crimson's got that upper hand. They're getting the traction they need. Those minefields are absolutely lethal for Kaseki, and they've zoned them off, Will.
Yeah, but Crimson, on the other hand, pulled off the amplification matrix. They got to get some space. They are pushing this cart forward here, and Kaseki, is kind of like letting them get the space or whatever. They might get the second point here, but it's going to go down to the wire, Waffles. It's 25 seconds left on the clock, and I'm thinking Kaseki is just waiting to regroup here, but if they don't do it soon, oh man, but like he gets to pick on Holly as well. That's the go button.
Dragons tear through the point, though, trying to clear off some space for Crimson Ruby. Not going to be too much taken. Ty has this high noon, and, well, when is he going to pop it? He's up here on the high ground, just pretty much waiting around. Goes for a fast draw, but the target's already dead. Chegg goes ahead and pops the trance to keep his team alive, and the pulse bomb was so aggressive! It gets Ty as he dove straight into the back. Crimson's getting some kills, and it is a back and forth fight. Just the Hammond and the Diva now trying to keep their best and keep Kaseki at bay. There's no support coming through. Oh, crushed by the remake of Riggs, and now Riggs just holding down the fort here with Hima. There's some heals coming through, and oh, the pockets are there just in time from Nutella. They got off the point!
Oh no!
Oh my gosh.
Oh no! Crimson Ruby
Darn.
pulls the C9 and it gets thrown out the point. We got it at a pause. But oh my goodness, they were like that play where they were staggering around the Diva. There was only three members of Kaseki still there, and they let the Diva remech. And that was the push to get this going. And then of course they Wrecking Ball kind of pushed them all off the point, and they just C9'd it out. They had it. They could have gotten point 2 and extended this a little bit further, but now you give Kaseki a chance, like you give them a chance, and they're not being taken for granted, just to use another joke, right? But like Kaseki, this is not miracles, people. This is dominance coming in. You give them your Crimson Ruby is giving them enough room. So now Crimson Ruby, the only option they have right now to extend their tournament life is just to stop them here and now. They got to stop them for 4.1 or 4.2, but either way, they got to get the hold of their life coming in. This might be it. I mean, again, Crimson Ruby did show signs of life. They definitely were, once they got their ultimates in play, they were able to kind of combo them off and take down Kaseki. But I mean, only if Kaseki will let them get them in place. But now we're gonna go back in. But man, like you hate to see it. Like you hate to see it the last second. You had the players in place. It wasn't like they cleared them off. It's just like that one Wrecking Ball play got them the hold, and now Kaseki, like I said, tournament life. Let's say Crimson Ruby's tournament life is on the line here. They need to hold Kaseki here because Kaseki can win this now and move into the playoffs next weekend against all the other teams that are on this bracket here. And we still have another group to go in tomorrow's Waffles, and so this is just day one of the madness here. But Kaseki, motivation. I'm not sure when they lost, but they have definitely been on the miracle run all the way through the bracket here in Group A.
Yeah, they have come back with a vengeance here in this loser's bracket. And, you know, I can't say I don't blame them. I don't like losing either. So when I get the chance to come back, I mean, you try to come back and hit twice as hard. And Kaseki has absolutely been doing that. They have been just pushing and aggressing forward, trying to capitalize on anyone who's caught out a little bit or, you know, just keep the team off balance, keeping Crimson off balance.
So real quick in the history here, Kaseki and Snow Sedai only lost to Mind Goblin in the first match of the day, and they have been on a loser's run since then. And so they're trying to finish this out, ladies and gentlemen. Mind Goblin's the only other player that's also qualified right now. But Kaseki is now on the miracle run here and trying to pull this out. And of course, Crimson Ruby's going to pull out the double sniper.
Oh, and the kill onto Nutella! That's going to be a great early pick coming through from Crimson. IRX says he needs healing, and it's not coming from Nutella, my friend. Aziz is the only one out there to help you currently. The point is still moving forward, though, so, you know, Crimson needs to do something about that pressure coming through. The ice block has been used up, and boop! Taken out with just another arrow. Great shot coming through from Kitty there, and well, they're still continuing to throw that damage into the tanks. Kaseki still trying to push forward. They've got a couple picks, and oh man, what is Ty doing in their back line? He's got a pocket, he gets stunned, finally is taken out of the game. Great super jump to try to dodge at the last moment, but eventually taken down.
This is what Crimson Ruby has to do here. They have to shut down Ty, and they have to shut down Hema, and they have to do it like they have to do this again for another 2 minutes and 50 seconds here. Again, it's looking good for Crimson right now. They showed the double sniper, and it is working out for them. They're getting the picks that they need, but they gotta keep it going here, and it just show us what they showed us in the last round in their attacking phase.
Aggressive dive coming through from Riggs, throws that defense matrix up in the meantime. Oh, chipped him right there. Oh, chipped him once again, and Ty goes down with some additional follow-up from Kitty. Now their double snipers are coming in clutch. As you can see, they're capitalizing on the damage that each other do and taking those different angles.
Look at this. Crimson Ruby has won a second fight here. I am starting to believe in Crimson here. If they can just keep this going for another 2 minutes here, they might have a shot at pulling this out, and the miracle run for Kaseki will come to an end. But they have just shut them down, and now the hacks are going to come in. The Infosight's going to come in from Holly, and the double sniper seems to be working. They finally found a composition to shut down Kaseki, and they focus down Ty and keep along here.
And an early pick too onto Ty. Damage taken out for Kaseki. Hema did go ahead and switch over to that Ashe instead, providing even longer range for themselves to try and push the damage through. The cart has stalled out here in this alleyway as, well, when you're near here, you are technically contesting the point, which honestly, I love when defensive teams use this spot right here, dancing around. It's just IRX on the point, and oh, a huge bomb clears out even more people. Kaseki just opened the road for them to push this cart.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did. And they got the key picks on the other side. So now Crimson Ruby's on the back foot. They're going to have to recover, but like they may not be able to recover before Kaseki can cap. And yes, it gets shot in the face by the fire strike from IRX. And now this cart is just here. This is the last minute. Okay, they're gonna commit to this fight.
Okay, Dragon's thrown through the point, but no one was touching. Once again, the point gets clapped here into the first checkpoint of Junkertown. Crimson Ruby couldn't quite hold close enough on that front, but oh no. Ruben here caught out a little bit alone on this high ground. That has a little help from Holysov, but it's not going to be enough. Holysov dipped back, and they're just continuing to break the Reinhardt and try to break that shield and provide any damage. Uses the Flux instead to get out of a sticky situation. IRX thought he was there and throws a shatter, gets Riggs in the process. Crimson Ruby, though, is all in the kill feed, okay? Ruben took that punch, and that is... well, I guess it doesn't matter if they push the cart a bit, but finally clearing them out, Will.
Yeah, finally. Like Crimson Ruby, again, they got set up, they got their ultimate to cycle it out and shut down Kaseki, but like it's a little bit too close for comfort here for Kaseki here, because Crimson needs to just do something more than just wait for their ultimates here. They need the picks, they need them now, because Kaseki is like probably is a good 40 meters away. They are halfway to victory here on the street space for for here. So like they just need to keep rolling. And Ty's got the Deadeye as well online and gets almost gets a pick, but then he has to roll back now because the hamster wheel is in his face.
Oh, and that's a nice pick coming through from Machipachi. He is supposed to win that duel, but there was a lot of extra support coming through from that little health pack and the recall. Bob has been thrown by Hema in the process, and there's a couple exchanges back and forth. Damage is being done. Huge res coming through from Jamu there. Gonna be able to bring damage. The cart, you're right. They got to make sure they're stopping the cart from moving. It is just Riggs here pushing onto the point as we... Oh, Ty! Saved by a sound barrier. Oh my gosh, that was so clutch from Aziz. He was already mid-cast before Ty was able to die on that front.
The Tracer
goes
off.
Out a last couple person. Tracer recalls, doing her best to stall out this point, but Jiseki clearing out Crimson, and that's it.
The miracle
They've taken
continues.
Junkertown. Wow. No, you had it on the money. Miracle Run absolutely has been continuing for Kaseki no Sadai, and, well, I'd say they're living up to their name, Will.
A first round loss to Mind Goblin, and all of these matches, all the way to here, like it wasn't a dominant, like 100% dominant fashion, but they definitely had to fight for their match here against Ruby. But it turns out in their favor. It looks like that first match was just an unfortunate luck they had to play against Mind Goblin in the first round, but it didn't matter. The miracle has completed here, and now we're gonna see Kaseki no Sadai move on into the playoffs here next weekend for the playoffs for the Overwatch Invitational 3. And what a story to behold, right? Like it's just like you'll love to see it. Just kind of a first round loss, pulling it all the way, and no signs of stopping here. And I hope Kaseki can continue their run even further into the playoffs here, where now they don't have the safety of being, having that first loss. You go into single elim now, and like the miracle could come to an end.
That's real pressure.
Just one that's real pressure. You either win or go home, and it's all the way out. So, man, but congratulations, Kaseki has made it through, and now we have our other team that has made it. We have it on good authority that the other team that has made it out on the other side of losers is going to be the new fifth dimension. So new 5D, but like I like it, I don't know I don't know whether it's a new fifth dimension or just like a sixth. I don't know. I don't know what these guys were like. But we love them here at the Invitational, and I'm glad that they made it through, but. It's crazy now. So we have our 4 teams. We have Granite Gaming. We have Mind Goblin. We have Kaseki no Sadai we just saw, and we also have the fifth dimension. So those 4 teams will be moving on into the playoffs next weekend. And man, out of all the teams that have played today, I mean, like that's definitely a field. Like the 2 teams I expected, the other 2 are like kind of surprises to me.
Oh, yeah. And, it really shows that you can't count anyone out in these Overwatch games. And, team synergy is so important in Overwatch in general, right? If you guys don't have the chemistry, it's not going to work out, even if you are all number 1 across the board. Chemistry is what's really going to put that final polish on and really, get that focus fire. And we just saw hordes of damage coming through. And I am psyched to see what they're going to bring for next weekend, how they're going to perform with the pressure of single elimination, and what changes we're going to see coming through from all 4 of those teams. Obviously, they're going to have time to study the matches that we had today, matches that they had previously, maybe even against the opponent that they lost to. And it's about how they're going to evolve and adapt for next weekend and try and win the championships. And we'll have to see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah. So with that being said, today for Group A for the EU comes to a close, and like I said, we have our 4 teams now, and we're just looking to see, again, this is not the end for all these teams yet. They still have to play through a gauntlet team, through teams that we're going to make it through our other group in Group B tomorrow. But listen, this has been going on all day, and we just see some amazing Overwatch from all of these teams. It's just been an amazing run for everybody. But anyway, congratulations to all 4 teams that have made it through, and congratulations to everyone. Like I said, this tournament format is tough. It's rough. It's rough. It's kind of this whole thing, but again, don't take anything lightly. No matter what place you went out, if you went 0-2 in this bracket, listen, you went 0-2 in this bracket against tough competition. This is not just like this is not something where like, okay, you're going to do some pugs and work this out or whatever. This is like people came to play. There is a prize pool on the line, and so people are bringing their A game and whatever. And not to mention the 3 teams that we have left that we're not going to be able to see this weekend. We have to see the next team in our contenders as well that have came through. We're going to play for the EU. So like again, Kiseki's has a miracle in this run right now, but the competition is just going to get harder from here. And so I don't envy anybody's position here. You made it through Group A, a very tough Group A, but it's definitely going to be a little bit tougher as you make it into the championship weekend. So again, congratulations.
Yeah, and I was really surprised by how much variety we saw from all of these teams. I love seeing the different compositions that were brought out, everything from the brawl, in-your-face CC type of style to the long-range poke, and sometimes just a good old that Amp Matrix and Free Fire, and through just plain teamwork that is gorgeous to see coming through from Overwatch. And I look forward to seeing all the other compositions that they continue to bring through Group B and next weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Also, just a little bit of a note looking back at the bracket as well, like New 5D also lost to Mind Goblin. So Mind Goblin seemed to be the so they got their first match against Meteor and then they lost against Mind Goblin. So like it's just like it seems Mind Goblin's kind of the gatekeeper for Group A this time around. They got them through. But either way, I mean like again, it's definitely a tough bracket, but congratulations to all the teams that have played, and thank you all for participating for sure. Again, do not take if you lost today, if you didn't make it through, like I said, it was a tough bracket, it was a tough round, but man, I cannot wait to see what our other group's going to be. We still have the North American bracket that we're looking forward towards, and I'm looking at all the tweets and everything from us, like all the people on the chat. Thank you all for watching all afternoon long, or morning or evening, however worse. And again, we have a French cast, ladies and gentlemen. Like right now, they're talking about us in French, and it's just kind of like this whole thing about like how I took French in high school and I just don't understand any of it, but I can hear it and understand it. It's kind of a curse in my line as well. But and thank you Waffles for being in. And coming in clutch towards the end. I mean, again, like look at you, Contenders Trials, and now back to the Invitational. It's coming back to the roots. So I appreciate you spending some time with me this afternoon.
Oh, an Invitational definitely was part of the reason I was able to go to Contenders Trials and, try and bring everyone the magic of the game here. I think you have a great crew working behind you, Will, and everyone behind the scenes running this tournament has been giving a lot of time and energy and thought into making sure that we have the best experience we possibly can, and that everyone participating in the tournament has a good experience. I think like you mentioned, Mind Goblin did kick 2 of the people going in the top 4 to the losers bracket. So my sympathies for Mind Goblin and the massive target that they have put on their own back, which,
of course,
it's with good reason that they have that target. And, if other people are going to come back for a bit of revenge or not against them. And I love a good, flip story, and the underdog comes through. So Mind Goblin's going to have to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely will. But like for Mind Goblin, I kind of expected them to make it through, and especially for Fifth Dimension,
right? Considering
their performance as well, I expected them to make it through. But just the other 2 teams, for Granite and Kiseki, I cannot wait to see what they put together. I mean, Granite was definitely a lot of hype coming into this bracket here, and it definitely showed it today. So Waffles, unfortunately, like I said, it's a little bit bittersweet because again, this is coming to the end for our Group A thing today, and I know, like I said, it's been a long day for production. We need to get into our North American bracket here, which is going to be delayed a little bit, but either way, thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm just going to roll through these thank yous real quick, and then Waffles, I want to get your final thoughts, and then let's just close this out in a very awesome day. So you can I take care of that real quick?
Let's go for it.
All right. So yeah, you're gonna see me look down here because I'm doing a read here because that everybody so bear with me. I'm not gonna look through the camera here, but for our casters today, we have User Intel, we have Jace, we have Juggle God, we have Soav, who also came from the Valorant side and did Overwatch with us. So thank you for that, Waffles, and of course I'm not going to thank myself because I'm already here. Our observers for today have been GK Ninja and Juke, and then Juke, thank you. Juke's first time working with us for the invitation. I've been wanting to get this person in for so long. I appreciate it. And he's on the EU side. So thank you for coming in clutch. We have our producers, Pasty, and of course, Skyscraper, who's also representing PKG for the afternoon. And then, of course, we have our TOs in support. We have Ocean Cast, who was on earlier. And thank you for coming in clutch for me earlier this morning. I needed some sleep. And so I apologize for that. I didn't get a chance to do the whole speech and the whole whatever. And thank you whatsoever. And also to Frozen Goggles for being on TO as well, as they always do. And also thanks and quick shout out to Project Cap once again for doing the production all day for the EU, and they will be here tomorrow to finish this out, and they will also be on for champs as well. I mean, the replays, the highlights, everything you see here today was all thanks to them. Thank you so much. We have Opera GX, who again is the major fund for the prize pool. The commands should work at least on one of the sides here for here, but it's just, check out the link. Please download and install. I know it's a little bit, I'm asking a little bit much here, but just if you can help us out, that funds the prize pool. We can get some more money in and more support for tournaments and organizations like this that we're putting this together. Of course, ELO Esports, which provided stats, and also kind of the virtual machines, some of the infrastructure that we've had for the tournament, and finally, last but not least, our partners at Skulls, who are doing the merch as well. Again, I'll get the command in there, but it's exclamation point merch in the chat for one side. We'll make sure you get again, every bit helps, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's kind of small, and I know it's it's kind of this thing, but every bit helps. We want to put on the best show that we can, and we're kind of moving into this new phase. But outside of that, and I would be remiss to forget also for Challenge Club, which we'll talk more about that later on to the broadcast. They kind of weren't ready for showtime here, but they're definitely going to be a great partner for us going forward here. So thank you all so much. Thank you to everyone watching. Thank you to everyone who supported us from the beginning, from IVI1 till now. I mean, it's just so nice to kind of see everybody coming together for this huge community tournament. And this is, again, it's a dream come true. That's one thing I wanted to say. It's like this happening right now. No matter what happens, no matter if we had no matches and this all melted down to a pool of acid here. This we've accomplished a lot. We have come so far, and I appreciate all the support more than you know. Like this has been amazing. But Waffles, any final thoughts that you have going into tonight, tomorrow, what do you think this day?
We have 4 really incredibly competitive teams going to be moving on, and I cannot wait to see, like I mentioned, how they're going to evolve, how they're going to adapt to all of their experiences over today and this weekend for the championship time next weekend to really escalate themselves to a higher level and show us what they're made of. And I mean, I want to see some fundamentally sound Overwatch. Clean plays, targets just getting mowed down because the focus fire is incredible. And, I'm just absolutely thrilled and excited for all the teams, even on the NA side as well, to be playing through. Last thought from me is just a big thank you to, of course, you for this opportunity to be joining you here today. And, to the production team behind the scenes who bring all the magic to the show and actually bring us to you guys. So, folks, don't go anywhere too far. We're going to have some more. Oh,
sorry. I just want to sorry. I don't like interrupting Waffles. Please, I'm trying to not do that, but I do want to say one last thing. Congratulations once again to New 5D, to Granite Gaming, to Mind Goblin, and of course Kaseki no Sadai for making it into the playoffs. You will see them in the gauntlet rounds for our championship bracket next weekend. They get to play on Saturday for their share of the $2,000 prize pool and the title of Invitational Champion. And again, this is our largest EU tournament yet. Thank you all for participating. But again, what's next for us is we're going to take a small little break on our side. We got to get some rest for our production people, and we will come back with the North American Group A, and it's going to be a barber, ladies and gentlemen. Our previous champions in Death Computer, which is Lo-Fi Aim, is in the bracket right now, and we're looking to see if they can continue their run. We may have a repeat champion finally. It's a different name of a team, but we might have a repeat champion. It's not vacated, but of course the EU Championship is up for grabs. And thank you, Waffles, once again for coming through. I really appreciate it. The honor and pleasure is all mine. You're one of the stars of the show, and this is the magic of the Invitational, people. We try to promote talent. We try to give people opportunities to move forward. Where you can be like Waffles, you can be casting contenders next year. Who knows, right? The ceiling. But we're gonna say goodbye for now. We'll see you guys later. Say goodbye, Waffles, and see you guys later.
Bye, everyone.